I hope everybody has a copy of the handout. And those of you who are watching online, you could access a copy of the handout either on the World Mizrahi site or on the Yeshiva University site. The Inyana Dioma doesn't allow me to fully express my hakaras hatov, my gratitude to those responsible for putting together this program here in Ohel Hari in Ra'anana this year. I'm here under the auspices of World Mizrahi and Yeshiva University. And as you see on the first page, the cover page of your handout, there are a number of people that deserve particular hakarat hatov for sponsoring today's learning. I want to thank Marty and Irene Kaufman, Shuli and Avi Rakoff, the Barth, Fiedler, and Ratzesdorfer families, and then anonymous donors in memory of Aryeh Ziering and Shauli Gringlick, and all of the fallen heroes of Israel, in memory of all the soldiers and civilians killed since Simchat Torah, October 7, and in memory of Captain Daniel Perez, who fought heroically on that fateful day. May his halal return for Keva Yisrael. I have in front of me a little wooden block that was given to me by Rav Doron when I met with him and Rav Danny Mervis many months ago to first begin thinking about today. And he gave it to me, and he said it's very important for his wife. It says, Kachi Geulatan Shel Yisrael B'tchila Kima Kima Kol Ma Shehi Holechet Hi Rabba V'Holechet. It's Yerushalmi in Brachot. And on the back, Le'ilui Nishmat Daniel Shimon Peretz Hashem Yinkom Damo Ben Sharon V'Harav Doron Eliezer V'chol HaChayalim HaKadoshim Shenaflu Al Kedushat Hashem Ha'am V'Ha'aretz V'Lachzarat Kol HaChatufim HaChayim V'Hachalalim Ke'echad. So I want to leave this here. Obviously, this Tisha B'Av is different from every other Tisha B'Av. During davening, we heard twice an announcement that if there's an azakah, then we should be calm and go down to the level below. And it's only a clear and obvious manifestation of the tension and the challenges that we're facing, and we continue to face since that very fateful day on October 7 on Simchat Torah. My plan is to have an introductory shiur presentation, I don't know, an hour, maybe a little bit more than an hour, I don't know, and then take a few-minute break, and then to proceed to analyze the keynote. And then we're going to break at 1:15. At 1:30, we're going to break at 1:30. There'll be a showing of videos that were prepared by World Mizrahi. And then I think there's also a Mincha Gedola at that point. And then resume at 2:15, and I'll go as long as I can. I'll try to go until 5 o'clock. The first part, the opening presentation, will revolve around, as you see, the impact of October 7, present and future. I want to begin with a machloket between Rashi and the Rambam on one hand and Rabbeinu Yonah on the other hand. On page 1, there's a very famous Mishnah in Pirkei Avot. Asara nisyonot nitnaseh Avraham Avinu. Avraham Avinu was faced with 10 tests. And we all know that Mishnah, And we all know, and that I knew for my whole life, from the time that my Mora in first grade told me that the last of the 10 tests, survey shows the last of the 10 tests is Akedat Yitzchak. So that's what the Rambam says, and that's what Rashi says. If you look on the right side, the Rambam in his Perush HaMishnah goes through and tells us, so what were the 10 tests? And the first one is Lech Lecha Me'artzecha, Hagerut. The second one is Hara'av. The third one is Chamas HaMitzrim Alav, B'hilakech Sara LeParo. The fourth one is the fight with the Dalid Melachim, etc., etc., etc. And then at the very end of his Perush on this Mishnah, Ha'asiri, Akedat Yitzchak. That's. I'm assuming if I took a survey, I think that's sort of the given interpretation. The final culminating nisayon of Avraham Avinu was Akedat Yitzchak. Look at Rashi on the left-hand side. Rashi also goes through, beginning in the wide line, Tchila bikesh Nimrod lahorgo. So Rashi and the Rambam is a machloket. They have different lists as to what were the nisyonot of Avraham Avinu. But kulam hodu v'himlichu v'amru, they all conclude, Rashi concludes, v'tzivahu l'shchot et Yitzchak beno harei asara. And v'lo v'amad b'kulam, lahodia kama chibato shel Avraham Avinu alav hashalom. That alav hashalom always struck me as interesting. When do you see in the Mishnah, Olav HaShalom? We're used to Olav HaShalom. The Mishnah, you're talking about Avraham Avinu and you're giving him credit, so you should have Olav HaShalom. But they both agree that the last test is the Akedat. Now look at Rabbeinu Yonah. Rabbeinu Yonah's commentary appears in the standard Vilna Shas Gemaras. Rabbeinu Yonah in his commentary, who came after Rashi and after the Rambam, Rabbeinu Yonah also gives us a list. Asara nisyonot, now at the beginning of the third line, at the bottom of page 1, it Naseh Avraham Avinu va'amad b'kolam, harishon ur kastim. The first one is ur kastim, which for Rashi is number 2, which for the Rambam doesn't appear at all. And then v'hasheni v'hashlishi, Hashlishi vayhira av ba'aretz harevi'i lekichat sara leparo hachamishi milchemet arba'at melachim shishi ben tishim v'teisha shana bihimolo et b'sar orlato hashvi'i lekichat sara la'avimelech hashmini kishegarash Hagar v'Yishmael beno b'mitzvat Hashem hatshi'i la'akedat Yitzchak beno. It's not the end. That's only number 9. Ha'asiri kivurat Sarah, shene'emar lo. We all end at the end of Parshas Vayera. The end of Parshat Vayera is the Akedah. Rabbeinu Yonah reminds us that there's another test after the Akedah, at the beginning of Parshat Chayesara. Kivurat Sarah. What's the nisayon? Shene'emar lo. Kum hitalech ba'aretz lorka lorachba ki lechat nena, ukeshemeita ishto lo matza makom lekovra ad shekinao v'lo hirher. It's an amazing test. Hashem says to him, "This is your land. This is your land. I'm giving this to you. I, God, am giving this to you. Kum hitalech ba'aretz lorka u'lerachba ki lechat nena." And then all he wants is a little mamish shtickle nothing to bury his wife. And he has to start handling. And he has to start negotiating. And he has to start figuring out a way. He can't just do it. There are other people who have a claim. And he has to start arguing with them. And it's not simple. And it's a protracted negotiation. And he turns to Hashem, perhaps. He says, what's going on here? What are you doing? It's my land. It's my land. It's a huge nisayon. He could have yelled at God and said, you're not keeping your end of the bargain. You promised me. Velo here. He did what he had to do. Velo here. Many years ago, I heard from my late father, Rabbi Schacter, pshat in the machlekes between Rashi and the Rambam mitzad echad and Rabbeinu Yonah mitzad sheni. My father was the first American Army chaplain to enter into concentration camps at the end of World War II. And his life was shaped by what he saw with the Nitzolei HaShoah. The narrative of my childhood was the Shoah, not from Nitzolei HaShoah perspective, but from a liberator perspective. But he was immersed in the visions that he saw. And he said as follows, he said, for a long time we thought that Rashi and the Rambam are right. What greater nisayon can there be after an Akedah? One of the Crusade Chronicles talks about the destruction that occurred in the city of Worms. And we're going to come to that at some point later. And says, have there ever been, writes the author of this chronicle, has there ever been a time when there were 1,000 Akedot? And it's not even parallel to the Akedah. Because after all, Yitzchak picked himself up and walked off and took a walk and left. The Shoah for my father was the ultimate Akedah in the more profound, tragic sense. And after the Shoah, the Jewish people thought, Gamarnu, what other nisayon could there possibly be for the Jewish people after the Shoah? And then we realized there's one big last nisayon. And that is HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us this land, and it's our land, L'orka u'lerachba ki lecha etnena, and it's not so pashut. And it's complicated. And we have to contend with opposing forces, beginning with before Milchemet HaShichur, before Kom HaMedina, they were already at us, and it hasn't let up, and it continues ad hayom hazeh ve'ad bichlal mamish. And so I want to begin with this. Rabbeinu Yonah, to acknowledge the reality that we're facing, to acknowledge the reality that Medinat Yisrael has always faced, but it seems to be more tense now, and there's more worry or concern now. And this is, it's not supposed to be like this. Kadosh Baruch Hu gave us this land. After 2,000 years, there's a state of Israel, there's a Medinat Yisrael, v'shavu banim l'gvulam, and we're still fighting, and we're still not relaxed. And that's the 10th Nisayon, according to the Rabbeinu Yonah. Now we understand, my father said, we understand the Rabbeinu Yonah. We never understood the Rabbeinu Yonah. What could there be after an Akedah? Now we know what there could be after an Akedah. And this is what looms large, Dafka, this year, over this Tisha B'Av. I spoke in another shul here last night in Shifteh, and I started by saying that Rabbi Soloveitchik famously points out that there's a difference between Avelut Chadasha and Avelut Yeshana. Avelut Chadasha is, Rahman al-Islam, when somebody loses a close relative for whom they have to sit Shiva, so the intensity of the mourning begins at the highest level. We begin at the most intense. And we understand it, even if a loved one had been sick or not well. But death is death, and death is final. And death brings with it shock, anger, sadness, upset, loss. And it's very powerful. And then as time goes on, from Aninut to Avelut to Shiva to Shloshim, as time goes on, it dissipates. It's a bislach. Little by little, it gets a little bit less. The case of parents, Yud Beis Chodesh, we never lose sight, ki hu zeh, for a quarter of a second of the loss. But somehow we try to figure out a way how to put one foot in front of another and to re-enter into the community, into a life, into society, to try to recreate some semblance of normalcy. The years go by, never forget. A day doesn't go by that we forget. But somehow it gets a little bit, gets a little bit easier. The case of Avelut Yeshana, it's the opposite. The case of Avelut Yeshana, which is the Avelut that brings us here today, an old Avelut, a centuries-old Avelut, a millennia-old Avelut. It's amazing. Every year I can't stop being struck by the fact that it's so many years since the Churban Beit HaMikdash Hasheni, Kal V'chomer, the first one. There's a Sephardi minhag that I heard for the first time. I was here in 1967. The first time I came to Israel with my sister and my parents was right after the Six-Day War. And that Leil Tisha B'Av, we went to Yeshurun in Yerushalayim. And before anything, somebody gets up and announces the number of years precisely since the Churban. Hashana, Elef, something, since the Churban. So that's not our minhag. That, I don't know, maybe you did it last night. So it's, I don't know, I didn't make the cheshbon. It's actually a complicated cheshbon because generally we assume it's in the year 70 of the Common Era, but in traditional Jewish sources, it turns out it computes to the year 68 of the Common Era. So unless you're a historian, who cares whether it's 68 or 70? So it's close enough, 68 or 70. So between the years 68 or 70 and the year 2024, it's Nashok Midyorin, and we're still mourning. We're still mourning. It's amazing to me. Sitting, sad, somewhat unshaven, a little unkempt. You know, we're modern people. We're sophisticated people. We have like hotshot jobs and careers, and we have nice houses and nice cars. And we, Baruch Hashem, we have a life. And then we're like frozen. It's Avelut Yeshana, it's a long time ago. And in the case of Avelut Yeshana, we start off very slowly. We start off with Shavasar B'Tammuz in the 3 weeks. So there are certain things that we refrain from doing during the 3 weeks, different minhagim. And then the 3 weeks turn into the 9 days. It gets to ratchet up a little bit, the intensity of the Avelut, and the 9 days turns into Shavua Shechalbo Tisha B'Av, which is a different category, and then it turns into yesterday, and the Suda Mafseket, and last night, and now today. So it goes in ascending order of intensity. But I feel that this year, we didn't need the build-up. This year, we didn't need the build-up. This year, we've been deep mired for a long time. And this is what I want to reflect, this over reality that distinguishes this Tisha B'Av from any other Tisha B'Av that I could remember for the last many, many decades. The focus of Tisha B'Av is Churban Beit HaMikdash. And I must tell you that I speak now personally. I have trouble really feeling the lack of a Beit HaMikdash. Was fehlt mir reis? Like, what am I missing? I'm missing korbanot. I don't know what that's going to look like. I know that I have to do it, and I work very hard at doing it. And the reason why I feel I have to work very hard is because it does not come easily to me. To feel the lack of a Beit HaMikdash profoundly and deeply, and the implications of the lack of a Beit HaMikdash. So every year I try to find a source that grounds me. So let's turn to page 2. Shmaryo Levine was a Russian Jewish Zionist. He came to the land of Israel, became quite prominent, and he has an autobiography, Mizichronot Chayai, Tel Aviv, Tafresh, Tzadihei, 1935. And he writes about when he was a little boy. So I want to read this to try to get into the reality of at least the way other people may have experienced or did experience Mamash Churban Beit HaMikdash. Churban Beit HaMikdash. Oto Shabbat Chazon, Ra'u Einai bebeitenu machazeh miyuchad benino. Hadavar haya achar hatzaharayim, so it was Shabbat afternoon. Sha'a shehanashim hakavudot sheba'ayara hayu mitkansot kedarkan el beitenu lasiach im ima al kos teh. So all the Chashava Yiddinis, all the Chashava Viber used to come to their house. Apparently his mother was like a known somebody. And they used to gather around in their house. They used to drink a glass of latte and they used to talk. Afapam nitasfu yedidoteha min ha'amidot sheba'ir ukrovoteha. Ulamapam, this year also, Ulamapam lo hayu halalu milubashot lo bigdei Shabbat v'lo bigdei chol. Lo bigdei chol, because after all, mishum kvod Shabbat. V'af lo bigdei Shabbat siman la'evel. It's a whole discussion, various minhagim. What does the avelut on Shabbat Chazon look like? After all, it's Shabbat. On the other hand, it's not a regular Shabbat. So everybody threads the needle in a different way. So they were nishtahin and nishtaher, not Shabbat clothes, but not chol clothes. Exactly what that middle ground sartorially looks like, I'm not exactly 100% sure. Allah shulchan lo amdu hapa'am hatei uminei targima, sweets, cakes. Elahit nosesa sefer tzena re'ena hagadol. Hamechurach b'krichat or. Tzena re'ena, famous book, the most famous book for centuries for women who would learn Parshat HaShavua and various midrashim. So on the table, there's it's wrapped in leather. It's a leather-bound tzenoren. Ima yeshva b'rosh hashulchan misiviva hanashim. Hapa'am lo sha'alu hanashim isha b'shlom chaverta. Lo hirchivu et hadibur b'hakdamot arukot. Ela patchu miyad b'kriya. Karu pirkei echa. Shabbat afternoon. V'lo dai haya b'makor ha'atzuv v'hakoder. Wasn't enough the sadness and the gloomy, melancholy words that they read in the makor. Ela amdu v'hosifu nofach shel perushim shonim. Likutei agadot u'ma'asiyot me'otzar hamidrashim ha'agada v'shar sifrei yireim. They didn't just read Eicha, but they embellished. And Tzugalek, they added different midrashim. That's what Tzenerena has Fataycht and Fabeshet. It has all kinds of extra material, embellishments, additions, of various sources that further explained and elaborated upon the events of the Churban Beit HaMikdash. Kol pasuk sheb'Megillah haya beit kibul lidrashot tzar v'yagon shel dorot mekonanim umitablim al tiferet shechalfa, al hod shene'elam, mitigrat yad achzaria. Kol sipur, ravei tsa'ar mishel chavero. How do you read that word? Reish vav vav yud? Rivui, how do you help me? Ravui. Ravui tsa'ar mishel chavero. Kol agada ola al chaverta b'teur ha'ema v'hachurban. Now comes the part that resonates with me, that I try to identify with. Lo avru regaim mu'atim, ima lo hirchika od b'kriyata v'habayet nitmale yalala ayuma, polechet lev. It splits the heart. Kach tivke ir sheyatz'a dina milifnei oyev achzar. Domeh haya kol ha'oni v'chol ha'mitzuka shel ha'churban lo ir'u bidorot muflagim uba'aretz rechoka ela sha'azu v'kan ba'oto ha'cheder sha'ani sharui bitochan. V'ani yoshev hayiti al yad imi v'udema'otai nigrot b'li ha'fugot. Little kid, all the women are crying, so he starts to cry, b'li ha'fugot. And he goes on to talk about what particularly affected him was the story of Chana v'Shiva Baneha, which is a story that actually we don't reference, certainly not directly in the keynote that we are going to be saying. But the Agadah, it's a Gemara Masachet Gitin, the Agadah already develops this. And this is what touched him deeply. So there was a time somewhere in Russia where ladies got together on, even it was Shabbat afternoon, and it mattered to them the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash, and they're learning the various Agadot, and they're bawling uncontrollably. And this little kid says, it's not like it happened over there, and it's not like it happened a very long time ago, but it happened here, and it's happening now. In March, this past March, the Knesset had a meeting and had a diyun on how are we going to commemorate, we being Medinat Yisrael, how are we going to commemorate what happened on Simchat Torah? How are we going to commemorate what happened on October 7th? Apparently the decision was made. There was enough of a meeting of the minds that this event is different. And this event needs formal memorialization in Medinat Yisrael. And you know better than I, the first reading, the second reading, I don't know how many readings, but they came to a decision that October 7, lo dubim v'lo yar, October 7 doesn't mean anything. We're a Jewish state. Mazeh October 7. So we're left with Simchat Torah, that's not an option. Simchat Torah is not an option. I have many students who are rabbis in many communities who've already reached out to me, so what should this Simchat Torah look like? And I'm sure in this wonderful Kehillah, you've already started to think about it. Your Rav is not here. Amazing. I have I'm Pasula Edut because he's my nephew. His mother is my wife's sister, so he's mamish my nephew. I am in awe of him. He's not a young man. He's making a wedding next week. He wasn't drafted, and he's mitnadev to Miluim. He's finished with Miluim a long time ago. I'm not sure exactly, late 40s, not sure exactly 50, I'm not sure exactly. So we don't know what Simchat Torah is going to look like. Something is going to be different. but we can't have a Yom Zikaron for what happened on Simchat Torah. So that was out. So the next option is the next day. The next day was rejected because in Golah, the next day is Simchat Torah. And I appreciate the desire of Medinat Yisrael to include Chol Tfutzot Yisrael, Ba'asher Heim Sham, that everybody should have a chelek in this Yom Zikaron, so that was not an option. So they decided it would be the next day. It would be 2 days later. Turns out that this year, 2 days later is Shabbat. So it's going to be 3 days later. Why do I mention this? Because there is a question about how to remember this tragedy, which is an ongoing tragedy, and how to remember Jewish tragedy bichlal. And I want to focus on 2 ways how to do that in the context of Jewish tragedy bichlal and in the context of a tragedy sheba anachnu nimtzaim. So one way is to add a new kina. So we have a history of adding new kinot. In the kinot that we will be reciting at some point, not all the kinot have to do with Churban Beit HaMikdash. The beginning, Rabbi Lezer HaKalir, one after another, Eicha, 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 beginning with other words, focus on the Churban Beit HaMikdash. Very interesting. They don't really focus on the Churban Beit HaMikdash. If you listen carefully and you read thoughtfully, we try to understand what we're saying, they don't tell you the story about what happened. It's not a historical description. It doesn't even talk about the destruction per se. And it's actually shocking. When I first began to think this way, I was overwhelmed. Because after all, Tisha B'Av has to do with the Churban Beit HaMikdash. The theme of the kinot that deal with the Churban Beit HaMikdash deal with struggling to be able to recreate our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's very theological. How could you do this? How are we supposed to understand this? How are we supposed to believe that we are an Am HaNivchar, that we have a connection to you, a special connection to you? What was so terrible that we did? The nations of the world say, oh, you see, God has abandoned you. That's what it's all about. But then we move from kinot about the Churban and about trying to create or recreate the closeness of the kesher between Knesset Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And we have all kinds of kinot about all kinds of events. We have a kinah about the Asara Harugei Malchut. What does that have to do with Tisha B'Av? Nothing. Nothing. We have a kinah about the Crusades. We actually have 4 kinot about the Crusades. And one of them actually is historical and tells us exactly when the first Crusades attacked and destroyed Kehilot Shum, Speyer Vermeizo Magenza at the end of the 11th century in the Rhine Valley in Germany. And guess what? It wasn't on Tisha B'Av. It was on the 8th of Iyar and the 23rd of Iyar and the 1st of Sivan and the 3rd of Sivan. We're going to read that, mamash. It tells you exactly the place and the date. And we mention it on Tisha B'Av. It has nothing to do with Tisha B'Av. And then there's another kinah where a young rabbinical student by the name of Meir is in the yeshiva of Rabbi Yechiel Paris towards the middle of the 13th century. Rabbi Meir, known as the Maharami Rutenberg, God bless you, the Maharami Rutenberg, and he's witnessing the destruction, the burning of 24 wagon loads full of Sifrei Kodesh, not just the Tanakh, not even primarily Tanakh, but Sifrei Kodesh. And many years later, he pens a kinah that begins Sha'alis Rufa Ba'esh, and there's nothing to do with Tisha B'Av. Nothing to do with Tisha B'Av. And so we have a long history and many precedents of having incorporated keynote that have nothing to do with Tisha B'Av on Tisha B'Av. When it came to the Shoah, let's turn to page 3. Already during the Shoah, there was a kinnah that was written, that was published in a Torah journal called Hapardes. There was a Rabbi Hapardes who lived in Chicago, who every month published a Torah journal. So it had shtiklach Torah, and it also had like the latest what's going on in the Jewish world. It was like a newspaper, it was like a magazine. It wasn't just Torah, it was current events. And in Menachem Av Tafshin Dalid, keynote, Menachem Av Tafshin Dalid, make the cheshbon, Menachem Av Tafshin Dalid is the summer of what? Of 1944. What's going on in 1944 in the summer? Malignant Tif, Tyre, and Dread. The Shoah is high gear in the summer of 1944. And we already have a kinnah that was published. Mi yitein roshi mayim ve'eni mekor nozlai ve'efke kol yemotai v'leilai. We're going to have a kinnah mi yitein roshi mayim. We had a pasuk in the Haftarah mi yitein roshi mayim. Et chalalei tapai va'olalai v'yishishei kahalai. Anu avoy oy va'alalai. Bacho beche rav v'cherev v'herev. Al Beit Yisrael va'alam Hashem ki naflu b'cherev va'akonen mar alei harugei ki hilot kedoshot ha'meutarot Vilna, Kovna, Varsha, Lemberg, Krakow, Ayarot, Poland, Lita, Latvia, Ungarin, Czechoslovakia v'sha'arei ha'medinot she'aflu b'cherev. Arzei ha'levanon adirei ha'torah ba'alei treisen b'mishnah u'b'gemara. We have such a kinnah. Damam nishbach v'nishsa gevura hinam kedoshei harugei lemeot u'lalafim gaonei adirei haTorah tzadikim kedoshim meitu b'mitah chamura. Rav Menachem Mendel Alter, the Gerer Rebbe, Rav Menachem Zemba, Hashem Yinkom Damo, Rav Mendel Zaks Miriga, Admor Rab David Misachetshav, Admor Rab Shlomo Chanoch HaKami Radam Swechasano, Rav David Moshe V'Sharei Tzadikim U'Kedoshim Gaonei Yisrael Mi Poland, Galicia, Österreich, Ungarin, Czechoslovakia, Litva, Lita, Latvia, Spido Al Chasidim V'Agunim, Torah, Chigri Sak V'Hit Palshiba Afarim. We're going to say those words. Mi Yafarei Kavayot U'mi Yatarei Shvarim. Ad Matai, Ha'al Ele Titapak Adon Kol Yitzurim Tinkom Dam. Hanishbach kamayim hamegarim al Beit Yisrael va'al am Hashem ki naflu b'charev, in the summer of 1944. And it's Menachem Av. And I'm assuming, I don't have evidence, that the point was that this should be recited on Tisha B'Av. In 1945, on the left side of the page, after the war, Yehuda Leib Bialer was a famous poet, published a kinnah that has achieved canonical status in the community. Eli Eli Nafshi Bechi V'Za'aki Bat Yisrael, etc., was printed in a collection of poems that he published in 1957 in Yerushalayim. When I was a rabbi of the Jewish Center on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, on Yom HaShoah, this was part of the service for Yom HaShoah. We would read Bialer's poem. And so we have a history of kinnot that are written for specific events that have nothing to do necessarily directly with Tisha B'Av. Page 4. There's an article published in a journal that is printed here in Israel. The title of the journal is Tzohar. This is volume 7, Tafshin Samach Aleph by Harav Yisrael Rosen. And the title of the article is Kinnot Shoah B'Tisha B'Av, and he tells the story. B'tzaharei tzom Tisha B'Av, and now in the middle of page 4. The afternoon of Tisha B'Av, in a couple of hours from now, Taf Shin Lamed Aleph. What year is Taf Shin Lamed Aleph? 1971. Tziltzel hatelefon bebeiti. Harav Kasher. Rav Kasher, you know who Rav Kasher was, Menachem Mendel Kasher. Torah Shlema, Haggadah Shlema, and more. He was an incredibly thoughtful and great Jew. He calls Rabbi Rosen on the phone in the afternoon of Tisha B'Av in 1971. Rav Kasher sha'alani b'kol avelim, ha'im u'chal lavo elav miyad achshav, exclamation point. Get over here quickly as soon as you possibly can. B'toch zman katzar, so if Rav Kasher summons you, you get on your donkey and you get over there as quickly as possible. B'toch zman katzar higati lebeito, v'hapam la'rishona l'chedro ha'prati b'beit migurav hatzamud. I never got into his inner sanctum. He used to meet me in the living room. But now, for the first time, I'm lifnayu lifnim, into the Kodesh Kadosh. Ma'ata oseh b'Tisha B'Av she'alani. What are you doing? What are you doing on Tisha B'Av? Miyad tzach et asher im libo. And immediately he pours out what he's thinking about this Tisha B'Av, 1971. Quote, Ani eni misugal lomar keynote. I can't say keynote today. I'm not in a position. Today's Tisha B'Av. I got a book, and I have to read the book, and I can't read the book. I'm not misugal to say keynote. Hein einan midabrot elai la'achar hashoah ha'ayuma be'Europa. This is already a couple of years after the end of the Shoah ha'ayuma be'Europa. Efshar livkot et harugei magenza vermaiza va'ashpeira v'liznoach lishkoach et kol demei achenu hazoakim eleinu ve'Auschwitz Maidanek Treblinka. I'm not, who cares about Speyer worms and mites? It doesn't speak to me. It is irrelevant to me. How can I talk about them and it and those places and not say a word about my world, about my community? Ko amar harav yelid varsha ha'ma'atira v'hishlim be'einayim domaot. His eyes are tearing. And he says, Hinhakti la'atzmi lekro b'sefrei shoah u'b'ma'asfei zichronot lekihilot shecharvu ve'elu hein hakinot hashovrot et libi. That's what I read on Tisha B'Av. In other words, I read kinot that resonate with me, that mean something to me. He doesn't even mention here about the kinot for the Churban. I imagine that he said the kinot for the Churban. I imagine. But then when he got to the medieval period, was geht mir an the medieval period? Ze echpat li, ze shayach li. It just doesn't matter. I don't read that. I open up a book about the Shoah. I open up Zichronot about the Shoah, and that's what I read today on Tisha B'Av. Ubeziviyat einai hivchanti ba'album kehilot Poland shehaya mutal al mitato. That's what he's reading. And then he continues. Hechrechi la'aroch sefer kinot al haShoah u'lahafitzo bebatei knesiot u'bebatei midrashot. We got to do something about this. We have to write kinot that have to do with the Shoah. B'makom she'ein anashim. Atel misima zu al atzmi. Adfis va'afitz ve'e'eseh nefashot la'inyan. U'misima hitil alai l'chapes u'lechatet achar chomrim. I should go find and search for material. Dahainu ketei proza o shira shenitpesu eipam eisham. ואשר יתאימו לדעתו לדעתי להיאמר בשילוב עם הקינות המסורתיות לתשעה באב. So we're going to say spiral worms and mites. It's in the book, it's part of the canon, but that can't be the end. And Shalis Rufa Ba'esh, which is 150 years later, can't be the end. We have to write a keynote book for this Shoah. And you, Rabbi Rosen, you got to go find me stuff that is appropriate, that both you and I will determine would be appropriate to be included. Harav shamar la'atzmo et zchut ha'aricha, I understand that. Ve'et sharvit ha'chituch ve'havito. I can make whatever suggestions I could make, but at the end of the day, the boss decides. Chadashim mispar chizarti achar kita'im relevantiyim u'b'makbil nirtama Rav Kasher l'masa shichnua rabbanim v'admorim. I'm looking for stuff, and he hits the road to go convince people that we really should be doing this. Meanwhile, it's in his inner sanctum. He feels very strongly, but he needs fellow travelers to make this happen. שהרי נטוע היה בעולמה של חסידות גור, וכך היה אומר, משימה קדושה זו תצליח אך ורק אם קינות השואה יתכנסו לשטיבלך, לקלויז החסידי ולישיבס החרדיס, אם ספרון הקינות שאדפיס יאמר רק בהיכל שלמה, if it's going to be said in Heichal Shlomo, if it's going to be said in the kibbutzim, and if it's going to be said only in Shikunei HaMizrachi and in Ohel Ari, very nice. Aval hanosei lo yachazik ma'amad v'lo yishtaresh b'misorat ha'am. And he went and hit the road and he struck out. He totally struck out. And he was not successful in getting fellow travelers. And in the Shtiblach and in the Kloizen and in the Yeshivas HaCharedius, nobody said a kinah for the Shoah. And next page, which I don't give you here, but it's a long article, he gave up. Rav Kasher gave up because even though he felt that he, together with the help of Rabbi Yisrael Rosen, would be able to mount a phalanx here of support and texts, if nobody else is going to say it. This did not gain traction in the yeshivas and in the Haredi community until 1984, 1985. If you turn to page 5, there was a Jew in Brooklyn by the name of Pinchas Herzke who made it his life's mission to get a kinah into the yeshiva community, to the Chassidisha community. And he pushed very hard, and finally he was able to get the Moetzet Gedolei HaTorah in the United States to agree to this effort. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You have it on the right side of page 5. Gilui dat me'et chavrei Moetzet Gedolei HaTorah shal yedei Agudat Yisrael ba'America. And he put out a booklet. I brought the booklet to show you, show and tell. Here's the booklet. And included in this booklet are keynote that were composed by the Bobova Rebbe, by the Debretzina Rav, by Rab Shmuel Halevi Vosner, by the Erloi, Rabbi Yochanan Seifer. He has here Michal Dov Weissmandel from Nitra. He has Rabbi Chuna Halpern from London, Rab Shimon Schwab from the Yeki community in Washington Heights. These are Chashavei Yidden, and to indicate that they really have traction, they made it into the back of the Art Scroll Kinos book. If you have the Art Scroll Kinos books in the back, they put in a few of the Kinos. This is the first time when there was a switch. And in the left side, in Tafshin Samachay, in 2005, there was a Sefer Kinot Tisha B'Av that was put out Le'ili Nishmas Pinchas Herzka by his family that includes a whole set of separate kinot, Mechubar Tahor Kuntris Kinot Nosafot Asher Nitchabru Al Yedei Gedolei Mo'orei Doreinu, for what happened. The book has 3 letters on page 6 that has a number of letters from Rabbi Yochanan Sofer, from Rabbi Mattisdorfer, from Rabbi Ehrenfeld, and from Rabbi Yashiv. These are Chashav Yidden, leaders of the Haredi community and beyond, leaders of our community. And each one explains why this time they decided to go ahead with it, and that we should have a kina. And so this was institutionalized. This is sort of the final chapter pre-October 7th, where we have kinot that were established. I did find on page 7, I give you the title page. I brought this to show you also. There's a booklet, a very important booklet that traces the whole history and discussion surrounding the appropriateness and the historical reality and the opposition, we'll see in a moment, to establishing new kinot Tisha B'Av L'Zecher HaShoah. On page 8, a number of years ago, I don't remember how exactly this happened, I came across a kinah that was written by Rav Meir, Rav Ben Zion Chai Uziel, who was the Sephardi chief rabbi here in Medinat Yisrael, the first Sephardi chief rabbi after Koma Medina. Rav Yitzchak Isaac Halevi Herzog was the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, Rav Ben Zion Chai Uziel, and he has here a kinah. I'm sorry, it's so rubbed out. A kinah, you see it says kinah. L'zecher Chorban Ir Atika Yud Tet Sivan Tafshin-Chet. Chorban Ir Atika Yud Tet Sivan is June 26, 1948. So I'm not holding betocha inyanim of exactly the whole Milchemet HaShichrur, but apparently there was a Chorban Ir Atika on June 26. This is 6 weeks or so, be'erech, after Koma Medina, Mashu Kazeh. A kinah l'zecher Ir Atika. So in 1948, they're writing a kinah. When it comes to October 7th, many kinot have been written. Many kinot have been written. I would say I've come across 24 kinot that have been written. And under the auspices of World Mizrachi, Rav Rimon wrote a kinah, and we are going to be reciting that kinah at the end of our kinah reading later this afternoon. So that's one way to remember October 7 on Tisha B'Av today. Whether or not the Knesset will follow through on a national day of mourning 2 days after Simchat Torah, I don't know. How accepted it's going to be, I don't know. To me, it seems to be too early to paskin that shaila. We're still deep in. It takes time. There's no hindsight yet. It's not like we take a deep breath and we look back and we say, how are we going to remember this? We're deep. I don't know what's going to be. But I do know that today is a day, regardless of what's going to be, to remember what happened and to remember what is still happening. And that is to write new kinot. And each kehillah will decide which kinot to read. Maybe last night, some kehilot read just last night, some last night and today, some just today. You'll figure it out. However, there was opposition to writing new kinot for this Shoah. On page 9, I bring you a letter from the Kleisenberger Rebbe, Rabbi Kusiel Yehuda Halberstam, Al Dvar Hosafat Kinot B'Tisha B'Av, 1976. And he's opposed. He's opposed to writing new kinot. Second paragraph, Achma Shekatav Ma'alat Kavod Torato HaRama Shlita b'devar hosafat kinat hashoah shekatav hasofer whoever. Hinei agam shehasofer anal avoid leyit, wonderful, very nice, muchshar mefusam ma'od, b'ketivato b'yirat shamayim. He's a fine Jew. He's a very fine Jew. However, aleinu lehit bonein, it's not appropriate. Yes, I know we have kinot that were written in the past. It's kino et hakinot gedolei Yisrael ha'amakiyim shebechol dor vador. You have to be on a certain madrega to write a kina. If you want a kina to have legs and you want it to have a future, you want it to have eternity, you want it to get in the book, and it should be given the gushpanka of something that should be recited years and years to come. You're a wonderful Jew, you're a Yerei Shamayim, but you're not holding on such a madrega. You need Gedolei Yisrael ha'amitiyim shebechol dor. Rabbi Elazar Kalir, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, va'od, shekonunu al churban ir hakodesh v'hamikdash, achareihem Rabbeinu Gershom, or Hagola, Rabbi Shimon HaGadol, va'od, she'etkinu ha'masei ha'notzrim, Yemach Shemam b'gzerot tatnu, that's 1096, that's the crusade, b'dorot she'achareihem, b'gzerot tach v'tat, 1648, 1649, the Chmelnytsky massacres, Hayu ha'makonenim, ha'shach v'atoysus yomtiv, gewaldige Yidden, gedolei Yisrael, amitiyim, afahai madrega. They're in a position, they're misugal, to be able to, they could do this. V'heim sheyadu lekonen v'likboa hadavar l'dorot, mishum, sheberoma alat kedushatam v'yiratam hakodemet lechochmatam, yadu lif'ol b'hakinot, b'toch tochiyut hanefesh hayisraelit. You see, because you have to understand, ve'en magamat hakinot rak la'oreh rikshei habechi v'hatzar hagashmiyim bilvad. It's not just to make us feel sad, to elicit within us, to arouse within us sadness and crying physical. Ha'inyan hu ruchani gavoa me'al gavoa. This is holy stuff. This is flying in the Olam Yonim. This is up there. This is not just you and me sitting and trying to figure out and feeling sad. This is being payel in the Heicha Olamis. Gavoa me'al gavoa. V'dai lechakima. He doesn't even spell it out. L'zua madrega zachu harishonim kemalachim zichutam yagein aleinu. V'alkein lo eda maladun bazeh. I do know maladun bazeh. Namely, it's not for us. On the next page, on page 10, I bring you from Halichot Shlomo of Reb Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, who had a very interesting perspective. And this is by way of introduction to try to figure out what we should be doing. It's very much Me'inyan Diyoma, but with an overlay of what we're going through. Valdvara Mirat Kina Ala Kadoshim. We're in the middle of the note here at the bottom. Halichot Shlomo, it's a collection of minhagim and piskei halacha of Reb Shlomo Zalman. We're now in Tisha B'Av, and at the bottom, there's a little excursus on the issue that I am trying to share with you. Valdavar mirat kina la kadoshim Hashem yinkom damam shenehergu b'shnot ha-quote shoah. Katav Rabbeinu be'igeret in 1985, b'zeh halashon. Kibalti et michtavo, this is to Pinchas Herzka. V'ineni mevin yafeh v'gam mitztaref l'libo haso'er. Al zeh shemechashim ve'en kovim l'taken kina klalit v'achida l'chol klal Yisrael. I share your pain and your upset that there is no universally accepted kina for the Jewish people. L'konein belev mar biyom hamar shel churban beit kodshenu, namely today. Al hashoah ha'ayuma v'hanora'a she'am Hashem nityaser ba. V'asher hi ki'ilu chas v'shalom holechet v'nishkachat. It's in 1985. It's already 40 years since the end of the Shoah. And you know what? life goes on, and the survivors aren't really talking about it, and the second generation are trying to make a life of themselves. And to Bislach, 1985, that's already 40 years ago. It's already Holachet V'Nishkach. It's all the more reason that we have to institutionalize something in the prayer book that will remind us and refocus us at least once a year. We should remember what happened. Ulam l'da'avonenu le'ed kazot b'matzav hakasher she'anu nimtza'im bo, choshvani shezeh kima'at bilti efsheri. So I'm not sure what was going on in 1985. Maybe some of you could help me. What's a matzav hakasher? I don't know if it's a physical challenge, if the state is having a challenge, if it's a spiritual. What's happening in 1985 that it's not a good time. I don't know exactly ma pagabo, ma haya haba'aya b'shvilo. It's ach. We can't really make a new kina. Ach efshar shekinato shelagon hatzadik merin of Michal Dov Weissmandel. We should say his kina, and the kina appears in this booklet. And he quotes from the kina. We should say the kina, parts of the kina. This is what he said. V'chein aseh Rabbeinu ma'aseh ba'ota shana in 1985 b'beit hakneset sheb'shchunato. So Rabbi Shlomo Zalman lived in Sharei Chesed in Yerushalayim, and he used to daven in the Grosh Shul. So in his minyan, they said the kina of Rabbi Weissmandel. V'amru kol hatzibur et kinato shel hagon Rabbi Weissmandel, Michael Dov Weissmandel. V'gam yeshivat Kol Torah, he was also a Rebbe in Kol Torah in Bayit V'gan. Ratzah sheyasu. Ach lebesof hiskim lahatza'a acheret. And this is the second option for us on Tisha B'Av in 2024. Sheyamru et hakina, quote, al Beit Yisrael v'al Am Hashem ki naflu becharev. Piska b'tzibur, we're going to say that. V'yechavnu lezecher hakadoshim. In other words, the second option is say the kinot that we say. Don't make a new kina. Say the kinot that we say, but recognize, and we're going to be doing this, that, oh my God, it's unbelievable. It's mamash what we're experiencing. Right now, it's mamash October 7th. In other words, this option is you don't have to make a new kina. You read the old kina, and you have in mind, and you don't even have to stretch to think about what's going on. Rabbi Joseph P. Soloveitchik on page 11 was opposed to new kinot. Rabbi Joseph P. Soloveitchik was opposed to Yom HaShoah. He was very opposed to Yom HaShoah. He felt that there should not be a separate Yom HaShoah for the Shoah. Of course there should be a Yom HaShoah. You know when Yom HaShoah is? On Tisha B'Av today. Today is Yom HaShoah. There should not be a separate Yom HaShoah. And not only should there not be a separate Yom HaShoah, but we shouldn't have kinot even today. Okay, so today is Yom HaShoah. Today we should remember the Holocaust. So today we should read kinot about the Holocaust. And the answer is no. Of course, page 11, there is no doubt, this is Rabbi Soloveitchik speaking, that on Tisha B'Av we should recite a special kinah. Yeah, well, of course we should. For those who were killed by Hitler. In the last Churban, we lost many more people than in the destruction of the first and second Batei Mikdash. Of course, the 6 million Jews deserve to be eulogized on Tisha B'Av, but we do so within the frame of reference of the kinot we already recite. Instead of Vilna, we mention Worms and Mainz. Doesn't make a difference, because the scenes described and the words of despair, mourning, and grief are the same. One has in mind to remember and experience the catastrophe, the disaster that occurred in the 40s of the 20th century within the frame of reference of what is described here as having taken place in the 11th century. When we recite the kinot about Speyer, Mainz, and Worms, about the communities that were destroyed, the people exterminated, and the Gedolei Yisrael killed by the Crusaders, we must remember that what is described there happened not only then in 1096, but in the 1940s, exactly the way Torah centers were destroyed in Germany. In the time of the Crusades, were the centers of Torah destroyed in Poland and Lithuania during the Hitler period. It happened throughout Europe, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, Lithuania and White Russia. We need to see, this is the bottom line, we need to see those keynote not only as a eulogy for those killed in medieval German communities, but for everyone killed in Warsaw, Vilna, and the hundreds and thousands of towns and villages where millions of faithful, devoted, and dedicated Jews lived a holy life, a sacred life, a committed life, and where they were simply exterminated. We should have the Holocaust in mind when reading other passages where Kalir describes what happened during the Churban Beit HaMikdash. And he goes on to give a number of examples. And when he taught on Tisha B'Av, he used to teach for 8 hours. He started in Brookline. He was in the Maimonides School, which he founded with his wife in 1937. We davened. I was there for a number of years, which is where I imbibed totally the ethos of Tisha B'Av and the custom of teaching as much as I can on Tisha B'Av. Whenever he read through the keynote, he would stop and talk about something that happened during the Shoah. I want to talk about October 7th, and I want to talk about Eicha. There is a minhag Yerushalayim to say Eicha also in the morning. But that's not the regnant Minhag Yisrael. We say Eicha at night. We don't repeat Eicha in the morning. But I want to read to you psukim from Eicha that this year were like screaming. Darchei Tzion Avelot, this is from Perek Aleph, from Sefer Eicha. Mibli Ba'e Moed, the roads of Tzion are in mourning because nobody came on time. Mibli Ba'e Moed, Pasuk Hey, Olaleha Halchu Shevi Lifnei Tzor. Young children went into captivity before the enemy. Pasuk Zayin, Binfol Ama Biyad Tzar Ve'ein Ozer La. Her nation fell into the hands of the oppressor, and there was nobody around to help her. Tum'ata Bishuleha, Pasuk Tet. Her uncleanliness was made public. And on and on and on. And so what I'm suggesting is that we don't need necessarily to wait until we read a kina that's specifically dedicated to what happened, which we will do in a couple hours from now. But it's all over the place. And read the keynote that we will say in the book. And yesh lanu zavit acheret achshav. We have a whole different perspective on what it is that's going on. I want to now move to page 12. I have had a challenge, and you for sure have had a challenge over these last number of months. And the challenge is as follows. Mitzad echad, we are steeped in the tragedy. What happened on Simchat Torah and beyond Ad Hayom Hazeh is a tragedy of monumental proportions. Chatufim, Shvuyim, Mifunim, Chayalim, Ptsuim, Mishpachot Shkulot, the city of Ra'anana, families, you know them well, you are them and you know them, that will be shattered beyond repair forever. Forever. I hope someday the Jewish people and Medinat Yisrael will crawl out of this. these families will not crawl out of this. Husbands and fathers and sons and children. Niktafu b'demei mehem. I don't have words to describe this. And mitzad echad, this is very deep. And this is very real if you are one of those mishpachot, and if you're not one of those mishpachot. These are our neighbors. This is our community. This is our family. This is our people. And it's still going on. My two scariest words, hutar lepirsum. I hear hutar lepirsum. It's horrible. So mitzad echad, I live this. You for sure. I'm with you. So therefore my challenge is, so my nephew, Rav Hanan, and the Chama are making a wedding next week. So it's a simcha. Rav Daron and Shelley Peretz made a wedding for their son. When the other son, they didn't know where he was. They didn't know yet that he had been killed. I wasn't here in Israel. I saw it on Zoom, the whole wedding. I was transfixed. Parents who have a son who's missing, and imagine the worst, he was in his tank, and they lost contact with him, and God knows where he is. And they walk another son to a chuppah, and there's dancing, and there's simcha, and there was. And we go to a brit, and we go to a pidyon haben, and we go to work, and we get up in the morning, and we have breakfast, and we take a walk, and we want to live a decent life, a normal life. So how do you do this? I feel guilty that I'm trying to live a life when what's going on is going on. How do you figure out? This has been my challenge, and I don't think I'm the only one. Do I have a right to take a deep breath and feel simcha and have nachas from my children and my grandchildren and sit around the Shabbat table and sing Zmirot? You fill in the blank. You all do this. But to be mired utterly and totally in the Churban is also not possible. So a friend of mine showed me a tshuva of Rabbi Yitzchak Zilberstein. The cover page is on page 12. Now, Rav Zilberstein is one of the go-to Rabbanim for Piskei Halacha. And he's a very interesting posek. The Harevna is full of off-the-beat kind of questions. Apparently, he's the go-to rabbi for not your normal run-of-the-mill kinds of questions. And he publishes V'harevna on the Parshiot HaShavua, which is one way how to make sure that it gets read, because everybody's always looking for something to say for the parasha. 3 or 4 volumes have already been translated into English, and I give them as bar and bat mitzvah gifts. And I invite the bar bat mitzvah kid to open it up at the Shabbat table of that particular parasha and read the question, and then open up a conversation, and then read what his psak is, because it lends itself to a discussion. So now we have in Chelek Sheni, we have Parshat V'zot HaBracha. We have the following She'ela U'tshuva. Page 13. Ha'im la'asot su'udat siyum masechet mefo'eret b'yemei ha'milchama k'shadam Yisrael nishpach. She'ela. B'yemei ha'milchama ba'aza b'chodesh Tevet Taf Shin Samach Tet. So this is not the first Milchama Ba'aza. There was a Milchama Ba'aza in Tevet in the winter of 2008, 2009. Mivtza Oferet Yitzuka. כשמאות טילים נחתו ביישובי הדרום. הגיעה שאלה מעניינת אל בית מדרשנו, מאת חבורת לומדי גמרא מהעיר אשקלון. Right, you know, of course you know, Ashkelon is not so far from Aza, and the meot tilim are flying in the yeshivot hadarom. And there's a milchama in Aza, and he gets a question from the Chevre Shas in Ashkelon. V'zeh lashon mivrakam shel halomdim hayikarim. Question, ma zeh mivrak? I asked my students, ma zeh mivrak? They have no idea what a mivrak is. So I say to them, a mivrak is a telegram. They have no idea what a telegram is. You know, if you can't pick it up and wave it and shake it and press it, then the dua, mamash bin rega, telegram, and they can't even understand the concept of it. So you date yourself. Those of you who chuckle, you date yourself. You're closer to my age. He gets a telegram from Ashkelon. And this is the question in the telegram. Zachinu, ובבית הכנסת שלנו נפתח לפני כשנה שיעור בגמרא המתקיים בכל יום, מדי יום. ומשתתפים בו רבים מבני הקהילה, לקראת שלבי סיום המסכת. We're wrapping it up. הוחלט על ידי הגבאים והלומדים לערוך מסיבת סיום מפוארת, בליווי תזמורת וסעודת מצווה, בשר ויין. We're going to have a blowout siyum. Mifoeret, elegant, distinguished. We're going to have a band. We're going to bring a band. And we're going to have basar v'yayin. V'zot, why? Al menat l'chazek u'lo'oded et halomdim. Mazel tov, shkoyach. You sat through, you learned the whole Masechta, Magia lacha mazal tov. We have to celebrate. V'od eich do we have to celebrate? Ukidei, not just for the chevra that was in the chevra shas, but legrom gam le'elu she'enam mishtatfim b'shiur, lavo lehitztaref legion halomdim. Oh my God, you know, it's worth it. I could sit for 4 months, and then I'm going to enjoy myself. So I want to entice others to join the chevra. Ela, what's the problem? Sheka'et, כשאנו נמצאים על סף סיום המסכת, we're ready to go. We hired the band. The caterer is all revved up. פרצה המלחמה. ונפל ויכוח גדול בין משתתפי השיעור. חלקם טוענים שעלינו לערוך את סעודת הסיום מסכת ברוב פאר והדר, כפי שתוכנן מראש. However, מאידך, רבים טוענים כי חלילה לנו לחגוג ולשמוח בעת כה קשה לעם היהודי, כשדם ישראל נשפך. הלזאת שמחה יקרא? בעת בה חיילינו ותושבי עירנו נמצאים בסכנה וחרדה תמידית? What are you kidding? But you're going to have pulled beef and kishka and a band now? Now? בעת בה חיילינו ותושבי עירנו נמצאים בסכנה וחרדה תמידית, כשדם ישראל נשפך, חטופים, שבויים, מפונים, חיילים, פיצויים. What are you doing? You get the big bucks, Rabbi? We're asking you. We're kicking the can up. נודע למעלת כבוד תורתו אם יודיענו מהי ההנהגה הנכונה בעת הזאת. Ha'im aleinu lehimana ka'et me'arichat ha'seuda v'lidchota lezman me'uchar yoter kesheyutav lanu be'ezrat Hashem o shema ein lidchot et hasiyum. So if I had the time and if it was proper, I'd stop and we'd have a conversation. And survey shows, what do you think? Should there be? Should there not? What would you do? What would you do? What are you doing? That's my question. What are we doing? And my question is not just, do we have a siyum masechet, but can we have a life? I want to extrapolate from this tshuva of Rav Zilberstein for us now. It's not just, can we have a blast and make a siyum, but can we go to a wedding and have weddings and dance and live a life? Live a life when what's going on is going on. Tshuva. Unbelievable. Matzinu shenishal kvar b'she'ela ke'en zu b'she'elot tshuvot mishneh sachir chelek bet simin yudchet. Who's she'elot tshuvot mishneh sachir? You know who he is, but you don't know him as the author of She'elot Tshuvot Mishneh Sachir. You know him as the author of Eim Habanim Smecha. Any Dati Le'umi religious Zionist knows Eim Habanim Smecha. Rabbi Yisachar Shlomo Teichtal was a Hungarian rabbi, rabidly anti-Zionist, like so many others. Then at some point during the Shoah, recognized that Tzionut is appropriate, and in fact Tzionut is correct. And he wrote this incredible manifesto of religious Zionism called Eim Habanim Smecha, which is required reading ad hayom hazeh. It's an amazing book. The bikiyas, the knowledge, the sources, the depth, the insight, the perspective, it's extraordinary. Turns out that this wonderful Jew was a rock star Talmid Chacham who wrote the She'elot Tshuvot of the highest order. She'elot Tshuvot Mishneh Sachir, and we're now in the second Chelek in Siman Yudchet V'zeh Lishono. On page 16, I brought you the beginning of the Tshuva of Rabbi Teichtal. She'elot Tshuvot Mishneh Sachir Chelek Bet Siman Yudchet Begodel Ma'alat Seudat Tziyom Masechet. So you could follow, let's follow in the quote of Rabbi Zilberstein. If you want, you could follow on page 16 in the original. Lo mishaneh. I'm reading from Rabbi Zilberstein. V'zeh l'shono b'rosh chodesh Tammuz shnat tafshin. Okay, figure it out. Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, what year is Taf Shin? 1940. Where is Rabbi Teichtal in Chodesh Tammuz Taf Shin? In Warsaw. What's going on in Warsaw in Tammuz Taf Shin? Not a happy time. It's not a happy time. We're now off and running. The train has left the station, the train of the Shoah. It's horrible in Warsaw in 1940, in Tammuz, in the summer of 1940. Here's the She'elah to Rav Teichtal, quoted by Rav Zilberstein. Matzinu sheneshal kvar b'she'elah b'rosh chodesh Tammuz shnat tafshin. Siyamnu masechet megillah shelamandu berabim and balei batim hamaksivim lekoli. V'hayu eze balabatim she'amru shelo la'asot su'udat siyum ka'et. Machmat Sarat Hador. Ve'ein ha'et muchshar. It's not appropriate. Lehitasef yachad v'lismoach. Uktzat mehem amru ki levatel legamri et ha'su'uda i'efshar. Ki hi su'udat mitzvah. Ella, you know what? We should compromise. Yesh la'asota b'kibbutz katan. V'shalo lekro kru'ei mo'ed anashim mechubadim she'einam od b'chaburat hashas kanahog b'pam acheret. Last time we made a masechta, it wasn't just we made a siyum masechet. It's not just for the people who slogged through, but we also invited other people, Shena Eden, the Pnei Ha'ir. But this time, you know what? We'll make it a kibbutz katan. We're not going to invite other chevra. And v'gam la'asot suda ktana shalomi basar v'yayin v'nishalti b'chavata ati bazeh. That was a question to Rabbi Teichtal. So it takes Rabbi Zilberstein Bekiyas to know, this question is not the first time this question has been asked in what's going on in the Gaza war in 2008 and 2009, a question by Kihilat Ashkelon. But we've trodden this path before. What was the answer of Rav Teichtal? Chas v'shalom levatel mitzvah gedola kazu, asher ein erech lischara, v'gam ein lahaktin b'kibbutz hamishtatfim. We don't minimize the number of participants. Ela likrotu lahazmin gam acherim. Go all the way, invite everybody. Kol koreh, everybody's invited. Gedei lahader et pnei hamelech malko shel olam berovam. And not only have a big olam and bring everybody in, v'gam lo lahamit et hasuda la'asota b'tzimtzum u'belo basar v'yayin. You can't do that. Ke'en sudat mitzvah b'lo basar v'yayin. U'ledat Rabbeinu milublim zal gam dagim lo yechsam sudat mitzvah. Gotta have fish too, not just basar v'yayin. U'kedai zechut sudat mitzvah ma gam sudat siyum levatel me'aleinu kol gzerot kashot v'raot u'lekarev et biyat b'shichenu b'mhera b'yameinu amen. And therefore, concludes Rabbi Zilberstein, skip a couple of lines. Lisikum, ein lihimana milismoach b'simchat malkeinu machamat tzarot hamilchama. Adarabba, tzarich letasef yachad v'lismoach b'simcha shel mitzvah. Ub'shat simcha shel mitzvah, lihitpalel el HaKadosh Baruch Hu, sheyirachem aleinu, v'yakum lanu, lahatzilenu min mivakshe ra'atenu, v'techazena einenu b'shuv Hashem et shivat Zion, v'armon al mishpato yeshev, v'Yisrael yishkon lavetach. Amen. Kain yehi ratzon. The lives that we lead are exalted lives. We are very special, wonderful Jews. You come, you sit all morning, you're fasting on Tisha B'Av. You're holy Jews. The lives that we lead are not simply lives of Heilalus and lives of Gashmias and lives of physical pleasure and enjoyment. We live incredibly meaningful lives. We live lives of chesed. We live lives of chesed. The amount of chesed that has been generated in Kihilat Ra'anana is unbelievable. And in so many other kihilot. Imo anachi b'tzara. We live holy lives. And those lives are worth living. And going to a brit, and going to a simcha, and singing zmirot, and going to a wedding, and walking in the street, and helping people, and davening and learning. This is what we're supposed to do. While at the same time, we're not mesiach da'at for a second from what goes on around us. I have drawn personally a great deal of chizuk from this tshuva, from the precedent. I would even say the paradigm of this tshuva. Have the siyum, blow it out, get the band, get the meal, basar v'yayin, have a simcha shel mitzvah. Our lives, our daily, regular, ongoing lives is a simcha shel mitzvah. We live mitzvah lives. So not every second are we doing a mitzvah, so we have to go to work. But that's who we are. That's what this community is. I'm in awe of our community. Holy Jews live holy lives and have a right and are required to continue to live holy lives with all that it entails, with all of the simcha that is a part of that, without for a second forgetting about or being oblivious to what's going on around us and within us. Let's move on to page 17. There's a Gemara Masechet Ketubot. But I want to share with you now, having made the case for the, the word that comes to my mind is piety, exaltedness, sincerity, authenticity, profound authenticity of our community, is a struggle that I have and that maybe some of you share. I mentioned before that the primary theme of even the keynote that deal with Churban Beit HaMikdash is our relationship with God. I don't know about you, but I've been having a lot of trouble davening in the last couple of months. I mean, I daven, I'm supposed to daven. Tzadik Hashem b'chol derachav. Hodul Hashem ki tov ki la'olam chasto. Karov Hashem l'chol korav. I say the words, and actually I believe them, but it's hard. I don't understand what's going on, and I realize that I have no reason to think that I should understand what's going on, because I'm a little shmendrik, nothing, nobody, human being, puny, nothing. But I think that I should understand how God runs the world. It's utterly ridiculous. But I'm struggling. And I went looking for passages that try to help me. Today's Tisha B'Av, the Churban Beit HaMikdash, the imperfection of the world. God removed himself from the Jewish people, the Midrashim, the beginning of Eicha, even before we get to Perek Aleph, Pasek Aleph in Midrash Eicha Rabbah, there's what's called the Petichtot, called proems in English, P-R-O-E-M-S. There's some 30-something introductory essays, let's call it, to Midrash Eicha. Some of them are a couple of pages, and some of them are 4 lines. And a theme in many of them, the one that I'm thinking about is number 24, which pops up again in one of the keynote later on, the second half of number 24, where God pays a visit, and Yirmiyahu pays a visit to the Avot, what's going on? Stand up. Defend your people. The first part is where HaKadosh Baruch Hu is sitting in the Beit HaMikdash. And he says, as long as I'm here, the temple cannot possibly be destroyed. If I'm here, then I'm a magain for the Beit HaMikdash. But I think the Beit HaMikdash should be destroyed, and so therefore, Asalek l'mekomi harishon, and I'm going to leave the Beit HaMikdash. I'm going to go back. So he leaves, and as soon as God leaves, Midrash says, Ba'u Aivim v'chilaluha, and they destroy the Beit HaMikdash, and then God starts to cry. Ein li makom yeshiva ba'aretz, my place of dwelling in this world is gone, and I'm flying around, kitzipor boded, and I don't have an anchor, and he's crying. And he bumps into Mitatron, some heavenly host angel, And Metatron tries to say to him, please stop crying. You know what? I'll cry instead of you. You stop crying. He was upset that he saw God crying. You understand? He's upset. You can imagine when a little child sees a parent cry, it's like earth-shattering. No, the rock is now falling to pieces. Metatron sees the Rabbanu Shalom crying. Hashem says, get out of my face. I'm going to cry, and I'm continuing to cry. And God has removed himself. Hester Panim. Look at the Gemara in Masachet Ketubot, Samach Vav Amud Bet, page 17. Tana Rabbana. Line number 5. Tana Rabbanan Samach Vav Amud Bet Ketubot. Ma'aseh Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So we know Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is a big player in the Churban Bayit Sheni. Ma'aseh Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai she'haya rochev al hachamor, v'haya yotzei miYerushalayim v'hayu talmidav mehalchin acharav. As befits Chashav Rabbi, he doesn't just march out on his own. He has a livui. His talmidim are accompanying him as should be. Ra'a riva achat shehayta melaketet se'orim mibein gilalei behemtan shel arviyim. He sees a young girl who was gathering barley, scooping it out from the excrement of animals belonging to Arabs. In other words, she's so hungry, she so has nothing that she's scraping out from the worst place. She could find a shtikala epis, a kernel of a barley. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and his Talmidim see this sight. Kivin shera'ata oto, when she saw him, nit'atfa b'sa'ara. She covered her face with her hair. She tried to adopt some tzniut posture, is what I think is going on. Va'amda lefanav. And he stops Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, he stops the chamor, and she engages him in a conversation. Amar lo Rebbe parnaseni. I need food. Give me food. Sustain me. Amar la, so he says to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, bat mi'at, who are you? Something must have triggered that question. And we'll see in a moment, there's some flicker of recognition. Who are you? Amra lo bat Nakdimon ben Gurion ani. So those of you who know your Tisha B'Av Gemara, there are certain things you're allowed to learn on Tisha B'Av. I have a liberal definition of that halacha. Rabbi Soloveitchik had an unbelievably liberal definition of that halacha. Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Shulchan Aruch says you have to learn Dvarim Hara'im Yirmiyah. You could learn Eov, but Talmud Torah is Asur and Tisha B'Av Pikudei Hashem Yeshar Mesamchei Lev, and you could learn Midrashecha. You could learn Yirmiyah. You could learn the Gemara in Hanizaken and Masachet Gittin, the few pages. Rabbi Soloveitchik was off and running. Years and years and years, every year. I remember two things. One year, he got himself caught up in some machloket between the Rambam and Hilchot Psuli HaMikdoshin and a Ramban and the Milchemet somewhere at the end of Psachim. And he's going, and it's all, and then all of a sudden he stops. And he says, maybe we shouldn't be doing this today. All right. And he kept on going. Because it's all Me'nyana D'Yoma. 1 year. So the Rav used to go till 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, we would daven mincha. And then he would go to the cemetery to visit his wife. His wife passed away in 1967. He was extremely close to her. he used to go to YU to teach every week, and then every Friday morning, he used to go to the cemetery to visit his wife in the Baker Street Cemetery in West Roxbury, which is 10-minute drive from Brookline, where he lived. And after Mincha, he'd go visit his wife. There is a Magen Avram that says to go to the Beis HaKfaras Tisha B'Av afternoon. There is such a custom. And then he would come back, and then we'd sit around. In the morning, there were, I don't know how many people. In the afternoon, he had a minyan before Ma'ariv. He would sit down, he'd pull out a sefer, and we would start learning till we got to Ma'ariv. So this particular year, he pulled out a sefer, he opens up the Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch says, you can only learn, there's a small list of texts, there's a small syllabus for the Torah study on Tisha B'Av. He's reading it, and he's reading it, and he's reading it, and then he stops and he says, what about today? And then he says, it should be my worst Aveira. That's what he said. It should be my worst Aveira. That's like amazing. It's amazing. So I'm not into the Rambam and Hilchos Psuli HaMikdashin and the Rabban and the Milchames. But I range beyond those particular texts that are explicitly mentioned. So we have a Gemara in Ksubos. You see, this is Meinyan Diyom. I don't feel guilty for accusing. I don't even think it's an Avera that I'm doing by doing this. So she says to him, this Riva, feed me. He says, who are you? I'm the daughter of Nakdimon ben Gurion. Nakdimon ben Gurion, the Gemara tells us on Daf Nun Vav, Amid Aleph and Masachet Gitin, was fabulously wealthy. Amar la, biti, mamon shel beit avich, hechan halach. You come from a wealthy family. You're scrounging around the gilalei of the behemtan shel arviyim. Amar lo, so she says to him, Rabbi, lo kedain matlin matla. Isn't this a saying that people say? Don't they say this proverb? What's the proverb? B'Yerushalayim, Melach mamon chaser, va'amri la chesed. Rashi, Melach mamon chaser, harotze limloach mamono. If somebody wants to salt their money, namely, klomar ligrom lo sheyit kayem, if you want to keep your money, you don't want to lose your money, yachserenu litzdaka tamid, you should give away a lot to tzedakah. It's an incredible statement. V'chesrono zehu kiyumo. So the melach mamon chaser, the way to salt your money is to remove your money. Or v'amrei le chesed, you should do chesed with your money. Right, it's sort of ironic, it's sort of counterintuitive. The more money you want, the more money you should give away. Incredible. And apparently, my father didn't do that. He didn't do enough chesed. And so he lost his money. V'shel beit chamich heichanhu, continues Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. She was married into a chashuva family. Amra lo, bazeh v'ibeid zeh, Rashi, lefi shenitarev bo. They both lost their money. Their money was nitarev. They had a common pot of money. They had a common account, and everything was gone. Amra lo, she says to him, Rebbe, zachorata, kishechatamta al ktubati. You remember, you were at my wedding, and you signed my ksuba, you remember? Amar lahen, at which point Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai turns to his entourage. Amar lahen letalmidav zachorani, kishechatamti al ktubata shel zu, v'hayiti koreba You know that if you're an aide on a ksuba, you can't just walk up and sign. You have to read it. You have to know what you're signing. That's good advice. If you sign something, you know what you're signing. So you should read the ketubah. So I read it. V'hayiti koreh ba'elef alafim dinrei zahav mi beit avia chutz mishel chamia. Oh my God, this ketubah, millions and millions of dollars were written into, it was a sliding amount. It wasn't just the Matayim Zkukim Kesav Tzorov. Elef alfei dinrei zahav, just from her father. Forget about what she got from her father-in-law. Rashi, Tosefet, shehosif laha chatan. Bacha Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And he starts to cry. The Amar, Ashreichem Yisrael. Bizman she'osin ritzono shel makom, ein kol uma v'lashon sholetet bahem. Ubizman she'ein osin ritzono shel makom, mosrin biyad uma shfela, v'lo biyad uma shfela, ela biyad behemtan shel uma shfela. That was his response. Then the Gemara says, wait a minute, Naktima ben Gurion did give tzedakah. What are you telling me? You're beating up on him. He didn't give tzedakah. That's why he lost his money. And the Gemara is off and running. The Maharsha and many other commentaries ask a question on this Gemara, on Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's statement. Ashreichem Yisrael. He prefaces his comment with Ashreichem Yisrael. So ask the Maharsha at the bottom of the page. I understand Ashreichem Yisrael for the first part of the statement. Bizman she'osim ritzono shel makom, ein kol uma v'lashon sholetet bahem Ashreichem Yisrael. That's great. But where's Ashreichem Yisrael in the second part of the comment? Ashreichem Yisrael, how praised are you, how blessed are you, how special you are, how wonderful you are, that when you don't do Ritzono Shel Makom, you have to dig around in the excrement of animals. That's Ashreichem Yisrael. Ashreichem Yisrael is, you're like zero? The Ashreichem Yisrael goes on both. Frek the Maharsha, Omar Ashreichem Yisrael, big letters, Ashreichem, halfway down. Bizman she'atem osim Ritzono Shel Makom, ובזמן שאין עושים רצונו, אמר אשריכם על שני הצדדים. I read the Maharsha, I try to understand the Maharsha. I am aspiring to be zoche to understand the Maharsha. כי באמת שני ההפכיות הם למעלות ישראל. You know what? It's a maila for Yisrael, even when things are so difficult for them. Our connection to God is profound and rock solid, and we are ashreichem even when the going is very rough. It's not just ashreichem after the 6-Day War. I told you I was here after the 6-Day War. It was euphoria. It was unbelievable what was going on here after the 6-Day War. The first Tisha B'Av, there were 100,000 Jews. We walked around the Choma of the Ir Atikah, and we piled into the Rechava in front of the Kotel. It was mamish a Yom Tiv. People had to pinch themselves that it was Tisha B'Av. It was such simcha. That I understand, Ashreichem Yisrael. It's hard to understand Ashreichem Yisrael. Bizman she'ein osin ritzono shel makom. I don't feel comfortable applying that to any situation, but the result is a difficult result for us. כי באמת שני ההפכיות הם למעלות ישראל, כי כל אומה ואומה יש לה שר מזל בשמיים, מה שאין כן ישראל שאין להם שום מזל, אבל הם חלק השם כי יעקב חבל נחלתו. We have a direct pipeline. Every other nation has a representative. We're direct. ועל כן כשעושים רצונו, הם למעלה מכל האומות ושריהם. Skip to the next line. אבל כשאין עושים רצונו, HaKadosh Baruch Hu misalek shchinato mehem hester panim. I'm feeling hester panim. Kadosh Baruch Hu misalek shchinato mehem v'hareihem shvelim v'nivzim mikol ha'umot sheyesh lahem sar umazal uli Yisrael ein sar umazal. That we feel the closeness to God even in the rejection. That the rejection is so profound, it's the polar opposite of feeling the deep power of the presence of God, that the absence of God, it's kind of an irony and it's hard for me to understand and I try to connect to it. Ashreichem Yisrael under all circumstances. And that it's important for us to feel Ashreichem Yisrael. In a way, it's easier because we have Medinat Yisrael. I mean, it's unbelievable. Shechianu v'kiyimanu v'giyanu lazman hazeh. It's unbelievable. And we feel the presence of God. We feel Ashreichem Yisrael under all circumstances, even when things get very, very difficult. And that's what I'm trying to hold on to. And that's what I'm trying to access. Let's skip to the end. Let's skip to page 21. Let's skip to the left side of page 21. I want to conclude with this comment. Eicha ends. The end of Perek Hey in Eicha. Lama lanetzach tishkachenu ta'azvenu la'orech yamim. Hashivenu Hashem elecha v'nashuva chadesh yamenu kekedem. Ki im ma'os ma'astanu. Simple translation, you have utterly rejected us. Katzafta aleinu ad ma'od, you've been very angry at us. No, we know the minhag. We don't want to end b'devar ra. So we remind ourselves of the penultimate pasuk, and we again go back, and Hashivenu Hashem elecha v'noshuva chadesh yimenu kekedem is a much nicer ending than ki im ma'os ma'astanu katzafta aleinu ad ma'od. Says Rashi on the left side of page 21, the last Rashi in Sefer Eicha, Hashivenu Hashem mipnei shemisayim b'divrei tochacha utzrach likpol mikra shelefanav pa'am acheret. So we repeat Hashivenu Hashem elech v'nashuva, and it's not the only time. There are other times in Tanakh. V'chein Yeshaya utrei asar kohelet. It ends not so nice. We repeat. The Torah Tamima quotes Yerushalmi in Brachas. Ki im ma'os matinu l'neviim harishonim shayu chotmim et divreihem b'divrei nechamot. Ay v'aktiv ki im ma'os ma'astanu. Hashivenu tachat ki ma'os ma'astan. So there's a long tradition of going back to say Hashivenu. The Torah Tamima in his commentary, Rabbi Baruch Halevi Epstein, quotes Rabbeinu Yonah with a different perspective. Because after all, why did Yirmiyahu end Eicha on such a terrible note? Rabbeinu Yonah, it's halfway down the right column, in Brachot Perek Hey, B'Perusho LaHayerushalmi, B'Zeh Lashono. V'chi mai dichtiv ki im ma'os ma'astanu eina tochacha. Right? We think that it's a terrible thing, and therefore we don't want to end with it. So therefore we have to repeat Hashivenu. You know what? It's not a tochacha. I'll tell you the pshat in this pasuk. Shekein ritzono lomar v'chi ma'os me'astanu. Me'isa means absolute total distance and rejection. Ma'os means disgusting. It means cut off the relationship. Ketzef, katsafta means anger. What does it mean to get angry? It means now I'm angry, but in a few minutes I'm not going to be angry. It's not forever. It's not always. Me'isa is always. Kitzifa is for the time being. Ki im ma'os me'astanu? Question mark. Were you me'isa on us? You didn't utterly reject us. Katzafta aleinu ad ma'od. All you did was you got angry at us. And if all you did was get angry at us, yeah, ad ma'od, I got it. But the relationship will continue. We'll get over the kitzifa. You'll get over it. V'chi ma'os ma'astanu, v'halo katzafta aleinu, klomar lo hayta hasin'a kol kach tiv'it shelo tashuv eleinu u'tama'es otanu. Kamo hadavar ha'ma'us she'ein adam rotzeh bo klal. It's meus, it's disgusting. Feh, nothing, forever, gone. It revolts me. That's not what happened. Ela katzafta aleinu, umisha kotzef, chozer umitratzeh. And he says the same thing. He has a perush on Chumash, the last page. Baruch Halevi Epstein, Tosefet Bracha. And he has a pshat in a pasuk in Bechukotai, where he makes exactly the same point and parallels this last pasuk in Eicha. Val pizeh efshar lefaresh ma shehamakonen b'megillat Eicha siyem hamegillah b'pasuk, second paragraph, page 21. Ki im ma'os ma'astanu katzafta aleinu ad ma'od. U'lechaora siyum hamegillah b'lashon zeh eino min adin. Ki mefurash kaimelon she'en mesaymin b'tochacha. V'hapasuk omer al ta'amod b'devar ra. And he makes reference, and therefore the minhag is, as we saw in the Yerushalmi and in Rashi, so we repeat Ashivenu. Ach lefi she'be'arnu ein lashon zeh inyan ra ki im remez nechama. That's how I want to end the introduction. Remez nechama ki rotzeh lomar ki af im ma'os ma'astanu eino mipnei shenim'asim anu behechlet be'einecha chas v'shol ki im mipnei shekatzafta aleinu ad ma'od avol hein ketzef lo la'olam ya'amod v'cha asher ya'avor tashuv l'rachamenu u'l'chonenenu. So it's a very difficult day. It's a very hard day. We're living in difficult times. We're living in very hard times. It's not ma'os ma'astanu. It's katzafta aleinu. And our tefillah is that the Jewish people and Medinat Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu will get through the ketzef. V'cha asher ya'avor tashuv l'rachamenu u'l'chonenenu. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we're going to start reading the keynote. We begin the keynote in the middle. The keynote that we begin now, I have the Rosenfeld British edition of the keynote, Reverend Abraham Rosenfeld, first published in 1965. You have whatever editions you have. I hope the numbers are the same, but I'll announce the number that I have and also the Dibra Maschel, the first couple of words, so that we should all be together. Shavasuru meni shemauni ochroi. So the first word of these paragraphs. Number 8, I have Chet, continuing from last night. Shavat Suru Meni Shema'uni Ochrai. It's the first one after putting back the Sefer Torah. So the first word of each of these paragraphs, Shavat Nafla Al Har Tzion, follows the first word of each of the last psukim in Eicha. So we're connecting the keynote to Sefer Eicha. Now you notice the second word in each of these paragraphs follow the Aleph Bet, but they start with Samach. Suru, many, Odenu, ayin, al Pnei, pei, al Har Tzion, tzadu, tzadi, ata kalem kuf, lama ruach reish, hashiveni sisi, sin, kitam Schacter taf. So it follows the Aleph Bet, but it begins in the middle. That's what I meant when I said it begins in the middle. It begins with Samach. Why does it begin with Samach? So the simple interpretation is because until Samach has already been taken. Now, I don't know which edition of the keynote you have, but this morning at Shacharis, in the edition that I have, Chazarat Hashatz is different than the Tfilah B'Lachash. The Tfilah B'Lachash is straight, and in fact, the Chazarat Hashatz here was also straight. But there is a whole tradition. There is a tradition that in the middle, every bracha in the Shmoneh Esrei has a addition of Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, and it follows the Aleph Bet. And I copied here some of it for you. So on page 24, on the left side, this is the beginning of the Chazarat Hashatz in this Reverend Rosenfeld edition. Do your editions have? Do other editions have? I haven't checked. Does the Koren edition have? Does the Art Scroll edition have? So it's chaval. Even if we don't say it, we should at least know that something like this exists. So right after Melech Hoser Moshe Magen, you have now a few examples in front of you in the handout on page 24. Elazar HaKalir inserts a section, A'avich biyom mevech, A'avich with an aleph. And then the next bracha, Mechayim Esim, has a beis, and then a gimel. And then the bottom left, V'la Malshinim, before the bracha of Shover Oivim Umachnia Zedim, has a li with a lamed. And then the next bracha has a mem. And then the next bracha, V'liyushalayim Yercha Berachamim Tashuv, V'tishkom b'tocha ka'asher dibarta, U'v'nei ota b'karov b'yameinu b'inyan olam, V'chisei David me'era l'tocha tachin, inserts Ana with a nun. And that's it. In the Chazarat Hashatz, Rabbi Elazar HaKalir goes only through the bracha of Yerushalayim Yercha, which is the culmination, which we understand. I mean, what bracha is more relevant to today? And that's where he ends, and he ends with Anna with the letter Nun. And that's why now that we continue after Chazarat Hashatz and after we put away the Torah, we begin with Samach, because we're in the middle of the conversation. We already have Aleph through Nun, and now we begin Samach. That's one explanation, and that I think is the most logical explanation. Look at that tzlach on the top right of page 24. The tzlach. Who's the tzlach? I always tell my students, his mother didn't say, tzlachala, tzlachala, come here, tzlachala, take out the garbage, tzlachala. When you took a bath, did you clean behind your ears last night? So tzlachala had a name. we have a propensity that we name people after the title of their books, and we do it in this case too, but not this book. We do it the other book, Noda B'Yehuda. The Noda B'Yehuda says, the Noda B'Yehuda doesn't say anything. Rabbi Cheska Landau says. Shulchan Aruch doesn't say anything. Rabbi Yosef Karo says. The Chofetz Chaim doesn't say anything. Rabbi Yisrael Meir HaKohen says. We name people after their books. It's not nice. They had a name. Their parents gave him a name. His name was Rabbi Cheska Landau, lived in the second half of the 18th century. He was a towering powerhouse. In the second half of the 18th century, he started off his career in a small shtetl called Yampol. This is in the middle of the 18th century in Yampol. And he inserted himself as a small-town rabbi into the world-shattering Emden Eibschitz controversy when Rabbi Yaakov Emden and Rabbi Yonasan Eibschitz were locked in mortal battle. Well, there was really not the two of them. It was mostly their followers. Rabbi Yonasan stayed above the fray, and Rav Yecheska Landau tried to make a compromise between them that did not go over very well. And then he moved to Irvein B'Yisrael, Prague, and he's known mostly as the Rav HaRashi, the Av Beit Din of Prague, for a number of decades. He wrote Tu Chalakim Shelotu Tshuva, Noda B'Yehuda. He's buried in Prague, but he's not buried in the main cemetery in Prague. You've been to Prague. It's a very famous cemetery that has a lot of layers. He's buried in a little faraway cemetery and left a lasting impression from his greatness and his leadership and his rabbinic acumen. And he wrote Tzlach Tzion Lenefesh Chaya, a parish on a couple of Masechtas. One of them was Brachot. And in his parish on Brachot, Lamed Daled, Veda. The context here is not relevant for us at this moment. But me'inyan le'inyan la'oso inyan, he comes to Inyana Diyoma for us. Veda shebekrovetz l'tisha ba'av shenoagin ba'ashkenaz, v'hakalir yasdo kamo shekosav maharil, v'siyem b'bonei Yerushalayim ba'ot nun, Ana anachnu, bottom left, page 24, you have it right in front of you. This is exactly what we saw a moment ago and what Rabbi Landau was referring to. V'lachein, this is my point, hitchil hakina she'achar hatfila shava tsurumeni shematchelet ba'ot samach. Why do we begin surumeni ba'ot samach? Because we took care of Aleph through Nun already in the Chazarat Hashatz. V'chatum b'sof hakina Elazar. Paitanim anchor slip their names in Remez in the Kina. So this you have to really dig deep to find the Remez, and it's there. Elazar is at the end of the Kina. V'hinei bekrovetz hahu betchilato bebirchat magen Avraham, anin sham me'ot. If you look right to the left of that in the second line of what some Jews have accustomed to recite during Chazarat Hashatz, which we don't, the second line is, A'avin sham me'ot. I've been pondering already for 900 years. Ki lo dash ben gorni, Mashiach has not yet come. For 900 years already, it's bothering me that Mashiach has not yet come. And the Tzlach here, and other, primarily historians, try to figure out what's 900 years. Are you trying to tell me that Rabbi Elazar HaKalir lived 900 years after the destruction of the temple? That means Rabbi Elazar HaKalir lived in the 10th century. There's a Tosfos in Chagiga that says that he lived, he was one of the Tanoim. Rabbi Lezer HaGadol was Lezer HaKalir. Huge debate among traditional sources, academic sources. When did Rabbi Lezer HaKalir live? And sure enough, our friend Tzlach is bothered by this. Now, you wouldn't think that the Noid Yehuda was Geitemon, the biography of Rabbi Lezer HaKalir. I don't care when he lived. I care about what he wrote. I care about the incredible impact that he had. But he's very upset. He can't figure this out. And he continues and he says, V'nei bekrovetz b'tchilato b'birchat magen Avraham, a'anin shameot yayin sham, v'nimtza zehu al kol panim achar shnat taf shin chaf chet le'elef hachamishi. That means if he lived 900 years after the destruction of the temple, he lived the destruction of the temple. There's also a difference between traditional sources and academic sources. When was Churban Bayis Sheni? What did they tell you in preschool? Well, you're okay? When was Churban Bayis Sheni? What year? The year 70 of the Common Era. But in traditional sources, it computes to the year 68 of the Common Era. So you'll say, correctly so, Ma'ich Batli, 68, 70, it's bad enough. But he has 68. So he says if it's 900 years, so it's 968. He lives in the year 968 of the Common Era, which is Ela Shnat Tafshin Chavched Elef HaChamishi Libriot Olam. Can be. It's a Beferish Tosfos that says that he was a Tana. Must be Zok the Heilig Tzlach. Must be Zeh Hosif Echad Michachmei Dorot HaAchronim Lahagdil Ke'ev HaChurban Ulahosif Yagon Bizmano Shekvar Avar Yoter Michameot LeChurban. Aval Bizman HaKalir Imhu Rabbi Lazar Rabbi Shimon K'mo shekasav HaTosfos Sham B'Chagiga on Daf Yud Gimel Amud Aleph V'hu haya Bizman Rabbeinu HaKadosh Umeit even Kodem Rabbeinu HaKadosh. So he's trying to figure out the dates. I resonate with this. As a historian, I try to keep my different worlds together. And when the Tzlach has a historical commentary, Bamir Verd Varm in the hearts. That's my kind of commentary. So the Tzlach Mitten Derinnen in his Perish on Brachas tries to figure out when did Rabbi Lezer HaKalir live. And he says something really interesting, that this is an interpolation. That's really interesting, that he didn't write this. Rabbi Lezer HaKalir did not write this. But some Chacham wrote later on wanted to be Magdil V'Ke'ev HaChurban, and he was living after the year 968 in the 10th century. So whatever was written here, Avchin Matayim Shana V'Ki'od Dash Ben Gorni. So this fellow, this wonderful Jew in the 10th century said, no, it's not Matayim, it's already 900. So you shouldn't extrapolate from the 900 as a raya when he lived, because he didn't write it, somebody else wrote it. On page 25, I have another reason why I think it begins with the letter Samach. I think this is the real reason. I think the emes reason is because we finished Aleph through Nun, and it's a Beferish Tzlach, but I have like a symbolic reason, and that is Gemara in Brachas Dalet Amud Beis on page 25. Why do we start with the Samach? The Gemara here says, right before the lines get wide, Amar Rabbi Elazar Amar Rabbi Yavina Kol Omer Tehillah LeDavid B'chol Yom Shalosh Pa'amim Muftach Lo Shehu Ben Olam Haba. And it explains why this is something really special. I mean, that's like incredible. Just say Ashrei 3 times a day. And then as I got older, I used to think this is like a cheap way in. You know, and then when I got older, and I'm not a businessman, like it's now 4 o'clock on Tuesday and I'm in the middle of a business meeting and I have to daven mincha and I got to go out and tell 14 people sitting around the table trying to make a closing on a real estate deal, on the lawyers from 6 different sides, because they're all investors and everybody has a lawyer. And I have to say, excuse me, I need 15 minutes for private time. and holding up everybody else, and the clock is ticking for every lawyer, the clock is ticking for every client, it's heroic to say Ashrei 3 times a day. It's mamash heroic. And I'm not a businessman. I'm like a teacher or something. So I'm like really into this. I have now realized that this statement is incredibly significant. It's not so pashut to say Ashrei 3 times a day. Kolo omer tila leDavid b'chol yom 3 pa'amim. Free ticket, pass go, you're done, olam haba. Asks the Gemara, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, mipnei malo nemar nun ba'ashrei. There's no nun in Ashrei. Follows the alphabet, but there's no nun. Mipnei sheyesh ba mapalatan shel sonei Yisrael. It's obviously a euphemism. They don't want to say what it is, so they say mapalatan shel sonei Yisrael. Dichtiv nafla lo tosif kum bitulat Yisrael. Nafla lo tosif kum bitulat Yisrael. You're going to fall down, you're never going to get up. So it's a bad pasuk. V'ma'arava mitarzi lahachi nafla v'lo tosif kama linpol od kum bitulat Yisrael. So they had a positive spin on this pasuk. But meanwhile, we don't say nun. We don't say nun in Ashrei. I mean, that's like, which means that we learn pshat like the first pshat, that it's not a nice pasuk. So I never understood this, because I'll find you a nun that's a nice pasuk, or I'll find you a zayin that's not a nice pasuk. Okay. What interests me is the following. Amar Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak afilu hachi chazar v'samchan beruach hakodesh shene'emar somech Hashem l'chol hanoflet. So JJ wants to say the reason why the Kinah begins with a samach is because it's a letter of hope. The Gemara here tells us that after the nafla, we get picked up with the samach. Somech Hashem l'chol hanoflim. I'm not saying this is the reason. It's not the reason. But I'm a retchain. If we're saying already a samach, I know I'm going to say keynote. I know I'm going to mourn for the destruction of the temple. I know it's pretty bad. But I begin with a samach. I'm going to begin with katzafta aleinu ad ma'od, not with ma'os ma'astanu. Ma'os ma'astanu, there's no way out. Ki'im ma'os ma'astanu, you weren't ma'os ma'astanu. You were katzafta, and it's ad ma'od, and it is ad ma'od. But there's a samach. There's going to be a samach. There's going to be a somech Hashem l'chol hanoflim. So let's start now with this keynote. Shavasu meni shmoni ochroi. Let's say it together. Tzchiumos esimuni bedrei chaveroi. Sakosa mishkan mischos diburai. Sakosa vuv lugu giborai. Sofku chafamu adu aivarai. Kisila cholabirai. Naflo deinu betzul dechuya. Eini chiksa lachazon ben berechia. Ad pilei gilgol chavuya. Eini me'oleles bi'avanis nechuya. Asa v'nicham vayikra lebichia v'nam alei le'ani bochia. Eini chiksa lachazon ben berechia. Who's ben berechia? So Zechariah ben berechia. What's the eini chiksa lachazon? What chazon are we referring to here? So Rabbi Soloveitchik said we have two options. The option that he favored is not the one that I want to favor this year. The option he favored was Tzom ha-revi'i v'tzom ha-chamishi v'tzom ha-shvi'i v'tzom ha-asiri yihiyeh lebeit Yehuda l'sasonu l'simcha. That the fast of the 4th month, which is Shavasar B'Tammuz, the fast of the 5th month today, The fast of the 7th month is Tzom Gedalia. The fast of the 10th month, Tzom HaAsiri, is Asara B'Tevet. Yeh Beit Yehuda l'sasonu l'simcha. One day we're going to get past them. Eini chiksa. This is what Kalir tells us now. I know I'm deep in, but I'm peeking up. My eye is peeking up, trying to crawl out. And I'm looking forward to the Chazon of Ben Berechia. There's another Chazon of Ben Berechia, and that is written on a shelet in the Rova Yehudi. There's a shelet on a wall quoting a pasuk of Zechariah. What's the pasuk? Od yeshvu zekenim uzekenot berachovot Yerushalayim. So if you look, please, turn to page 61. Turn to page 61. Famous Gemara at the end of Masachet Makot. We'll start with the second story. Shuv Pam Achat. It's the second entry, third line. Chav Dalet Amud Bet. Shuv Pam Achat Hayu Olin Yerushalayim. Kivin she'igiu lahar habayit ra'ushu al she'yatza mibeit kadshei hakodoshim. So he's walking with all these rabbis. The rabbis were mentioned earlier. Ukvar haya, 4 lines from the bottom of the previous, in the middle where it's underlined. Kvar haya, Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Yoshua, Rabbi Akiva, Ma'alchin Baderech. And now they're getting closer. Before they were further away, and there's an exchange between them. And now we're getting closer. Shuv Pam Achat. Now we're coming to Yerushalayim. Kivin shegiu el har habayit. Karu bigdehem. Kivin shegiu el har habayit karu bigdehem. Who was Kara bigdehem? Look at the Eitz Yosef in his commentary, a parish on the Ein Yaakov at the bottom. Kivin shegiu el har hatzofim karu bigdehem. Quotes a Gemara Masachet Moed Katan, at which point you have to tear kriya when you're getting close to Har HaBayit. V'ikdim zeh lahorot al masher Rabbi Akiva sachak, shelo haya zeh mehe'eder aveilato al Yerushalayim. Later on, we're going to see that Rabbi Akiva started to laugh. That's one of the most famous Gemaras in the context of Inyana Diyoma. So you shouldn't think that he was just oblivious to the destruction. Ela shekulam karu. V'gam Rabbi Akiva b'chlal. Okay, so at this point, Rabbi Akiva tears kriya. He comes to Har HaTzofim, right? You've been there. Har HaTzofim, you see Har HaBayit. Tear kriya, done. Everybody's tearing kriya. Back to the Gemara. Kivin she'igiu lahar habayit, ra'u shu'al sheyatza mibeit kodshei hakodoshim etchilu hein bochin, v'Rabbi Akiva mitzachek, amru lo mipnei ma ata mitzachek. Amar lahem mipnei ma atem bochim, as if he didn't know mipnei ma atem bochim, because he wanted to tell him something. Amru lo makom shekatuv bo va'azara karev yumad va'achshav shu'alim hilchu bo v'lo nifkeh. Amar lahen lachen ani mitzachek. And he goes through a whole analysis. He has 2 psukim. There's a sad pasuk and there's a happy pasuk. Now that I see the sad pasuk being mikuyam, now I know that the happy pasuk, ad shalonit kaima, wide line, nevuah shel Uriah, hayiti mityarei, shalot titkayem, nevuato shel Zechariah. Achshav shenitkaima nevuato shel Uriah, biyadua shenevuato shel Zechariah mitkayemet. Amru lo, famous, Akiva, nichamtanu, Akiva nichamtanu. One of his sichot, Rav Amital Zichrono Levracha, quotes this Gemara. And he asks a question. What's the nevuah of Zechariah that got Rabbi Akiva all excited? So he quotes here the pasuk, 4 lines from the bottom. Od yeshvu zakenim uzakenot berachovot Yerushalayim. Yes, Rav Amital, like that's it? That's the pasuk from Zechariah? That the Altachis are going to be sitting and drinking tea on the street corner in Yerushalayim? I don't know, maybe there's some more exalted things that are going to be going on. There's a Nuvav, Zechariah, Rani v'simchi bat Zion, ki hinei ba v'shachanti b'torchech nu'um Hashem. There are like jaw-dropping prophecies of Zechariah. V'yadat ki Hashem tzvakot shlachani elayach. This is it? So the rest of the next pasuk says that the children are going to be walking around. So when I was younger, I identified, okay, good, the children are going to walk around. Then when I got to be middle-aged, I got depressed because it doesn't say that the middle-aged guys are going to walk around. It says the Yaladim and the Yaladot, and it says the Zekenim and the Zekenot. So I was feeling like they forgot about my age, in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. I don't know when one qualifies, but I feel I'm qualifying now. I'm back in the game. I'm already a chalchaim b'zekenim b'zekenot, so I'm back in the game. So I feel better. But this is it, right? The big nevuah that Rabbi Akiva at the end of Masechet Makot, that he was laughing. Wow, someday old people are going to be sitting in the street. So this year, I think I began to understand it. And I want to relate it to another question. The Mishnah says at the end of Maseches Tainis, Chamisha Dvarim Yiras Avoseinu b'Shiva Asar b'Tammuz v'Chamisha b'Tisha B'Av. So what happened on Shiva Asar b'Tammuz? Number one is Nishtabru Aluchot, and the second one is Batel HaTamid. Batel HaTamid. Was only the Tamid that was Batel? All the Karbanot were Batelim. In fact, in the Slichot that the Nusach Ashkenaz has for Shavasar B'Tammuz, the first Slicha, I brought a copy of it, I'm sorry, I came to this after I prepared the handout. Atanu lecha yotzer ruchot. I'm reading from the first slichot of Shiva Asar B'Tammuz. Ki b'Shiva Asar B'Tammuz nishtabru aluchot. Second, ki b'Shiva Asar B'Tammuz nisrafu haTorah. That's further down the list. Third, ki b'Shiva Asar B'Tammuz ha'emid tzelem b'Heichal. That's further down the list. Ki b'Shiva Asar B'Tammuz hufka ha'ir. That's most famous what happened on Shiva Asar B'Tammuz. And then we have 3 stanzas in the Slichot. You'll check it out. Ki v'shiva asar b'tamuz batala tamid. Ki v'shiva asar b'tamuz batlu ola v'zavach. Ki v'shiva asar b'tamuz batlu korbanot. So why does the Mishnah single out only Batel HaTamid? I was listening to a talk by Rabbi Yaakov Glasser, who now works for the OU, who quoted from Shuvi V'Nechzi. Shuvi V'Nechzi is Rav Moshe Shapiro, who asks this question. Dihinei l'cha'orat tamua, mai denakat bitul hatamid bedavka, the hakol hakorbanot batlu. There is a famous Hakdama to Ein Yaakov that nobody knows where it comes from. The Ein Yaakov says as a machlokes, what's the most important pasuk in the Torah? What's the most, you have to crunch it down, what's the most important pasuk? So Ben Zoma says, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. I get it, that's like a big one. Ben Nana says, V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. I get that one too. These are powerful, incredibly central verses. Shimon ben Pazai Omer, Matzinu Pasuk Kolel Yoter Vahu. Are you familiar with this? V'sakeves ha'echad taseh baboker. Give me a break. V'sakeves ha'sheni taseh ben arbayim. What's that korban called? Korban tamid. Amad Raploni al Raglov Amar Halacha ke Ben Azai. Crazy. Ben Pazi. Halacha ke Ben Pazi. What's going on? So I used to think that it's highlighting for us the importance of the ongoing, the daily, the regular, davening mincha every day, doing mitzvos every day. You know, it's not the big glory moments. It's not the Shavuos, and it's not Pesach. It's not even Shabbos. But, you know, the rubber hits the road with the daily, constant, ongoing. But this year, I think there's another answer. There's another answer to the power of the Tamid, and there's another answer to Od Yeshvu Zakenim U'Zakenot B'Rechavot Yerushalayim, because I think what we are yearning for today, I don't know if we're yearning today, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not yearning today for the transcendental and for the extraordinary and for unbelievable. I'm yearning today for the normal. I'm yearning today for the day-to-day. I'm yearning today for a mother to be able to sleep through the night and not have to worry. That's all. That's what I want. I'm yearning for the day when a wife can wake up and there's a husband who's next to her. When a mother can go to sleep and not have to worry about her son. I'm yearning for a time when a father can come home and wake up his kids and give them breakfast and dress them and take them to school. I'm yearning for a Friday night Shabbos table with a family intact. I'm not asking for big things. I'm asking for Zakenim U'Zakenot to sit at the street corner and talk to one another. Not have to worry about an azakah, and not have to worry about grandchildren who are fighting. I'm yearning for a child who can go to school and not have to live in a hotel. You know what it means to live in a hotel? You lived in a yishuv in the tzafon, and you had a backyard and you had a farm. Then you're stuck in 4 people with kids in a room in a hotel for months. It's crazy. And who knows what the hashlachot are going to be. I mean, we haven't even started a conversation. Maybe we have. That's all I want. I want the Tamid to come back. I want the old ladies and the old men to sit on the street. That's the nevuah of Zechariah that I'm thinking about this year. Don't give me Mashiach, and don't give me Nisim. I mean, yes, of course, give me. I don't want to be heretical. Of course, give me. But that's not my head is that. I'm way before that. I want normal. I want normal. Is that asking too much? That a father should take his kid to school? That there should be an intact family singing Zmiras Friday night? That a wife shouldn't be obsessed? Where is my husband now? It's been months that I haven't seen him. When I say, Eini chikta l'chazon ben berechia, today, that's what I'm thinking about. That's my pshat. And that's the chazon. Od yeshvu, big whoop. Big whoop. Od yeshvu zakenim u'zakenot v'rechavot Yerushalayim. And the answer is, it is unbelievable. We never appreciated it as much as we appreciate it now. That's the nevuah that we're looking for. And that's why the Mishnah singles out Batel HaTamid, because all I want is the Tamid. I want the kesef echad in the morning. I want the keves in the ben harabayim. I'm a Ben Pazi guy. Moichel Shema Yisrael, it's very important. V'afta l'reich, very important. Just give me the shigra. I want the shigra. This works for me. I don't know if it works for you, but this is very important to me. Eini chigzal chazon ben berechia ad pilei gilgal chavuya eini ma'olalas bivanis nachuya asa v'nicham vayikra lebechia v'nam. Who's v'nam? Al eila ani bochia. So we said it last night in Eicha. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is al eila ani bochia. Yirmiyah says al eila ani bochia. But the Midrash says, and there are a number of places where the Midrash puts these words into God. Hashem says, Alayla ani bochia. It's very powerful. I mentioned earlier the Ptichta number 24 in the Midrash Eicha Rabbi. Kadosh Baruch Hu is crying. It's obviously kaviyachol, all the requisite kaviyachol, but God is crying. You think God is sitting pretty and having a blast? God is also affected. That for us is a huge nechama. That God is also not in his right place. Imo anochi b'tzara. B'chol tzaratam lo tsar, with a vav. B'chol tzaratam lo tsar. However we understand this, and I have no idea. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu is somehow adversely affected by what's going on with us, with Klal Yisrael. Hashem says, Al eila ani bochia. The Medrash tells the story. There's going to be a 2-line hint at some point in the Kina later on about 3 wagon loads full of, one version is Yakirei Yerushalayim, the other version is young boys and girls who were taking captivity to Rome after the destruction of the second Beit HaMikdash, and they realize that they're being brought to Rome to engage in immoral behavior. It's a Gemara in Gittin also. And they turn to one another and we can't do this, but our only option is to commit suicide, is to throw ourselves over the side of the boat. They're in the Mediterranean. The way they got to Italy from Israel was to go on the Mediterranean. They didn't go a long way, but they went on the boat. And the only way before we get there, by the time we get there, we're going to be pressed into this kind of terrible behavior. So we need to avoid it. And they darshan psukim, Hashem bashan ashiv, and they actually throw themselves over and they commit suicide. 300 or 3 wagon loads. And the Medrash concludes, V'nam HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Al eila ani bochia. That's what this is. Asa, we're talking the subject of this sentence is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Asa, God did what he did, namely destroyed the temple. V'nicham, and then he was sorry, he started to cry. Vayikra lebichia, and he starts crying. V'nam, and he says, Al eila ani bochia. I am crying. Al pnei fras nuptzu chasideha palgei suf zachra ka'aru yisodeha pachad chet shilo takaf sodeha patzu chazire ya'arayei chasideha patzu ma'asei erva lenideha persa Tzion biyadeha Patzu ma'aseh erva lenideha. When they came in, when the enemies came into the Beit HaMikdash, they saw ma'aseh erva lenideha persat Tzion biyadeh. It's a reference to the Kruvim. Look at the bottom of page 26. On the top of page 26, I actually included, I didn't remember, I included the Medrash Eicha about these Shalosh Sfinot Migadolei Yisrael lahu shivan bekalon shel romi, and they darshim psukim, and one after another, each boatload throw themselves into the sea. Ve'shlichu atzman liyam, and the Midrash concludes, V'ruach HaKodesh, tzovachat ve'omeret alela ani bochia. This passage here of Potzu Maise Erva L'Nideha is a Gemara in Yuma Daf Nun Dalet. Amar Reish Lakish. B'shasha nichnasu nachram lahechol, ra'u kruvim hamu'urin ze bazeh. They saw the kruvim in the heichal, they were intertwined with one another. They saw the kruvim intertwined with one another. Hotzian l'shuk, so they took him out. They took him outside. Ve'amru, and they said, Yisrael halalu shebirchatan beracha ukilatan klala yasku b'devarim halalu. I thought the Jews were a holy people. I thought the Jews were a special people. I thought the Jews had like holy thoughts. And now you're telling me, look, they worship idols like we worship idols. There's nothing that's so special, and there's nothing that's so unique, and there's nothing that's so distinctive about them. And they debased them. Shene'emar kol mechabdaha hiziluha ki ra'u ervata. So this ervata is a reference to the embrace of the kruvim. The Meforshim on this Gemara in Yuma, we're now on page 27, asks a question based on a contradiction to a Gemara in Bava Basra. The Gemara in Bava Basra says, Ketzad hayu omdin, top of page 27, halfway down the wide lines. Ketzad hayu omdin. So how did the kruvim stand? How were they situated? Rabbi Yochanan v'Rabbi Elazar, Chad amar pneihem ish el achiv, v'chad amar pneihem labayit. So were they facing one another, or were they facing on the inside? The Gemara answers, Kam bizman she Yisrael osin ritzono shel makom, Kam bizman she'en Yisrael osin ritzono shel makom. When they are doing ritzono shel makom, they're facing one another. Bizman she'en osin ritzono shel makom, they're facing the bayit. They're next to each other, but they're not connected to one another. Asks the Ritva in Yuma, bottom of page 27, I don't understand the Gemara in Yuma. The Gemara in Yuma says that when the Nachrim came in during the time of the Beit HaMikdash, they saw them hugging one another, but wait a minute, the Gemara says in Bava Basra that if the Enos in Ritzono Shel Makom, they're not connected to one another. They're separate from one another. They're Pneihem Labayit. So how could it be? Ritva Yuma, bottom of 27, B'shasha nechnesu of day gilulim lahechal matzu kruvim meurin zebazeh hiksher Rabbi Migash, the Heilige Migash, the Rebbe of the father of the Rambam. The Migash asks, the Bava Basra aminan shelo hayu pneihem ish el achiv ela kishayu osim ritzono shel makom. And obviously this is not ritzono shel makom if the Beit HaMikdash is going to be destroyed. So he answers what he answers, and I want, on page 28, to bring you from a Sichat Musar of Reb Chaim Shmulevitz. Reb Chaim Shmulevitz was a Rosh Yeshiva, Yeshivat Mir. I had the privilege of learning in Yeshivat Mir, 1968, 1969, in Yerushalayim. Reb Chaim was b'melo kochotav. He was a Rosh Yeshiva. He used to say a Shir Klali one night a week, and one night a week he used to say a Sichat Musar. And the Sichot Musar from later years, 1971, 72, 73, were printed and put together and published. And now we're at the top of page 28. He asks this question. And again, I keep coming back to this because I keep struggling with this. Earlier I quoted a Maharsha in Ksubos, and it's along the same lines. Third line, B'sha'ah she'akadosh baruch hu ba bedin im briotav, umashlit et midat hadin ba'olamo, ba'ota sha'a yesh lefanav ahava gedola v'chiba yetera leba'im b'mishpat. That when God is angry at us, God loves us. And he quotes the Gemara, B'sha'ah shenichnasu goyim lehechal ra'u kruvim u'urin ze bazeh. V'yiksha b'Maharsha, he quotes a Maharsha, I quoted the Ritva. Mimasha amru chazal, sheb'sha'ah shelo asu Yisrael ritzono shel makom, hayu pneihem shel hakruvim labayit. V'ha b'sha'at hachurban lo asu ritzono shel makom. V'ketzad hayu me'urin ze bazeh. And he answers, and you'll read it. He answers that even during a time of Churban, the Kruvin still love each other, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu still loves us. Harei shebisha'ah, towards the bottom of this long paragraph, Enish HaKadosh Baruch Hu et Sodom, hayta hitgalut shchina. V'yiridat HaKadosh Baruch Hu l'Sodom hayta ki yiridato al Har Sinai. Ki chen hu hanhagato yitbarach b'sha'ah she'oseh din bibru'av. I am really trying hard to hold on to my connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in a very meaningful way. And to recognize and to acknowledge and to accept and to affirm that Tzadik Hashem b'chol derachav, hodol Hashem ki tov ki la'olam chasto, that the love and the closeness, Ashreichem Yisrael, was the lashon of the Gemara Masachet Ketubot, and the Kruvim HaMe'urin ze bazeh, that there is a chiba, that there is a love, and that there is a closeness, and that there is a relationship. Let's go on. Al Har Tzion Sadusha Onei Midanai, Tzafua Roshi Zedonai, Tzamtu Benov Lamod Zedonai, Sod Notzar Talo Remidonai, Tzaika Mi Ben Dinai Tzadik, Ata Hu Adinoi, Ata Kala Michbadato Me'edi Ermuni, Kirafta Bo Elai Vayach Rimuni, Koli Lashmia Ba'arav Higrimuni, Karasilio Shvei Givon Gamhem Zermuni Kumi Avori Batel Harimuni Karasila Ma'ahavai. I thought I had allies. I thought there were people in this world that understood me. But Hemarimuni. There's some passages I mentioned earlier of the keynote that are like they're written 10 minutes ago. Lama ruach hapenu lo tevach shamaru, roisa ki chesanur reinu chamaru, roisa chi amal v'chas biyu v'chad gamaru, rafta b'yad yecheskel inkom kamomaru, raven achidei migoy amaru, re adonoi ki tzar li, Me'ai chamar moru, Hashivenu sisi shima lagoy tzeyoni, Shiftam ramos chatzerai lahad kiyoni, Sivsei mishore devir damamu lahad biyoni, Shamata kizmoros af, Hechin litatani, Shachvu v'nadu chotzotz lahavriyoni, Shamu ki nenacha oni. Kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha. Who is Tam? Kitam Schacter, Yaakov ish Tam. Kitam Schacter b'ches ofanecha. I inscribed a Tam Yaakov on my kisei hakavod. So there are many, many, many rabbinic sources that Yaakov Avinu's name is inscribed on the kisei hakavod. So Rabbi Soloveitchik said, why Dafka Yaakov? Why Kitam Schacter? What happened to his father and to his grandfather? So he suggested that Tam here, Yaakov, is not referring to Yaakov, but referring to Yisrael, that Yaakov is the progenitor of the Shiftei Ka, and Yaakov is the representative, the exemplar of Knesset Yisrael. And understand very well that this is a source of great nechama for us. That it's not like God forgot about us. It's not like God is sitting up there in the Kisei HaKavod and we're gone and we're flailing and we're suffering and we're anxious and we're being tortured and we are being at the mercy of forces beyond us. That's a no. We're mamish atadua right here on his throne. So when he peeks over, he sees us. So it's not possible that God will ever forget us and that God will reject us, that we're constantly involved. We're constantly involved in God's presence and in God's reality. And that's what we try to mention here. Kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha tashuv lahem gemul ke'oz chazot panecha. Pay back our enemies, tashiv lahem, to our oyivim gemul, so that we will be in a position to once again be able to behold your image. Tirdof letzalmonio atzeral tzfunecha, titen lahavhavno tzitzei fininecha, tikra leshakram kos kamus bifinecha tavo chol rosam lefanecha, tavo el tzor asher kilanu lemavo chamas bechema nialanu, Allah chalach v'chavor higlanu. What's chalach and chavor? We said it last night. Chalach and Chavor are cities to which the Jews were exiled during the aftermath of Churban Bayis Rishon. L'chalach v'chavor higlanu, the Galut, even before Galut Churban Bayis Rishon. It's not Churban Bayis Rishon, it's the Aseret HaShvatim. Zakenu v'achor betula kivalanu, Rama bet namcha kulanu, Zachor Adonai ma'ayalanu. Rabbi Soloveitchik, when he got to this, and even earlier, Al Pnei Pratz, Al Pnei Frat, Nuptzu Chasideh, that was the first Churban. Chalach and Chavor is even before the first Churban. Today's the day. Today's the day that we set aside and we remember everything. We remember all Jewish tragedy. And so we're going to remember the Crusades, and we're going to remember the burning of the wagon loads, and we're going to remember the Shoah, and we're going to mention and make reference to Inyanei Diyoma, because today's the day. Rabbi Soloveitchik was opposed to Yom HaShoah. He was opposed to writing a Kinah for the Shoah. Everything is on Tisha B'Av. And we include here, this was one of his rayas, that we mentioned Chalach and Chavor, and that has nothing to do with the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. Kina number Tet, beginning Eicha Atzta, beginning Eicha Atzta. Now the word Eicha Atzta Ba'apcha. How could you possibly have hastened in your anger la'abed biad adomim amunecha, that the Adomim, Edom, Rome, Amalek, Christianity, la'abed biad adomim amunecha, that your faithful ones should have been destroyed by the Adomim? How could you have let this happen? Eicha, v'lo zacharta, and you forgot. Brit beina b'tarim asher beirarta levachunecha, We had like a relationship. We had a Brit, and you clarified that for us. You demonstrated that for us. Livuchunecha, to those you would chose. Uvechem bitinu, and therefore we utter. Zachar Hashem ahayalanu. Rabbi Soloveitchik pointed out that this word echa here is out of place. Echa, how could it be? How could it be? How could it be? How could it be? We don't have no right to challenge Hashem. How could you have done this? And you forgot every single stanza here begins, how could you have done this? And you forgot. How could you have done this? And you forgot. On page 29, we're familiar with Tziduk Hadin. Page 29, Atzur Tamim Pa'alo, Yichol Derachav Mishpat, El Emunah Ve'ein Avel, Tzadik V'yasharhu. We're not allowed to challenge. We're not allowed to turn against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're supposed to accept. Hatzur Tamim Pa'alo, Chol Derachav Mishpat, Baruch Dayan Emes, everything we're supposed to accept. We're not allowed to challenge. It's inappropriate to challenge. It's improper to challenge. We should not challenge. And yet here, we go ahead and we challenge. Because on Tisha B'Av, we're allowed to challenge. And we have a matir. He called it a matir. The matir is that Yirmiyahu challenged. The matir is that in the Haftarah, Kir'u L'Mekonenot, the Haftarah that we're going to say, we allow challenge. Tisha B'Av is the only day that we're allowed to challenge. We crunch it all in today because we have a precedent that we're allowed to challenge. Otherwise, all year round, we're not allowed to challenge. So let's go on. Eicha Atzda Ba'abcha, number 9. Eicha Atzda Ba'abcha, how could you possibly have brought about quickly with your anger B'Abcha la'abed bi'ad adomim amunecha v'lo zacharta bris bein b'sarim asher beirarta levachunecha v'chein bitinu Zachar Adonai mehayalanu eicha ga'arta bega'arascha laglos biyad geim geulecha v'lo zacharta deligos dilug derech asher dibarta lidgolecha v'chein dibarnu Zachar Adonai mehayalanu eicha hakta behegyoncha lahadof biyad holalim hamonecha v'lo zacharta vituk viud veset Asher v'yadata lev'udecha v'chein v'konanu Zachar Adonai Mahayalanu. How could you have allowed, in your wisdom, could you have allowed the Halalim to come and to destroy Hamonecha, your multitudes? You forgot that we have a meeting place. Vituk viud veset asher v'yadata lev'udecha. We have a meeting place. We have a Beit HaMikdash. We have a connection. You forgot that. And you allowed your meeting place to be decimated and to be destroyed. Meeting place. The Beit HaMikdash is a meeting place, and the Beit HaKnesset is a meeting place. Turn to page 32. I want to read to you from a speech, talk that Rabbi Soloveitchik gave that resonated with me, and it resonates this year. God had set aside an assembly place that was designated for his followers, and he forgot about it. And he made believe it doesn't exist, and it got destroyed. I remember, page 32. that as a small child, I was raised in a Chabad town where there was a synagogue called the Alte Chassidische Shul. There was a tradition that the founder of Chabad, the Baal HaTanya, Reb Shneur Zalman, once davened in that shul. There was indeed one seat completely enclosed that nobody could sit in. Lahavdil elef alfei avdalos. I don't know if you've been to Newport, Rhode Island. If you go to Newport, to the Touro Synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island, there's a seat that is surrounded by stanchion. George Washington sat in that seat. When he came to Newport in 1790, after the founding of the 13 colonies, there's a thing to sit in that seat. Lahavdil elef alfei avdolos, in Worms. If you've been to Worms, I already mentioned Worms a few times, we're going to mention Worms again. There's a shul in Worms. It's amazing, it was not touched by the Nazis. The cemetery in Worms is mamish in 2024, like 1924, like 1824, like 1724. It's not touched. The Maharami Rutenberg is there in that cemetery. The Rabbi Yair Chaim Bachrach, the Chavot Yair, was a rabbi in Worms. Beautiful, beautiful matzevos. And right next to it, there's a shul. It's known as a Rashi shul. And I went with a group of Jews. We went to visit the shul, and there's a guide, and there's a chair that's surrounded with, the guide says, Rashi sat in that chair. So nobody sits in that chair. So I took off my yarmulke, and I said, if Rashi sat in that chair, I am going to eat my yarmulke. That's what I said. B'shtickle, it's inconceivable that Rashi sat in that chair. But there is such a Masorah. I understand the Masorah very well. You know, you don't sit in the Rebbe's chair. It's like a big deal. Children shouldn't sit in their parents' chair. They have to ask Rishus. It's part of Kibbut Av, Lo Yeshev Bimkomo. It's a Gemara in Masachas Kedushin. So there was a Masorah in the Chassidish shul, in this small Chassidish town. You can't sit in that chair. He had come to that town with the Russian army, which was being pursued by Napoleon. The population of that town consisted almost exclusively of poor people. You can't imagine the primitive conditions that they lived under. But after a full week in the shanties, they used to come home every Erev Shabbos. They used to go to work and come home every Erev Shabbos. As a child, I used to watch the people coming into the shul one by one with water glistening from their payas and beards because they just went to the mikveh. I still remember the tune which they started to recite. In Chassidish communities, you don't start Ashrein, you don't start L'chun Rana, no, you start Haidu. There's a whole Haidu before you start to get to Kabbalah Shabbos. I remember the tune of Haidu. They sang Haidu. They sang a hymn of gratitude to God for what? Asher ga'olam miyad tsar me'artzos kibtza mi'mizrach u'mi'marav. For delivery from captivity, for freeing people from a prison, freedom, they would cling to God. They came home in spite of the fact, which they knew very well, that the next day, after Shabbos, they'd have to return to the primitive villages surrounding the town. The experience of deliverance and redemption represents exactly the idea of prayer. To pray means to allay the fright, the dread in the night. To pray means to return home. To pray means to return home. As a matter of fact, why not pray in the fields and the woods and the streets? After all, God is ubiquitous. That means God is everywhere. Why does the halacha require a house consecrated to prayer? Why do you need a shul? Why do you need a shul? Why do you need a Beit HaKnesset? Why do you need a Beit Tfilah? It must be understood that even a yachid, an individual, should try to say his prayers in the synagogue. Why is that necessary? It's not, answer, the physical structure which is important. It's not so much the roof, and not so much the big galleries and the high windows. These are not important. I never we don't care about the architecture of the synagogue. People speak a lot about it nowadays, but the halacha was not concerned. And here I'm coming to my point. What is important according to the halacha is something else. Bayit in Hebrew has a double connotation. Bayit means a house, a physical structure. 4 walls, a roof, a floor. But bayit is not just a physical house. Bayit means a home. We err when we translate Beit HaKnesset as the house of prayer. This rendition is not true. There's no need for a house of prayer because I can pray to God and I can kneel to Him and I can have a rendezvous with Him anywhere, everywhere in the globe, even on the outskirts of the universe. I am confronted with God everywhere. I don't need a house to pray in. Beit HaKnesset is not a house, but a home of prayer. The structure is symbolic. Beit HaKnesset, if understood as a house of prayer, is an institution. But if it's translated as a home of prayer, it turns into an exalted idea. The home of man, of homeless man, which is the same time the home of God. Shlomo HaMelech, when he dedicated the temple, Hinei Hashamayim u'shmei Hashamayim lo yachal kalucha, af habayit hazeh asher baniti. And what is the answer to this question? The Beit HaMikdash is not the home of God, but the home of man, where he keeps, and it means woman also, he wrote typologically, the home of people, the home of human beings, where they keep an appointment with God. God does not need a home for himself. God feigned homelessness in order to induce man to build a home for man. And whatever name is assigned to this home is to be understood in terms of human, not divine homelessness. It is the home of God, because it is the home of man. God comes to that house in order to keep his appointment with man. And that's Pshat. The Beit HaMikdash, if that's true for the Beit HaKnesset, that's true for the Beit HaMikdash, and that's what God forgot. Eicha hagta behedyoncha lahadof biyad hola lim geulecha v'lo zacharta the ligos v'lo zacharta vituk viud veset. We have a meeting point. We have a place where we're supposed to connect. Asher v'yadata leveudecha, and therefore we say, Zechor Adonai mehayalanu. It's very powerful for me to see the Beit Knesset not as a house, but a home. And a home that has a combination of we're in the home, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes to our home. HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes to our home. Echa zanachta b'zamcha l'zalzel b'yad zarim zevulecha v'lo zacharta chitun chukei chorev asher chokakta lachamulecha uvechein chivinu zachor Adonai mehayalanu. I prepared a whole section on this, but I want to just briefly mention it and then move on. Notice, V'lo zacharta chitun chukei chorev. What's this a reference to? What's chorev? Chorev is Har Sinai. You forgot the chukei chorev. What's chukei chorev? The Torah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us on Har Sinai. God, you gave us a Torah. There was a revelation. You revealed yourself to us. Kailas ubrakim. Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Asher Otzosicha me'eretz Mitzrayim. You forgot that. What happened? But what I want to focus on is the first word, Chitun, Chukei Chorev. Chukei Chorev, the revelation experience we are expressing here was a chitun, was a chasana, was a marriage ceremony. It's not just some kind of a juridical, technical deal that we have. You gave us a Torah, we have to keep the Torah, you're our God, we are your people. But it's more than that. We're husband and wife. We have a familial relationship. Chitonet, chuke, chorev. Page 33, summarizing the Tashbates and the Maharshal say, summarizing the Sefer HaMakneh, the Tosfos HaRosh, on page 34, point out that every minhag of the wedding, everything we do at the wedding, is based on what happened at Har Sinai. So if you've been at a wedding, if you've been at your own wedding, if you've been at other people's weddings, you've been at children's weddings, grandchildren's weddings, if you go to a wedding, everything that's going on, everything, every single custom, every single ritual, every single behavior is patterned after what happened at Har Sinai. The chuppah, the har was on top of the mountain. The ketubah, the Torah is the ketubah. God is the chatan. Jewish people are the kala. God gives us a ketubah. The breaking of the glass. Why do we break a glass at a wedding? So, survey shows, why do we break a glass at a wedding? Because we want to remember Zecher l'Churban Yerushalayim. So the rabbi gets up. For many years, I did this. You've heard this. Before, over here, it doesn't happen in Israel. Rabbi gets up and says, we want to remember the destruction of the temple, the imperfection of the world. It would be nice if the rabbi did it here too, just so we can get in the zone. And we should feel that the world is incomplete, and you, Chatan and Kala, you will bring in your life and the way you comport yourselves will be a step towards the rectification and the completion of the breaking of the world. So it's a siman avelut. The Ramah says in Hilchas, in Even HaEzer, that the reason why we break a glass is because it's avelut. Tosot and Brachot says a different reason why we break a glass. The Gemara there says that Rav Ashi once made a wedding for a son, and the Rabbanan were too much hoylulus. I don't know exactly what that means, but he was upset that there was too much hilarity going on. And he didn't like it. So he took a chivra, so he took a white, expensive kos of glass, and he smashed it. And everybody controlled themselves. As I state in the Gemara Brachas, Lamed, Heyam et Aleph, I think, in the top. So, says Tosfos, first line on the top, that's why we break a glass at a wedding. We shouldn't be too happy. We should be happy. Of course we should be happy. We shouldn't overdo it. So one reason is because of Avelut. The other reason is because of, we shouldn't get too happy at a wedding. And the third reason, and I believe I brought this reason here, I don't think I brought this reason here, is because Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos, so we break a glass. Vos hepis, what does the luchos have to do with the glass? So Rabbi Soloveitchik suggested there's a medrash, and I don't understand this midrash, that the reason why the first luchot were broken because they were not given bitsmiut. I don't understand what that means. It was too public, it was too open, it was too loud. I don't know what that means. But as I state in medrash, they were not given bitsniut, so they were broken. Whatever that means, that's what it says. So therefore, as said Rabbi Soloveitchik, we break the glass to remind the Chatan and Kala of the danger when you don't act bitsniut, and to remind them and to focus them on the importance and the centrality of tzniut. You see what happens when you don't have tzniut, the whole first lichot get broken. Okay. All kinds of foci on the parallel between the wedding and Matan Torah. And that's Pshat. That will bring us to page 39. That's the Pshat here, V'lo zacharta chitun chukei chorev. Let's go on. Echa tarachta b'torchacha litrof biyad tameim teloecha v'lo zacharta yikar yedidus yosher asher yichadato liyodecha v'chein yololenu zachor Adonai mehoyolanu Echa kivanta b'chascha lechalos biyad koshlim karmecha V'lo zacharta lo yiznach li'olam asher limadato lelekuchecha uv'chein lo hagenu zachor Adonai mehoyolanu Echa milalta b'mo'oscha limchos biyad monim min nas'echa V'lo zacharta nesias notzas nesher asher nosasa linisuecha uv'chein nohinu Zachor Adonai mehoyolanu Echa sachta b'sarcha lehisager biyad seyafim sahadecha v'lo zacharta oz hadi adoyim, the two crowns asher itarta le'avdecha le'avodecha, the two crowns. The Gemara says that at the time of Matan Torah, God echad keneged nasev, echad keneged nishma, that you crowned your servants, and you forgot that. V'chein oninu zachor Adonai mehoyolanu echa patzta b'fachtecha lefager biyad paritzim pelo echa v'lo zacharta tzahalas tzvi tzedek eretz tzvi is Eretz Yisrael asher tzofanta litzvaecha v'chein tza'aknu zachor Adonai mehoyolanu echa karasa b'kriyascha laknos biyad kamim kiruecha v'lo zacharta regesh rechav ribosayim asher ratzisa l'reyecha v'chein raganenu zachor Adonai mehoyolanu echa sha'afta b'sha'afach l'shalos biyad sholalim shleimecha v'lo zacharta tokef taltale toar asher tikanta l'smimecha v'chein to'anenu zachor Adonai mehoyolanu to'anenu lishboch kamayim Alma biyom zeh nishbinu pa'amayim, twice, two churbanot happened on this day. Zachra, I remember the good old days. Biyosi Yosheves bishalva biyerushalayim raganti v'ato a'adeh ad chug shamayim. The next kina, number Yud, a'adeh ad chug shamayim, reflects the fact that the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash affected not just the Jewish people, but the whole world was changed. The Gemara says, "Nutal ta'am mi peirot," that after the destruction of the temple, the taste of peirot was diminished. Like the peach tasted much better, and the orange tasted much better. So again, it's a source of nachama for us, that it's not just us, and we're not just dangling alone somewhere by ourselves, bereft of any support, but everything was affected. The universe was affected. And as we saw earlier, Kaviyachol, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself was affected. Adeh chuk shamayim aleiti shamayim or yom machrivi pa'amayim. Here it is again, machrivi pa'amayim. We just said nishbinu pa'amayim, and now it's machrivi pa'amayim etonen mi'itein roshi mayim. Pasuk in the Haftarah. Avchin bevchi leil midbar, avchana leil mi leil, midbar mi midbar. Avake iti olas midbar, eshag mi yiteneni ba midbar. Egoda ve'enoshel kenokev zayis. Agorei ti kol b'nei bayis. Egrom shiomar ba'al habayis. Eroshem yitaneni shamir v'shayis. Eve b'cholev lamtzeyu. With my whole heart, I'm trying to reach out to you. I'm pained to find you. Eda'ami lin bam la'amtzeyu. I'm looking for the right words. Edagro evelo emtzaeyu. Akonen mi yiten yodati ve'emtzaeyu. Eavcha ve'etabcha ke'ofan b'milai Ege panim bipanim lisanot amalai. Ahahu cheres v'sahar milagbia lemulai. Etzrach mi'itei fo v'kadvun milai. Orach mishpetei gonvei eli odia b'vitziu ma'ali. Umlulu mazalot b'korim me'ili. Afuna mi'itein shomei ali. Azda kufra ha'aviyona ez karaki ayiti mechutana. Azil plagim kivrecha ha'elyona e'egor mi'iten li'ever kayona. Az nifsha mikiryas ozel tzor, achubali mayim ba'afla tzor, achaz kamot liktzor va'olelot livtzor, osicha mi yovileni irma tzor. Et ha'olei apadni b'tzal moves hatusa ve'eshkonad chatzar movet. Et ha'fel et ha'machakim la'moves en hemi gever yechye v'lo yireh movet. Eiltila Ezrati Tartila Chazot Ayumati B'chol Shana Omeres He Hashana Hazos. The Rav would stop at every year, and he would. Every year we think this is it. Every single. That's what this means. B'chol Shana Omeret. We're done. He Hashana Hazot, and that's why he said that there is a minhag to not print fancy kinos books. There's a minute, the Rav would walk in they had these throwaway, small print, lousy paper. You know, in a second it'll fall apart. And he'd walk in, he'd pull it up, and he would start reading, and he'd hold it up and say, we're not going to need this anymore. There's a Levush, I found a Levush Mordechai, who was a contemporary of Rabbi Yosef Karo and Rabbi Moshe Isserles, lived in the 16th century. He says beferish that you can't have a nice, they don't print kinos books because it's a chisaron in emuna. If I'm gonna invest in printing a book because it's going to be obsolete next year. B'chol shana omeret, he hashana hazot. So for many years I sat listening to Rabbi Soloveitchik, and I published a book called The Lord is Righteous in All His Ways, with all the Torah of the Rav on Tisha B'Av. And in my introduction, I'm mitlabeit, I'm like, why am I doing this? Why am I publishing a whole book and it's hardcover? And it's like, the Rav said that you have to throw it away after you put it in shemis. So I quoted a Magen Avram. There's actually a halachic shaila, if there's an inyan of chinuch for a katan for avelus on Tisha B'Av. So that's like a big question right there. Chinuch, you got to train the kid so that when the kid grows up, the kid should know what to do. You can't parachute a kid in at the age of 13 on one day and say, observe. So you have to build it up. The kid has to learn. But wait a minute. Why am I teaching a kid now, when he's 12, here's what you should do. You sit on the floor and you say kinnis and you can't eat. Right? We train the kid not to eat. And from the 9, 10, you run home, you grab, you do. It's a chisaron and emunah. Magen Avram says you have to teach a kid. You have to do chinuch. The basic rationale is so that when the Mashiach comes, you should know why last year you had to fast. You should know why last year, why for the last couple of 100,000 years, there was a terrible day. I quoted the pasuk from Zechariah, Tzoma Ravid, Tzoma Chamishi, Tzoma Shvi, Tzoma Ziyla, Beis Yula, Sotzel, Simcha. And so we're going to sit on Tisha B'Av, and we're going to have a beautiful Seudah, and we're going to explain why is this day significant, because it wasn't that long ago when we fasted. So I figured my book, they'll use my book when Mashiach comes, and they'll figure out why it was so terrible what happened before. But really, the Levush says, a hard-covered book, it's a lo yafeh. It's a chisaron in emunah. Do I really believe? Am I really supposed to believe Mashiach's coming every day? There's a tshuva of Rav Moshe Feinstein, which I don't have in front of me. he asked, am I supposed to, an imamin be'emunah shlema b'vias Mashiach, does that mean like someday? I believe, I mamish believe, no question, that the world is going to change and we're going to have a Messiah. And L'isa goyel goy cherev, the Rambam at the end of Hilchos Malachim, we're all going to focus on holy thoughts. Am I supposed to believe, and I'm asking a serious question to myself, am I supposed to believe that Mashiach is coming in 10 minutes? Mamish Mashiach is coming in 10 minutes. Or Mashiach is coming tomorrow. It's not so pashut to me. So whenever Mashiach comes, Mashiach should come soon. Afal pi sheyitma mea, im kol zeh achakelo, b'chol yom sheyavo. What is pshat? Achakelo b'chol yom? Doesn't say achakelo b'chol yom. Achakelo b'chol yom sheyavo, ani mechakelo. When he shows up, ani mechakelo. But we still hope, we just said it, B'chol shana omeret, hi hashana hazot, halavai it should be. This should be it. It's the last year we should be sitting here like this. And we shouldn't be saying the keynote, and we shouldn't have tsar. And we should have lo yisa goyel goy cherv, and we should have hashgacha pratit, and we should have the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam clear and present and obvious in our lives and in the world. Halavai. I'll tell you something that I read from Rabbi Soloveitchik. And we're going to do as many keynote as we do. I'm telling you now, if you feel upset that I skipped a couple, so you'll go home and you'll read them on your own. I don't want to be goyim chas v'shalom that you shouldn't say whatever keynotes you wanted to say. So how is redemption going to come? Why is this year going to be the last year? On what basis should this year be the last year? Vosep is this year, manishtano, this year, this is going to be the year. B'chol shana omeret hi hashana azot, but this year I mean it. This year I mamish mean it. So I quoted to you from the Midrash P'tichta 24 that God cries. God is crying and crying and crying and crying. So in one of his Sfarim, I thought of this later, so it's not a book that he published. It's a book called Yemei Zikaron, put out by the World Zionist Organization, a collection of talks that Rabbi Soloveitchik gave in Hebrew. He didn't say it in Hebrew, but it's translated into Hebrew, and I'm going to read it in Hebrew. It's first person Rabbi Soloveitchik. Kishayiti yeled katan, lamadeti Torah etzel melamed chasidi. We already know, we heard that when he was a little boy and he was in a Chassidish community, and the Alter Rebbe sat in that chair, and he saw all the Eden coming in on Friday afternoon with the Nasa Payas. Lamadeti Torah etzel melamed chasidi. Pam be'erev Tisha B'Av, Lamadnu ma'amarei Chazal al Churban Habayit. So to me, that's incredible. That school went until Tisha B'Av. It's Erev Tisha B'Av, and he's still in Cheder. Like they didn't stop like earlier. He's still in school on Erev Tisha B'Av, and the Malamed teach. What's he going to do? He's going to teach me in Yana Diyom. After Chatzot on Erev Tisha B'Av, there's already, you got to wind down the Torah that you study. So he's learning Agadot Churban, Higano Azle Mesupar B'Pticha, Chav Daled B'Midrash, Echa Rabati, God is crying. And there's a long paragraph, he quotes word for word, God is crying. Ka'asher shamati ti'ur zeh sha'alti berov tmimuti, full of naivete. He's a little kid, Yeled Katan. He's not a Yeled, he's a Yeled Katan. Sha'alti berov tmimuti et Rabbi she'ela pshuta. I don't understand this at all. Al shum ma velama tzarich HaKadosh Baruch Hu livkot ulehitabel al churban Beit HaMikdash. V'halo yachol hu lahakimo al tikuno berega echad. We're talking God here, right? God doesn't want the temple destroyed. God, fix it. Fix it. Why are you crying? You're so distraught. Make it go away. I mean, God, right? God could do anything. God is sitting there and he's crying and he's fighting with Metatron, and I'm gonna cry and I'm forcing to cry, and don't stop me from crying, and Nachamol and Vidramol and Nadritamol. You go, oh, stop crying, you don't want to build it. Asks little Beryl. His name was Yosef Dov, but in Yiddish they called him Beryl. Dov is Beryl. Asked the Rebbe, wait a minute, I don't understand. Why is he crying? You should build it. This is really very... Heishiv li haRebbe az. Ilu hayita baki chabibi b'inyanei Chabad, hayita meven. If you really understood, and it's not just Chabad, it's tief, tire, angewurzelt in Hasidic ideology, this word. If you were real a chassid, he said, you would understand. Ki b'inyanim merubim tzarich shetehei tchila hit'orerut milamata, it'aruta dilatata. Bevadai sheba'ota sha'a lo yaradeti l'sov da'ato shel mori v'Rabbi. Ach, la'achar shanim, many years later, says Rabbi Soloveitch, when I was a kid, I had no idea what he's talking about. Many years later, nitchavru li ha'she'ela v'hatshuva, became clear to me. Question came clear to me, and the answer. Ribono shel olam hu kol yachol bakol. Right, that's like Judaism 101. God could do everything. Ach. Okay, it's now 2024, Tisha B'Av. Ka'asher shmo hagadol atzmo mitchalel al Knesset Yisrael lekanei uliyilachem lema'an shmo. Kiddush Hashem matchil le'olam milamata v'lo milamayla. It's very profound. You want to change the world? You want this year to be the last year? This is going to be the last, this is it? Why? Because magically God is going to plop down and insert himself from heaven and is going to make it happen? No. No. The hit orerut needs to come milamata. So it's up to us. It's pretty daunting. It's up to us. So what are we going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Ba'asher ani sham, ba'asher anachnu sham, ba'asher atem sham, wherever we may be, whatever we do, whatever role in life we play, whatever stage in life we are, what are we going to do that this year should be the last year? What are we going to generate? Which orerut are we going to employ to have a influence on Pamalia Shalmaila to stop already, to finish, to make it done, to bring perfection to the world. It's enough sadness and enough tsar and enough suffering. Ka'asher shmo hagadol atzmo mitchalel al Knesset Yisrael lekanei ulilachem lema'an shmo. Kiddush Hashem matchil le'olam milamata v'lo milamala. B'chol shana omeret hi hashana hazot, and it's not like it shouldn't be a broken record. Right, our kids have no idea what that means, but it should be taka. It should taka be hi hashana hazot. Ayada lakol kimuda adzot imi lo yeda ki yada doino yoses azot ekof lacha rosh adonoi cheli echra lecha berech lechatel machli ach tircha b'shir mishirei mecholi achavein mi yitencha ke'achli al tishkach tza'akat Ariel elav legor. Yehuda v'Yisrael alfei shenan asher masar el lemor mi'itei mitzion yeshuot Yisrael. And I'll tell you, now Hashem talks. Now we turn to God, we put words into God's mouth. Israel, me'et b'durachai lo halachu azavuni, you left me. Va'azavtim, and I left you, I left them. Uponai mehem ne'epachu. Roganti ve'elalti me'ai v'libi nishbachu. Echot tefarti me'reishos hishlichu. So what are we going to do? Ekof lecha rosh, echra lecha berach. Okay, I bend my head, I bend my knee. I feel very passive, but we have to do something. Take a look at a Gemara Masechah Shabbat, page 40.
It's Chatzot now. If anybody wants to get off the floor.
If anybody wants to get off the floor, please feel free to get off the floor. Thank you. Whatever you want. Whatever your minhag is, 100% not a problem. Le'atid lavo. It's underlined. Le'atid lavo. It's an amazing Gemara. Page 40. Page 40. You know, sometimes you have to tread water to come up with a good vort, to come up with something. But sometimes it just screams out at you. I don't need Maimer Chazal, I don't need Rishonim, I don't need Chsidish Vort. Just going to read a Gemara. Lama learn in Ashtekala Gemara le'atid lavo, whenever that is. Yomar lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu LaAvraham, Banecha Chat'u Li. At the end of the days, someday HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to come to Avram and is going to say, your children sinned against me. Why does he come to Avram to say, your children sinned against me? Because he wants Avram to do what Avram does best, and that is to go to bat for them. How could this be? He went to bat for Sodom, he should go to bat for the Jewish people. What happens? The opposite. Amar lefanav, so Avraham says to Kadosh Baruch Hu, Ribbono Shalom, Yimachu al kedushat shemecha, rub them out. They misbehaved, rub them out. It's not, Yimachu is like really a charif. It's not remove them, it's not even kill them. It's rub them out. Yimachu al kedushat shemecha, kiddush Hashem, you'll make a kiddush Hashem. You see what happens when you mess with God? You get punished. Rub them out. God is not happy with that answer. God did not want that answer. God did not approach Avraham in order to get such an answer. Amar, so Hashem says, Eimar le Yaakov, dahava le tzar gidul bonim, efshar deba'i rachmi alayu. You know what? Maybe I'll go to Yaakov. Maybe Yaakov will be more sensitive. After all, Yaakov had tzar gidul bonim. He didn't have a peachy, rosy parenting experience. So if I tell him that the Jewish people sinned, maybe from him I'll get some naches. He's going to go try to fight for the Jewish people. Amar le, so he goes to Yaakov. Banecha chatu, Amar lefanov. What does Yaakov say? Ribbono Shalom, yimachu al kedushat shemecha, rub them out. Rub them out. Amar, so what does God say? Listen, it's an amazing Gemara. Lo besabe taima, velo bedar deke etza. The old one has no sense, and the young one has no sense. Avram Dalpichka, the Zayda, doesn't have sense. He didn't say the right thing. I went to the younger one, weiter derselbe Sache, he also doesn't have any sense. So what does God do? Amar lo liyitzchak, banecha chatuli. You will notice, first time around, what happened? Skipped Yitzchak. He didn't even go to Yitzchak. He didn't even have a bat's chance that Yitzchak was going to fight for them. Forget it. Yitzchak is a bracha levatol. I'm not going to go to Yitzchak. Yitzchak is passive. Right? We know all the images of Yitzchak in the Torah, Chazal. When he's old, he gets blind, and the blindness is a microcosm for his passivity. He doesn't travel. He never leaves Eretz Yisrael. From Yitzchak, for sure, I'm not going to have nachas. I'm reading into this Gemara. So I start with Avraham. I struck out, and now I'm go to Yaakov. Yitzchak, forget Yitzchak, I'm going to go to Yaakov. Now Nebuch, I'm 0 for 2. So I'm stuck, I'm going to back now into Yitzchak. Now listen to this. Yitzchak stands up. This is a model for us to do. If you want it aruta dilatata, if you want b'chol hashana hi omeret, this year should be hashana hazot. So it's up to us. Here's what we should do. Amar lei goes to Yitzchak. Banecha chatuli. Amar lefanav. Ribbon shalom. Wait a minute. Banai v'lo banecha? What do you mean? I mean, your children, you're telling me your children sinned? What, they're my children, they're not your children? B'sha'ah she'ekdimu lefanecha na'aseh l'nishma, karata lahem b'ni b'chori. Achshav banai v'lo banecha. So first of all, I don't like your language. I don't like your formulation. You're calling them your children, right? Your children. When a husband and a wife, they get your kid. What do I mean? What? It's not your kid? It's only my kid? Your kid? Says Yitzchak, what? Your kid? They're your kids. Wait a minute. Just relax. This is not Yenim. This is your children. Va'od. Now starts the Gemara. Kama chatu. How much did they really sin? Kama shnotav shel adam shivim shana. Okay, Baruch Hashem, we're zeicha. The lifespan is longer for those who are zocha. We live longer now than we used to live. Meishnotenu bahem shivim shana. Person lives 70 years. Dal esrim delo anshtalayu. You have to lop off the first 20 because there's no onish for the first 20. Rashi makes a cheshbon that you only start to get punished when you're 20 years old. Dal esrin delo anshtlahu. It's like 6-7 lines down from the narrow Rashi top left. So I'm letting you in on a little secret. Don't ever tell this to your bar or bat mitzvah child. But they have a free pass until they're 20. Right? We tell them, you got to grow up, you got to behave, you're a big girl now. Fang sich nicht an. Till you're 20, free pass. So the first 20 years of a person's life, they're not responsible. Lop off 20 years. Dal, back to the Gemara, Esrin, the low anshtalai. Pashalu chamishim, right? So you take off your shoes and socks, 70 minus 20 is 50. Dal chafhei de leilusa. Half of the day is dark. Who could sin when it's dark? You can't see anything when it's dark. You can't go to the store to buy chazer. You can't do anything because it's dark outside. So for 25 years, they didn't sin for 25 years. 50 divided in half is 25. The day divided in half. Lop off 25. So we knocked off 25, and we knocked off 20. So we knocked off how much? 45 from 70 is 25. Pashul hu chafei. So now we're down, sinning option, 25 years. Nope. Dal tarte sreyu palga, lop off 12 and a half years. Ditzaluye, because you're davening. Umechal, and because you're eating. Udebeis hakise, because you're in the bathroom. Who could sin when you're in the bathroom? Who could sin when you're eating? Your mouth is full. You can't sin. You're going to say a lashon hara when your mouth is full? You're davening. For 12 and a half years of your life, you're davening, you're eating, and you're in the bathroom. Can't sin? What am I left with? Yitzchak, Zis, Tyre, Vayla Yitzchak, who God skipped the first time around because it wasn't going to happen with Yitzchak. If Avraham wasn't going to work, I'm going to go straight to Yaakov. Forget Yitzchak. Nachas I'll never have. Yitzchak, of all the avos, shtelza chavek, toe-to-toe with God, in your face. What are you saying? What do you mean, my kids, they're not your kids? Wait a minute. You want to punish them? Bonecha chatu. What kind of chatu? 20 years doesn't count. 25 years doesn't count. 12 and a half years doesn't count. He's talking to God. He's negotiating with God. He's chiseling away. Was geblieben? Pasha lahu tarte sreyu palga. I'm left with 12 and a half. Here's the deal. Says Yitzchak to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'm reading you a Gemara. I didn't make it up. Im ata sovel et kulam mutav. You know what? We're down to 12 and a half. Let it go. 12 and a half. Forget about it. You thought it was 70. It's a big deal. It's 12 and a half. What's so? Okay. Yeah, I know. Not nice. You be some. Then lav. Palga alai. Upalga alecha. I'll split it with you. If you don't want to take 12 and a half, you take 6 1/4, and I'll take 6 1/4. Ve'im timtze lomer kulam alai, hakrevis nafshi kamach. I'll take it all. I will take it all. I was ready to give my life for you. They put me up on the mizbeach at the Yakedah. I was gone. I was 37. I knew exactly what was going on. And I was Meiser Nefesh for you. You know what? I have the places. I'm going to take it for you. You don't want it? You should take all of it. After all, it's 12 and a half. You don't want 12 and a half? Split. You don't want to split? I'll take it. Yitzchak of all the avot stands up. This to me is a model of what we need to do if we see injustice, and if we see tsar, and if we see sadness. So we don't sit by and be passive, but we step up and we go toe-to-toe and we extend ourselves. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I'm trying to figure out, for me, what that looks like. So I'm trying in ways that I believe are meaningful. And I think all of us need to be Yitzchak-like. And not just to roll over and say, you know what, forget about it. I'm sorry, it's too bad. My heart breaks for you. It's really sad. I know it's sad. It's very sad. That's Avraham. And that's Yaakov, and they were even more charif than that. Yitzchak teaches us, of all the avot, you'd never expect it from Yitzchak. God didn't expect it from Yitzchak. You step up and you extend yourself, whatever that extending oneself looks like. So it's not just ekof lecha rosh, echra lecha berech, a makabel de gzeira. It's the gzeira of the Rabbi Shalom. I'm a kabel de gzeira. I believe in God. I'm a kabel de gzeira. But if you want this year to be Hashana Hazot, then we need to be proactive. And you fill in the blank. Each one of us fills in the blank in a way that's meaningful to us. But I'm inviting us to be mitkaber and to not just sort of accept passive, but to get out there and to make a difference. It's an amazing Gemara. I don't need Vertlach and I don't need Mefarshim. Just read the text. It's extremely and incredibly powerful. The Kina beginning with Eicha Yashva, we're now Yud Bet. I want to draw your attention to it before we move on. Eicha Yashva Chavatzela Tasharon. So this Kina, I have it here as Yud Bet. We're still, Lazar HaKalir, we're still talking about the destructions of the Batei Mikdash. This is a kina for Kohen cities. So in ancient times, there were Arei Kohanim. There were cities where just Kohanim lived, Arei Kohanim. And there's a whole kina listing the Arei Kohanim. Some of them are familiar to us. So we come at some point to Tzfat. Kohen Tzfat is the Ir Kohanim. We come to Nitzrat, is an Ir Shel Kohanim. Yud Pat, which was made famous by Josephus, is an Ir Shel Kohanim. We list the Kohanim, cities where Kohanim lived. They get their own special mention. And Rabbi Soloveitchik asked why. Vos epis, why do we single out Kohanim for a kina just for them? And he suggested the following. It became more clear to me when I early on started to walk through the Ir Atikah, the Rova Yehudi. He said the following. When was the city breached? When was the city of Yerushalayim breached? The city of Yerushalayim was breached on Shavasar B'Tammuz. It's actually Machlokes, Bavli, and Yerushalmi, when it was breached during Churban Bayis Rishon. Because the psukim in Divrei Hayamim and in Yirmiyah say explicitly that it was B'Tish'a B'Chodesh. The Gemara actually in Maseches Tainis, commenting on the Mishnah, when the Mishnah says, Chamisha Dvarim Yir'u et Avotenu B'Shiva Asar B'Tammuz V'Chamisha B'Tisha B'Av, and one of them, the most famous, is Hufka Ha'ir, Frek the Gemara, B'Yud Zayin Hufka Ha'ir. The Hufka Ha'ir, Pasuk says, was on Tisha, not Yud Zayin. So the Bavli answers, Kam B'Bayis Rishon, Kam B'Bayis Sheni. Bayis Rishon, it was tak on the 9th. Bayis Sheni is on the 17th. It's quoted by the Shulchan Aruch at the beginning of Hilchot Tisha B'Av. And the Shulchan Aruch says that the 9th was this, the 17th was this. We should fast maybe on the 9th and on the 17th. No, Churban Bayit Sheni Chamir Lan. That's the Lashon of the Shulchan Aruch. We live today under the impact not of the first destruction, but of the second destruction. So therefore, we commemorate the second destruction. We commemorate Hufka'a Ha'ir and Shavasar B'Tammuz. When was the Beit HaMikdash destroyed? On Tisha B'Av. How many weeks is between Shavasar B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av? 3 weeks. How many weeks is it between Tet Tammuz and Tisha B'Av? 4 weeks-ish, more. So you've been to the Ir Atikah, you've been to the Rova. Which chomot were breached? Hufka'a Ha'ir, what were the chomot? So today, we walk and we go into Shar Yafo, or if you have guts, you go into Shar Shechem, or you go into Shar Tzion on the other side, and we got the big chomot. That's not the chomot. That's not the chomot. Those chomot were built in Turkish times. I'm not sure exactly when, 15th century, 16th century. They're like postmodern, those chomot. What chomot are we talking about? So, many years ago, I was walking through the Rova, and I had a guy, and he took me right next to the Cardo, and there's like a little thing there that's between this end of the table and that end of the table, and there's a shtickle of choma, and the guy says to me, that was the choma? Is that true? That's mikubal? It certainly wasn't today's choma outside. It's further in. So now I'm going to ask you, when he said that to me, I was like, behelem, and I decided I was going to walk to the kotel. It took me 6 minutes in a hot day going down the steps to go from there to the kotel. And I asked myself, took 3 weeks to get from here to there? It took 3 weeks? What takes us today 4 minutes. So it took 9 minutes. How big is the distance between the cardo and the kotel? Not long. Took 3 weeks to get from here to there. True, the Gemara says that it was b'shiva b'chodesh nichnesu hanachrim lahechol. So they didn't get tahara bayit. It wasn't till Tisha B'Av. It was actually 2 days before Tisha B'Av. Okay, so it took 3 weeks minus 2 days to walk 6 minutes. Said Rabbi Soloveitchik, that's why the Kohanim get special mention, because they're the ones who fought like crazy to defend the Beit HaMikdash. The Kohanim were the ones, tooth and nail, fought like crazy for 3 weeks, holding off the enemy who was stronger than they were, who had more force than they did, who had more arms, whatever arms looked like those days, than they did. That's heroism. That's Mesiras Nefesh. They get their own kina. We're going to focus on them because they were Moser Nefesh. They gave up their lives. They threw everything to try to avoid the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. And it became, he said this, I don't know if he had a visual image. Rabbi Soloveitchik was in Israel once in his entire life in 1935 when he came to try out to be chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. 1935, Rabbi Binyamin Aronson had been the Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. He died, and there was a 3-way race to become the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv after Rabbi Binyamin Aronson in 1935. Rabbi Soloveitchik was living in Boston. He came from Boston, and he spent 3 months in Israel hustling to try to get the job, chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. Rabbi Yitzchak Isaac Halevi Herzog, who was the chief rabbi of Dublin, Ireland, was gunning for the job. And the third one, and the one who ultimately won, was Rav Moshe Avigdor Amiel, who was the chief rabbi of Antwerp. So the chief rabbi Antwerp, Dublin, and Boston come to Israel to try out to be the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. We know exactly what happened. Rabbi Amiel got 23 votes. Rabbi Herzog got 10 votes. Rabbi Soloveitchik got 9 votes. He turned around, he left, he went back to Boston, and never again did he come back to visit Israel. Even when his children and grandchildren were living here, the Lichtenstein family, he never came back. And maybe later you'll ask me, why did he never come back? And I'll tell you. So I don't know if he was there in the Rova in 1935. I don't know. But this is the explanation that he gave for Kina number 12. And when I was there, and I invite you next time you go to the Rova and you go to find that little shtikala epis, chatzi, quarter of a broken wall, you turn around and you walk down the steps and gamarnu. That's what it means to defend the Beit HaMikdash. That's Kina number 12, which we're not going to read. Kina number 13. Vayikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. Vayakonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. So it's a pasuk in Divrei HaYamim. Divrei HaYamim bet perek lamid he pasuk chaf he vayakonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu vayomru kol hasharim v'hasharot b'kinoteim al Yoshiyahu ad hayom vayitnum l'chok al Yisrael v'hinam ketuvim al hakinot. That Yirmiyahu mourned particularly for Yoshiyahu HaMelech. And this is what's done, Vayitunum L'chok al Yisrael, says Rashi. I need to clarify that Rashi on Divrei HaYamim is not Rashi. It's a pseudo-Rashi. It's somebody from the school of Rashi, but it's not Rashi. Somebody wrote a doctoral dissertation for Hebrew University, I don't know, 2010, 29, a whole dissertation showing that Rashi on Divrei HaYamim is not Rashi, but it's someone who was an Ashkenazi Jew who lived in the High Middle Ages. I'm reading to you from Rashi. I did not copy it for you. Keshemizdamein lahem shum tsa'ar u'bechiyah shehem mekonenin u'bochin al ha'me'ora. Whenever you cry for an event and mourn for an event and remember an event that happened, Heim mazkirim ze hatza'ar imo. You should always remember what happened to Yoshiyahu. Dugma betisha b'av shemazkirim kinot al haharugim bigzerot she'iru biyamenu. Dugma l'tisha b'av. What do we do on Tisha B'av? When we cry on Tisha B'av for the Churban Beit HaMikdash, we're mazkirim kinot al haharugim bigzerot she'iru biyamenu. It's clear he's talking about the Crusades. This is now the first crusade, the second crusade, probably the second crusade. The gzerot she'iru biyamenu. This is one of the sources for the fact that on Tisha B'av we should mention all the gzerot, all of the tragedies. Why Yoshiyahu? Why do we have a special kinah for Yoshiyahu? So Rabbi Salvation explains why we have a special kinah for the Kohanim. Why do we have one for Yoshiyahu? So he gave 3 explanations. One of them is similar to one of the kinot later on. There's a kinah based on a Gemara in Masaches Gittin for the Ben Ubat of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. It's a very dramatic story. They were both taken captive, each one separately by a separate captor, and they were really beautiful and handsome and striking looking. And the 2 owners decided that they were going to bring these 2 slaves together, and they would then produce gorgeous, strong children. So they bring them together, and the Gemara explains, and it's in the Kinah later on, this one is in this corner, I am the daughter of Yishmael Kohen Gadol. How can I go and have relations with an Eved? And the Eved says, I'm the son of Yishmael Kohen Gadol. How can I have relations with a Shifcha? Ad kedei kach, the Gemara says, Ad shega'u bibechiyah, and they died. They died from rov tsa'ar, and there's a whole kinah for them. Why is there a kinah for them? So Rabbi Soloveitchik said, because we are so involved, talking about the Churban, talking about crusades, talking about major tragedies, and we need to be reminded of the individual. We need to be reminded of that there was a boy and a girl, there was a brother and a sister. This is not Klal Yisrael, this is not hundreds of thousands and millions of people. This is one person, one family. We have a whole kinah to talk about one family, to ground us, because you get lost. 6 million Jews were killed in this Shoah. Doesn't mean it's crazy. It's not a number that I could. But you tell this story, and you tell this story, and you talk to your grandparents, and you talk to your grandparents' neighbors, and then you multiply it 6 million times, then it means something. So the first reason he gave is because we focus on the individual. We want to focus on one Jew and not to lose sight of the huge numbers, massive numbers. You read the Gemara in Maseches Gittin, hundreds of thousands and millions and Rivavo, and they were killed on one stone. It's too much. Number two, it's a Gemara in Rosh Hashanah on Daf Yud Ches. Why do we fast on Tzom Gedalia? Tzom Gedalia is for one guy, one person. So we have a whole tainus for one person. And we don't even do it on the day that he was killed. You know, we fast, Tzom Gedalia is on the third day of Tishrei. So tradition tells us that he was killed on Rosh Hashanah. But we don't fast on Rosh Hashanah, so we push it off to the next day. The first option that we have is the third day, Gimel Tishrei. So the Gemara says the reason why we fast for Gedalia, Gedola mitat tzadikim kechurban beit Elokeinu. Gedola mitat tzadikim kechurban beit Elokeinu. When righteous people are killed, it's as if the temple is destroyed. That's the reason why we have a whole kina for the Asara Harugei Malchut. 10 martyrs are destroyed. A whole kina. Kechurban beit Elokeinu. When great people are killed, it's like the temple is destroyed. We feel that. We experience that. Tzadikim mamash were killed in this war. Tzadikim mamash. Shkula mitat tzadikim kechurban beit Elokeinu. And so we have a kinah for a tzaddik, for Yoshiyahu. And the third answer, he said, is, without going into the whole history of Yoshiyahu changed the direction. Till Yoshiyahu, the Jews were on a slippery slope downward. And then he picks up the pieces and he tries to put together some meaningful Jewish life. And then he makes a mistake, and then he got killed. And Rabbi Soloveitchik said that if he had lived, maybe the whole trajectory of the Jewish people would have been different. So we're mourning, not just for what was, but we're mourning for what could have been. We're mourning for what could have been, and we are mourning for what could have been. What could have been? The lives that were cut, what could have been? It's for what was and for what could have been. What should have been? Should have been. Dorei Dorot. Cut off. Families destroyed. And even not even, the Ptsuim, we think so much about the Chayalim and the Harugim, the Ptsuim, their lives. It's unbelievable. Thousands. Tzadikim. And we mourn for tzadikim, and we mourn for what could have been. That's what I want to think about when we take a look at this kinah for Yoshiyahu. It's an ancient exemplar of a very contemporary reality. Vayikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu Echa Eli Kanunu Me'elav Ben Shmoneh Shana Echa Lidrosh Me'elav. B'necham ba'Avram chanu alav v'lo askar lo sigui mifalav gam b'chol malachim asher kamu ligdor lo kam kamohu miyamot Avigdor. One of the names of Moshe Rabbeinu is Avigdor. Davak bo avon leitzonei ador asher achar adelad v'amzuza samu listor. This is all based on Tanakh and on Chazal. Ochlim zera shichor kitmo hatov pichamu mishchor. Vayigdal avon ve'shivya min achor va'od lo shalach yado min achor. Zaku hamorav kenam das lahakim. Bitza imrato ba'arura shelo yakim choshach to'aro keniyatzu rechokim bevet hamoasei das v'chukim. Tovim reim nikru kishol lecho malach. Malivalach hayom letalach. Yedei am haaretz damim b'malach te'onesh b'vitziet p'nei filach. Kila hamonav lo lechet aram na'arayim leman lo tavor cherev kol shehu be'Ephraim. So he made a mistake. He didn't listen, and he let Paro Necho come through. Lo shama lachozeh lashuv achorayim ki gzeira nigzera l'sachsech Mitzrayim b'Mitzrayim echatot stirat mizuzot chazon antzot tiye chelu levazot. No anamim lechumo lavzos v'lo eisev panav v'savdu al zos. Suru heidu ad lo she'iyah v'yima'anu suru mat yisod nishiyah. Pnei krav kikarav v'lo alta lo she'iyah v'yoru hayorim lamelech Yoshiyah. Odenu otzemeinav begev yom ochatzim chetz achar chetz morim v'lo chatzim tzadu v'samu kamatara lachitzim v'yizrugu bo shalosh me'od chitzim kalam hitu acharav hazon motzafihu v'ad mitzui nefesh ma'asav heifiu ruach sfatav hivtza mipiu tzadik hu adonoi ki morisi piu sisi novki kana za'am l'shalem she'onam Ba'avon bitzam tam ketem atov hamzu b'fasham yekonen alav kol echayuam tam b'mikra echad kos megido lishtos b'moed shnasa shmita kega kel esos tolo 22 me'aros shasos ki saftu lo echa b'22 osiot oto kinot lubato mecholi et ki shochachti mecholali zamosi kilo adya ahili roshati vinosati. Oy vinutash oli. The next kina, number 14, we'll focus a little bit on it, and then at 1:30 we're going to stop. Is there mincha gedola here in shul at 1:30? Yes. Okay, so those will go for mincha. There's also a Mizrahi Olami is going to be showing. They prepared videos. There were 3 families who were affected, Nebuch, who lost loved ones during the war, October 7th. And I don't remember 3. I remember Avdaron is one of them. I think Jen Early is one of them. And a third one, an Israeli woman who lost 2 members of her family. Each one goes to Mamash, the place where their loved one was killed, and teaches a kina in that spot. So they were videoed. Daniel, you were a piece of this. You probably did the video. You went with them. And then I have an introduction, sort of general introduction to that. So the 4 videos that will be shown at, is there a screen here? What are we doing here? Do we know what we're doing here? We'll have a screen. So that will be at 1:30 till 2:15. And then I'll continue at 2:15 and hopefully go for another couple of hours. So we have another 6 minutes. So let's just introduce the next kina, number 14. There is a motif in this kina, and the motif is the word po. The word is po. Po means here. Chazal tell us, it's a midrash, ikar shchina b'tachtonim, that God's main dwelling place is below. If you look at the top of page 41, ikar, top left, midrash, this is midrash Bereshit, parasha, perak yutet, ikar shchina b'tachtonim, that God's presence really is here. Kivan shechata Adam harishon, nistalka shchina l'rakia harishon. Chata Kayin, nistalka l'rakia hasheni, dor enosh l'shi, dor hamabul l'revi'i, dor haflaga l'chamishi, stomiim l'shishi, u'mitzriyim b'yimei Avraham l'shivi'i. So in this version, God removes himself from our world slowly as various biblical personalities and groups sin. The version that we saw in the Midrash Necha is that God anchored himself here for a long time, and it was only when it came time for the Beit HaMikdash to be destroyed that he removed himself. But Ikar Shechina should be here. And that's what we keep on saying. We keep on saying po. The last word of every single paragraph here is po. Vatap mali po, mali yedidi po, mashav po, milacha po, ha'ein po. Po means here. We want to re-anchor God here. We want to re-anchor God into this space and into our world. I'll read a little bit for the next few minutes from Rabbi Soloveitchik. The real and ultimate punishment for sin, this is from the Lord is righteous in all his ways. What I did was I went through all of the years that he taught, and then I organized it by a theme. The real and ultimate punishment for sin is HaKadosh Baruch Hu absenting himself from us. When Adam was created, Chazal say, Iker Shechina b'tachtonim. The intent of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as it were, was that he and man should meet quite frequently. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to be man's neighbor, to have man, and again, it's not just man, to have human beings live next door to him. He wanted man to be intimate with him. All mankind would have needed, if the sin of Adam had not taken place, was to knock on his door. Everyone would have been able to point and say, Zeh Keli, this is my God. But this changed. Man sinned, and Shechina nistalka lemeromim. The Shechina left us and joined transcendent infinity. By committing the original sin, Adam drove HaKadosh Baruch Hu out of the world. We lost him. This is the story of the tree of knowledge, the snake and Eve. The verse says, they heard the sound of the Lord God moving around in the garden, mithalech bagan. Chazal, gracious Rabbi, interpret mithalech bagan as mistalek min hagan. Engaged in the process of leaving the Gan, leaving this world, and ascending far distances into the beyond. The word Gan means the universe. Mithalech bagan means departing from the world, from human history. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to live in peace and harmony with man, to be friendly with him, to call him by his name. And man would have had the privilege of calling HaKadosh Baruch Hu by his name. But the sin changed everything. The purpose of the Beit HaMikdash is to bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back into our midst, so that he will be close to us rather than transcendent, so that he will be immanent in this world. What we desire is to have HaKadosh Baruch Hu return to us and establish his main seat, his main residence here in this universe, in human history overall, and especially in our Jewish history. And of course, if he is present here, everyone will be able to recognize him and identify him. Everyone will feel close to him, and there will be no alienation or estrangement from him. This is the ideal for Yahadut, to bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back down into this world, to bring God back.
אש תוקד בקרבי, בעלותי על ליבי, בצאתי ממצרים. So this is a kina that has all the excitement, the talking about the leaving, the excitement of leaving Mitzrayim, the fire that's burning inside, of the joy, the seeing the hashgacha of Hashem, seeing God's hand performing miracles for the whole nation, and in contrast, leaving Yerushalayim, their heads down low, being chased, being broken, feeling God's anger. And this whole kina is all about these juxtapositions of the feelings of the excitement and the pride, the jubilation, the feeling of God with them, to the feeling of despair, to feeling God's left them, to feeling the pain. And I feel that this is the life that we have been living. Not just our family and not just our community, our whole nation has been feeling this pain of this whole period of time, and the excitement of seeing so much goodness, so much love, so much achdut, and we're balancing both. You know, the very night of Binyamin's levaya, the very night of his funeral, a very dear friend was making a wedding. And people actually came to our funeral, came to Binyamin's funeral, were with us there, in the rain, in the pouring rain, and they left that night on a bus to go straight to the wedding. And they changed at the hall, took off all their wet clothes and changed there. And this night was a night where you had both. You diverged. You went, and we escorted our Binyamin to Shamayim, and they escorted their son down to their chuppah. They both had a chuppah. Hashem greeted him here, his kala greeted him there. And while we felt that they were two roads, they really were still one, because it's those two together that really are the complete. We have been walking around for all these months with a very broken heart, a shattered heart, and a very full heart of feeling so much, so many hugs, so many kisses, so much love from the nation, from the Ribono Shel Olam. We see his hashgacha, but with the pain. But I think we can only understand both sides when we understand and feel both sides. When we can feel that joy, when we can see how much Hashem is directly involved in our lives, seeing the miracles that he's doing for us on a constant basis, we can only understand what it's like for a few hours on October 7th morning when we felt that that was taken away. We can't understand until it's taken away, we don't realize what he's doing for us all the time. And when it's so hidden, you don't realize how clear it is sometimes. And only when it's so clear can you realize how hidden. You can't understand such joy until you understand such pain. You can't understand such pain unless you can experience so much joy. These two have to go together, and we feel both. We spend our days crying, and we spend our days in joy and laughing and singing and dancing. Just recently, thank God we were zocha to make a bar mitzvah for our other son. And that same day that we made the simcha, we went to visit the family sitting Shiva, who also lost their son. This is what we do. And I think the intensity of all these emotions are only because we can understand both now. We couldn't understand if we know so much pain now. It's so easy to get excited about our future. It's so easy to look forward to what we have, and we don't even know how good it's going to be. I think if we knew, we had a concept of what Beshuvi Yerushalayim will be, we would be praying all day non-stop for that Beit HaMikdash. We would be davening with all of our hearts, crying, just begging to give it to us. We have no concept of how amazing it will be. It's hard to understand how much we're missing, but yet it's also so not. We've been living with this for all these months. Our whole nation, the devastation. We've been in Tisha B'Av mode since Simchat Torah. We don't need any reminders. It will not. I remember years ago, Rabbi Leff said that if you can't bring yourself to cry on Leil Tisha B'Av, cry that you can't bring yourself to cry. There's not going to be a single soul that will not be shedding tears this year. It will take nothing. You think of one soldier, one broken family, one missing mother, and this is just the war. This isn't even all the other sicknesses and sarot that people experience, and thinking about their grandparents and thinking, we don't have to go so far this year. There's not one person in the entire nation that will have a hard time shedding a tear. But we have no concept of how good it will be. And the more we cry, the more we're in pain together, holding each other, sharing in that anguish, will be that much more joy at the end. Of all the kinot, this is one of the few that's sung in a song, that's sung in a tune. Because with all the pain and the anguish and all the joy and the exuberance, with the juxtaposition of the two, only with that can we bring to the very end of Beshuvi Liyerushalayim. We're going to come home. We're going to come home to our bayit. And we can experience that simcha amitit, that true joy that we haven't in our times experienced ever. So just to go a little inside and see the kina inside of the beauty of this author, where you have Esh tukhad bekirbi, a fire inside of me. Az yashir Moshe, shir lo yinasheh. You have these beautiful descriptions of how we have the Galei Yam Ramu, the beautiful waves of the sea that just piled high, making way for them to go through. Mar'eh kavod Hashem, and every single step of the way feeling God's miracles performed right in front of their eyes. But then you also have the other side. Skulat El lekucha ketzon litvacha, but God's treasure was taken like sheep to the slaughter. And you have all these descriptions of the destruction, which unfortunately we can relate to very much now. But stabbed with the sword were precious children of Israel. And you have the tiara, the crown of Hashem, ushlach hanezer va'afet ha'ezer, the tiara of God thrown down. Did this not just happen? Did we not just experience this? And you have the infants wailing and the mortally wounded groaning. You can picture every soldier out there, the ones that were wounded in pain. We don't have to go back very far in our history to see the suffering and the contrast of leaving Yerushalayim. So, Early family had, we lived a pretty good life of B'tzeiti Mitzrayim. A life where we enjoyed our family simchas, a life where we enjoyed our family Shabbos tables, our family vacations, our family games, taking family pictures all together. Tzchokim, really enjoying. And then we had our personal B'tzeiti Yerushalayim. November 18th on He Kislev, when the soldiers showed up to our door to tell us the news. That was our B'tzeiti Yerushalayim, our day that our lives changed. We're taking family pictures is hard. We're sitting at the Shabbos table and seeing who's going to sit in Binyamin's chair. Do we let guests sleep in his bedroom? Is anyone allowed to touch anything of his? Can we even appreciate all the same joking arounds? We're very much B'tzeiti Yerushalayim. Not simple. And then we understand that the B'tzeiti Yerushalayim was part of a bigger plan. The Churban of the Bayit Rishon, the Churban of the Bayit Sheni was part of a bigger plan. We don't understand that plan. And the Churban in the early home is part of the bigger plan. We know that Binyamin and all these Talmidim of David HaMelech, all of King David's greatest students, are part of something much bigger. Every single one of them, as much as they are part of the Churban, as much as they're part of the destruction, they're also part of the building. They're part of adding another stone in the Beit HaMikdash, or another gem that goes on the crown, or that goes to build the Kisei HaKavod. Each and every one of them, each and every soldier, each and every neshama that fought, that was lost. And that is why this song can be sung in a tune. The song is sung in the tune, one of the very few of the kinot sung. Because when the song ends, when the kina ends, Beshuvi Yerushalayim, we understand that even though we left Mitzrayim on a high and we left Yerushalayim on such a low, it's part of the process of all coming back to Yerushalayim. Both sides. Both full heart, both broken heart, both pain and joy. All of it is all part of one big process that will get us back to Yerushalayim. Our Binyamin, I know he's part of this process. As much as we miss him, as much as we cry that he's not with us, he's part of this process. As much as there's churban around us, it's all part of the process, and we have to hold on. And we have to stay with the process, stay holding on to that rope that's shaking. Because that rope that's from one end of the world to the other, that Hashem keeps shaking with every churban that we go through, he's shaking the rope and he's shaking the rope, and there's another destruction, another tzara, another pain, but we just hold on. We hold on to that rope for dear life. And that is the Chevel of Mashiach. And that is Beshuv Yerushalayim, and not the Yerushalayim that's in Chorba. That's Yerushalayim Habnuya. Bezrat Hashem. Binyamin, all of our soldiers, all of our neshamot hatorot, all these beautiful Yiddish neshamas should come and dance with us when we come to that Beit HaMikdash HaShlishi, Be'ezrat Hashem Bekarov, and dance together with them in such joy of Beshuvi Yerushalayim.
Adono b'chiyo b'tzion u'mispei b'Yerushalayim. Adono b'chiyo b'tzion u'mispei b'Yerushalayim.
Hi, my name is Michal Sandhaus. I'm here in the southern city of Ofakim, Tamar Street, the furthest point that Hamas terrorists invaded on Simchat Torah, October 7th. On that day, we had an extreme battle here. During the battle, we have lost my brother and my nephew. Every year on Simchat Torah, my brother's family hosts disabled children. This year, they had 45 disabled children, along with 35 chaperones. And yet, 6:30 in the morning, sirens broke across Israel. My brother rushed outside to open the shelters that were locked. He broke the gate and helped people enter the shelter. They then told him, Moshe, please stay with us. And he said, you will be safe. I am going to help others. He went back home. While his wife hurried everybody into the safe room, he called both his older sons to join the battle, as they all understood the terrorists invaded this city as well. They came here to Tamar Street. My brother managed to kill one terrorist out at this exact place, and later on, killing another one. Unfortunately, his son and him died at exactly this spot. And yet, we truly believe that if we had asked him, he would have said, I would have done it all over again. Because what holds us Jews together is the Ruach that remembers for 2,000 years to cry over the loss of Yerushalayim. And yet the same Ruach that carries for 2,000 years from the Maccabees to our day. Our nation and our family is not just about loss. It's also about simcha. Happily, I can say that we celebrated two big smachot. Moshe's youngest son, Ori Yosef, celebrated his bar mitzvah a month after the event. And the oldest son, Amitai, who saved life under fire, got married during this year. I wish you all many, many smachot. On Tisha B'Av, we read many lamentations. I do find some similarities between the Tisha B'Av's lamentation and my own personal story. We read the following: עד אנה הבכייה בציון ומספד בירושלים. העתירו אבות ולא שמע אל. צעקו בנים ולא ענה אב. וקול התור נשמע במרום. ורועה נאמן לא היטה אוזן. On the 8th lamentation, the one we read during the morning, we says the following. ארור יום מחריבי פעמיים. And our family, on the same day, have suffered a double loss. We have lost both Moshe and Eliad Ochayon in the heroic battle. They have heard the terrorists invade in the southern city and chose to come and join the battle. They came along with another son, Amitai Ochayon, which under fire saved the lives of 12 people. Unfortunately, Moshe and Eliad paid the dearest price of all, and our family's heart was shattered twice. And yet, just like that lamentation ends with the words, תרחם ציון כאשר אמרת, ותכוננה כאשר דיברת. תמהר ישוע, ותחיש גאולה, ותשוב לירושלים ברחמים רבים. And we have seen those words coming true once, and we truly believe that we'll see those words coming back again. I wish you all to have the strength and knowledge that we are one nation, and if we stick together and we spread Ahavat Chinam, then we will see the third Bet HaMikdash being built again.
Adonai b'chiyah b'tzion u'misped b'Yerushalayim. Adonai b'chiyah b'tzion u'misped b'Yerushalayim.
Here we are, in the place of the most catastrophic and horrific pogrom in modern Jewish history. As we all know, the place that more people were killed anywhere in the world since the Shoah. And this is the epicenter of that place. Here we are in the forest of Re'im Be'eri, between Be'eri in the north and Re'im just behind us, in this place where 3,500 people came to the Nova Festival, and 10% were killed, so many more maimed and wounded, and over 44 taken hostage. Over 400 people in this festival, at this place, were either killed or taken hostage. That's 1/3 of all of the 1,200 who were affected in this day. So here we are, not only in Otef Aza, in the Gaza envelope, now called Minhelet Tkuma, but here we are in this killing field, the epicenter of all of the killing, maiming and murdering and torture that took place. Chanyon Re'im, the festival of Re'im, the site of the greatest Jewish pogrom in the modern era. And I want to reflect on what happened here in the exact way that Jeremiah the prophet reflected, with one word, to explain this word, the most important word of the day of Tisha B'Av, the day which is colored by this word. It's the theme of the book of Eicha Lamentations, and it's the word which defines many of the kinot that we say on this day. And that word is Eicha itself. 3 of the 5 chapters start, Eicha, how could this happen? Hashem, how could this happen? And not only that, I noticed this year that 5 of the kinot, mainly the ones that we say in the morning, in the beginning of the morning kinot, starting from the second one, 5 of them begin with the word Eicha, perhaps reflecting the 5 chapters of Eicha. And what does the word Eicha mean? We all know that the word how is actually Eich in Hebrew. So why Eicha? What is the difference between Eich and Eicha? And I believe the difference is this. Eich is a question which demands an intellectual answer. How could something like this happen? What is the reason? What is the answer? Eicha is more poetic. It comes more from the soul and the heart than from the mind. It is a question, a rhetorical question. It's the question of a grieving heart, of a paining heart, a heart of Jeremiah, which saw Yirmiyahu such pain and destruction. He said, Ribono shel olam, Eicha, how could this happen? Now we know that we don't question God's divine ways, and we know that Hashem is just, and we know that Hashem wants what is good for us, and there is absolute justice in the world. But that doesn't mean we always understand it. It doesn't always mean that what we experience in our lives reflects that. We know it to be true intellectually, but viscerally, emotionally, it doesn't always add up for us. Our human experience often does not correlate with what we know to be intellectually true. And when that happens, the human heart says, Eicha, God, how could it be? How could it be? We're not looking for an answer because we know that we're not going to understand everything. We know that you are beyond our understanding. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It doesn't mean we aren't grieving. It doesn't mean it's so painful. And even though Yirmiyahu was the one who prophesied about the destruction of the temple, he is the same one when it happens, says, Ribono shel olam, Eicha, how could it be? How can it be that Yerushalayim, Yashva Badad, Ha'ir Rabati Am, the city that was so full and the hustle and bustle of Jewish life, the epicenter of Jewish life, became the epicenter of Jewish destruction? How can it be the place where so many people gathered around is now Eicha Yashva Badad? You're now on your own, isolated, grieving, mourning. How can it be? How can it be, Ribono shel olam? Not necessarily demanding an answer, not even necessarily requesting an answer, because we know it's beyond us, but it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt so deeply. Ribono shel olam, Eicha, how can it be that your temple was destroyed, that so many people were destroyed and killed in the way that they were, both the first temple and the second temple? And here we are in the rebuilt state of Israel, with so much ability to defend ourselves and so much dignity for the Jewish people. Yet here, as we all know in Simchat Torah, this became a killing field, one of torture, one of the most horrific things that we can't even say, barbarism that we didn't even believe could happen today. Ribono shel olam, Eicha, Eicha, how can it happen? And I want to read the first of the kinot of Eicha, because this is the only one of the kinot of Eicha, the actual kinot starting with the word Eicha, that every single stanza begins with the word Eicha. The others start with Eicha, and then they're either alphabetical or in different formats. This one, every single stanza begins with Eicha. This is also written by the famous Elazar Kalir, the famous Paitan. And he says, I just want to read the first line. He says, because it starts all the Eicha series of this particular kinah. It's the second one that we say on the day, Kinana Zayin, the seventh after the first five at night, and the second of the day. And it ushers in another series of 5 thereafter in the first 10 or 15, which begin Eicha. And I'm just going to read the first line. Eicha atzta be'apecha. God, how is it? Atzta, that you so quickly, you hastened be'apecha, in your anger, la'abeid biyad adomim emunecha, that you destroyed, lashmid la'arug la'abeid, the word la'abeid, at the hand of the Edomites, which the Amalekites come from, of course, as well. Emunecha, those who believe in you. How were your faithful ones slaughtered? And seemingly it happened so quickly. How did you hasten it, God? Velo zacharta brit bein abtarim, and you didn't remember your own promise of the brit bein abtarim, asher berata livchunecha, that you promised and you clarified for those who are so tested. How can that be? And this is the theme, God, how can it be? Juxtaposing that which we know to intellectually be true, that you've made promises to us, that we are your people, that we are so dedicated and loyal to you, yet we have suffered perhaps more than anyone else. And this is the question of Eicha, and this is the theme of the day. We sit mourning, crying, grieving in this particular year more than any other, certainly in my lifetime that I can remember, not only on a personal level with the loss of our son, but on a national level, the national level of over 1,500 as the recording of this, soldiers and citizens and civilians who have lost family members. And here we are at the epicenter of it. And Ribono shel olam, from here, on Tisha B'Av, we cry out to you, Eicha, Eicha, How could such a thing happen? How could such a thing happen? Alalali, alalalanu, with such pain from the depths of the heart. How could such a thing be? One of the harrowing realities of the suffering within suffering that I noticed actually before the horrific events of October 7th, Simchat Torah, was how many siblings, brothers and sisters had been murdered in terror attacks in recent times, and indeed on October 7th, on Simchat Torah. We remember only last Pesach before the horrific events of the D family, Maya and Rina, two sisters with their mother, killed so horrifically. Then we had Hallel v'Yagel Yaniv, the two brothers killed in Chawara. Then there's two young innocent children, Asher v'Yaakov, Pele, young children, all of these innocent brothers and sisters, two young siblings, older brothers, older sisters, within a couple of months, these horrific piguim terror attacks. And here we are, the place of the Nova Festival in the Be'eri Re'im forest, and here we are next to two brothers from Jerusalem, from Yerushalayim, the Vaknin brothers, Michael and Oshri, two brothers who were killed and murdered here in this very place. Two brothers who are amongst the organizers of this very festival, fun-loving, life-loving, people who are, their friends say, beloved to everybody, who believed in love, who believed in life, and were amongst the organizers of this festival. And here, these two brothers, ne'ehavim v'ne'imim b'chayehem, beloved and together in their death. I just noticed what's written behind is it says by one of the brothers, we ride together, we ride together. And at the back of the other brother it says, we die together. Brothers who should have been living together, riding together, going through the journey of life together, was cut short in this horrific place, who died together, Michael and Oshri Vaknin. But the truth is, so many brothers and sisters taken hostage have died together. We're going to share shortly the story of Noam and Yishai Slotki, killed not far from here. A remarkable story of heroism and brotherly love. Kfir and Ariel Bibas, we know the siblings, as of the recording of this, still in Gaza, we hope and pray, are alive. Gali and Ziv Berman, twins from Kfar Aza. By the way, Michael and Oshri are twins, and so too the Berman twins, Gali and Ziv from Kfar Aza. And also from Nir Oz, like the Bibas twins, Eitan and Yair Horn from Nir Oz. And also two brothers, Yossi and Elisha Rabbi. Yossi, who was declared dead, his body still in Gaza, and Elisha Rabbi, still in Gaza, a Chatuf, hopefully alive as the recording of this. And therefore, not only has this affected all of us as a people, affected so many families, but also siblings, the sign of what we call brotherly love and sisterly love, people who love each other more than anything, who have their lives together. And yet, even that, brothers together and sisters together, were killed, tortured, maimed, murdered, taken hostage in such horrific ways. And here, by the twins from Yerushalayim who were killed in this place, Michael and Oshri, we tell the story of some of the brothers, some of the sisters, some of the siblings who unfortunately lost their lives this horrific time. And from here, we'll move on to places where brothers courageously stood together and fell together on this horrific yet heroic day. I want to share the story of two brothers, because the truth is that brotherly love and Rahman al-Islan, brotherly hate and discord, is actually what caused the initial exile down to Egypt. In fact, what's known as Galut Rishonah, our initial exile down to Egypt, as we all know, was because of the hatred, the discord, the discontent between Yosef and his brothers towards Yosef, the horrific act of Mechirat Yosef. So much so that we know that it was that act of brothers getting up on each other which actually caused the destruction of the temple itself. We also know from famous sources that the source of the destruction of the second temple, according to our sages, is sinat chinam, causeless, baseless hatred. And therefore, the discord between us as brothers and sisters of the same people, between brothers and sisters of the same family, brothers of Mechirat Yosef, is what got us into exile in the first place. And I believe that so many brothers and sisters falling together, perhaps in this there is a sign of how important it is for brotherly love, for brothers and sisters of the same people and of the same nation and of the same families, to feel that brotherly love and sisterly love of absolute responsibility for each other, the arvut haradit, the solidarity of those bonds, of familial bonds that have to be at the core of our national identity. And here, in this very place, the harrowing, heartbreaking, yet heroic story of Yishai and Noam Slotki. Their father, Rabbi Shmuel Slotki, is a friend, a rabbinic colleague. His wife, Rabbanit Tali Slotki, a wonderful father and mother, wonderful family, who lost on this day their two heroic sons, Noam and Yishai. And it's a story of brotherly love. Two brothers living next to each other in Beersheba. The older brother Noam with his wife and the younger brother Yishai, next door neighbors in Beersheba. As the parents say, one religious, one less religious, not religious. And the two of them together were so close, brothers, literally brothers, which just wanted to be next to each other and live with their families, both married next to each other. And on that day, when people from Sderot came, and at 8 o'clock in the morning, they started hearing what was going on in the south. Immediately, one of the brothers got into his car, left his wife and child with the sister-in-law, and off he went. The other brother came home and said, what's going on? He heard about it, phoned his brother. He said, what's going on? He told him. And the two of them met up outside Beersheba and came together, trying to listen to the news and think, where are they needed? And the two of them arrived early in the morning, not far from here, just on the main road where they began to fight, two of them alone with handguns, neither of them in the army. They were both Golani soldiers in the army, but they're now in Miluim and therefore reserves. So they were just regular civilians at the time. They put on their uniform. They came here as brothers, Noam and Yishai together, started fighting just outside Alumim, where they noticed lots of terrorists with RPGs, and they fought for 45 minutes. We know from the signal on their phones, for 45 minutes, doing everything that they could to stop the terrorists getting into Alumim and committing a horrific massacre. And the two of them fell not far from here, at the entrance to Alumim, the two bodies together, found with many terrorists around them, unfortunately burnt. And these two bodies, a symbol of incredible brotherly love, of heroism, of everything that is good about the Jewish people. And indeed, unfortunately, they fell al Kiddush Hashem, but saved many. We know that the kibbutz of Alumim behind us, just a few kilometers away from Be'eri, just a little further down south, we know almost 100 people, 98 died from Be'eri. Such horrific destruction in Be'eri. Perhaps part of the reason that so few, relatively so few, there were 16 from Alumim, which is every soul and every person is in Olam Umlo in the entire world, but relatively few compared to some of the other kibbutzim in the area. Perhaps it was that spirit of heroism, that brotherly love of these two brothers with fire in their eyes, standing together, fighting together, living together, and unfortunately passing away together, knowing that it's their brotherly love which is the root of the responsibility for the love between all of us as the Jewish people. And that love and connection, which is what brought them to here to defend their own people. And Bezrat Hashem, in the schut of such incredible self-sacrifice, heroism and brotherly love, that their falling, as their parents continue to say, will contribute, we hope and pray, the horrific and terrible falling to the brotherly love within our people, which is so absolutely necessary, that if it was through sinat chinam and brotherly hatred that the temple initially was destroyed and galut ensued, that it's through this tikkun of the incredible brotherly love displayed in this place and in other places on this day, which ultimately will be part of the nechama and part of the binyan for Klal Yisrael. There is always hope in the pain. No matter how deep the tragedy, no matter how painful and sorrowful life is, there is always hope. And even in the depths of the kinot, where we pour our hearts out to Hashem, and we say these lamentations, crying about the tragedy which is so difficult to bear. The final one of the kinot, famously with its beautiful, haunting melody, Elitzion ve'areha, is a symbol of the fact that despite the pain and sorrow, there is hope. And famously, the metaphor which forms the basis of this entire kinah is the one of childbirth. Elitzion ve'areh kamo isha b'tzireha. Yes, perhaps the most painful physical experience is childbirth. Rents the body asunder, such a difficult, painful process, hours of pain. Yet somehow this is able to bear because we know that within the pain, within the challenge, within the depths of the pain, there is hope, there is life. A new dawn begins as a result of the pain. And therefore this metaphor of what our sages have called Eit tzara Yaakov, it says in the Nevi'im, it's a time of challenge for Yaakov, umimeno yivasher, and from it there will be salvation. And our sages famously say, Rabbi Kook, Rav Tzvi Kook often used to say, umimena, a mem mitoch, even though there's such Eit tzara Yaakov, umimena yivasher, and from within it, from within the pain, from within the difficulty, yivasher, there will be salvation. Here, at this place, Nachal Oz base, here we are at a place of so much pain, so much difficulty, a place where more soldiers fell on the 7th of October, Simchat Torah, than any other place in Otef Aza. 54 of the 300 soldiers who fell in and around the small base known as Nachal Oz. Unfortunately, one of those was our son, Daniel Hashem Yikom Damo, who fell after 2.25 hours of defending the base on the Israel side towards Gaza, where he fell along with Itai Chen and Tomer Leibovitz, and Itai and Daniel, as this recording, their bodies are still held in Gaza. But 54 soldiers fell here. Not only that, it was here that the operation room was burnt. It was here that so many people were burnt alive and lost their lives. It was here in the air raid shelter that the 7 Tatzpitaniot, we saw the videos of some of them being taken captive. Many of their friends were killed in the Migunit, in the air raid shelter here, not far from here in Nachal Oz. And it's from here that they were taken. And therefore a place of such pain, but also a place of hope. It was here that Israeli soldiers streamed in from all around Israel. And one of those, the story of brothers that we've spoken about, one of those was our son Yonatan. As Hashgacha, Providence would have it, our son Yonatan, after fighting in many different places, was the one who led the forces of the paratroopers into this base, saving many of the women and fighting for hours in this base along with his commander and other officers. Indeed, also officers of the Yamam, where the commander Arnon Zmora of the recent Mivtza Arnon, which saved the 4 hostages, he also fought at a similar time with the Koch of the Yamam, the special forces in this base, to save and to defend. And this brotherly love of a brother for a brother, our son Yonatan, fighting as Providence would have it in the same place that his brother unfortunately earlier had fallen, and people from all around Israel fighting for their brethren, fighting to save people that they didn't know, men and women of Nachal Oz, the kibbutz nearby, and of course the Mutzav, is that sign of brotherly love, that sign of hope, that sign of the gvura, of the heroism at the heart of what happened in that day. So many of the systems failed, but what did not fail in that day were the sense of allegiance, the sense of all for one and one for all, the fact that we are all brothers and sisters no matter what. We were blessed, unfortunately, in this place of difficulty where our son Daniel fell, and we're still, please God, waiting for the return of his halal for burial in Israel. His brother survived, his brothers and many others survived, saved 22 soldiers, 20 female soldiers and 2 male soldiers, the last survivors of this Mutzav, of this base. And also the soldiers who fought here from the time of our son Daniel and thereafter saved kibbutz Nachal Oz just in front of me. Kibbutz Nachal Oz, relatively few people were taken captive, even though it's so close to the border, and relatively few were killed compared to kibbutzim in the area. And because of the heroic actions of our sons, brothers, and so many other Israeli soldiers and civilians, so much good and so much amazing things happened despite the challenge. And therefore, it is so appropriate that we end with Elitzion ve'areha, that despite the pain, there is so much hope. Tragedy is never forever. We had the schut of not only Yonatan surviving, but getting married 10 days later, despite the fact that at that time we didn't know Daniel was missing. And so many other weddings have happened. In fact, as I'm recording this, we just recorded the story of Yishai and Noam Slotki, and I told his father that I was busy recording, and he just told me now that Yishai's brother Yonatan is getting married tonight. Tonight, as we're recording, I didn't know that Yishai's brother Yonatan is getting married tonight. And despite the pain, Elitzion ve'areha, despite the pain of Zion, which is weeping and crying, and all of us crying for Yerushalayim, crying for Israel, crying for so much of the difficulty that has happened, K'moi Shabbat Sirah, we understand that it's not forever, and out of this will come a new dawn, a new day. And the Slotki family, their son Yonatan getting married, and our son Yonatan getting married 10 days later. And that is the story of the Jewish people. It's a story why we don't say Tachnun also on Tisha B'Av, that even within the pain, it's somehow still some type of moed. Good will come from it. Mashiach will be born in this day according to our sages. And therefore, despite the pain, despite the suffering, despite the eicha that we don't have answers, despite the fact that so many brothers and sisters and families fell in these places, at the same time, we have seen who we are as a people, the love for each other, and please God, the ahavat chinam that we have seen on this day going forward will be the tikkun of brothers who are there for each other, tikkun of Mechirat Yosef, the brothers and sisters who are there for each other at this difficult time, Bezrat Hashem. This will ultimately be the great Bsorah news and tidings for the Jewish people, to bring back all of our hostages, for the defense of all of our soldiers, to vanquish our enemies, to return all of those who aren't in their homes in the south and the north. And Bezrat Hashem, Elitzion ve'ara, K'moi Shabbat Sirah, out of this will come growth, beauty, healing, comfort, and strength for the Jewish people going forward.
Adono b'chiyo b'tzion u'mispei
Number 14. Ohali asher ta'afta ad lo bereshit. Focus being on the word po, focus being top of page 41 in the handout, Ikar Shechina B'Tachtonim. And I read a little bit from Rabbi Soloveitchik about God's desire to be in this world and our desire to have God in this world. And that's the po. The po is the imminence of the presence here. Po. Oli asher to'afta ad lo v'reishis im kisei chavod litzorfo lama lo netzach shudad biot shodedim v'ini yeta karoa ba'otya v'rashta v'raganta v'atam alifo. Oli, my tent, I mourn for my ohel. Asher komamta le'eitanei olam. The eitanei olam are the avot. Eitan ha'ezrachi is Avraham. Becherdat mi'efo. Lama lo netzach tzumas biad tzarim v'niyeh soketzipor boded al gag. Mar tzareach meli yedidi po. Oli asher potz do'laman no litzir. V'ato amodi modi po. Lama lo netzach urar biad arelim v'niyeh sokesonei v'tzor v'ayevui moshav po. Oli asher nochisa ba'anan nehod. Les asher yeshno po ve'einenu po. We had a Krisus Bris in Parshas Nitzavim, Es asher Yeshna po ve'es asher einenu po. Imanu omed hayom. Lama lanetzach. Moaz biad mordim b'ni Yesa kalo yuchal Oshia malachafo milachafo. Oli asher konanta machon l'shivtacha l'chofeif bechupo. Lama lanetzach yua biad Yehirim b'ni Yesa ketas becholol. Ve'ein od navi v'namta ha'ein po. Oli asher chanisa me'az b'sav mipo. Lama lanetzach zunach biad zarim v'ni Yesa kivasik yotzei chutza v'lo avar po. Oli asher echanto lashlich bo lefanecha gorol po. Lama lanetzach docha biad domim v'ni Yesa kiger ba'oretz v'namta ki lo nosov had bo ufo. Oli asher ba'avon b'tzi chashchu koch v'enish po. Lama lanetzach upal biad acherim v'ni Yesa Ka'oreach b'molon v'od milachapo. Ochar v'kedem mipo. L'chol dor v'dor noda kitzpo v'chupo. Almeh mikolom shos alai kapo. Zos lavlial ki fidcho kuk b'chapo. Ripisei v'tucho ki rega biapo. Biad ato eicha yuav biapo. Number 16, a ko. If the kino that we just read, the milah manche, the focus is the word po. The kina that we're reading now, the focus is the word ko. You notice that a ko is the word echab split in half, a ko. Where is, once again, the contrast? What happened to the first part that was so special and precious? And now it's the opposite. A ko, at one point it was wonderful, but vehein ata, but now it's so terrible. The contrast is here really what is so strong. Number 16, still by Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, Eko Omer. And the balakina here, Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, plays on the word ko, where the word ko appears repeatedly throughout the Bible, throughout Torah and beyond, and uses that ko in a very positive sense. The positive context of where the word ko is, a ko, what happened to the ko? And now we've experienced the opposite. A ko omer ko ras la'ov befetzach b'vris ben absarim ko yehiyeh lo netzach. What happened during bris ben absarim? Kadosh Baruch Hu took Avram Avinu outside, and he pointed to the stars, and he said, ko yehiyeh zaracha, but vehein ata, by contrast, bul'u atzomai beretzach, lama Elohim zonachto lanetzach. Eko, what happened to the beautiful ko? Gosh keseh ola ola l'ratzecha nelcha ad ko. There was a beautiful ko. Vani vanar nelcha ad ko. Pitui be'dosecha. The whole event of the Akedah, the whole drama, the whole story, the whole expression, the paradigmatic expression of faith was amazing. But by contrast, ve'einat odokru kefelach rayosecha yeshan abcha b'tzon marisecha. Eko avtochas akudim nekudim b'mishuos im ko yomar yuchash os. It's an amazing experience when Yaakov was able to build up a whole way of making a parnasa and the animals. It's amazing, miracle. Ve'nata v'kachta ir meleya tishuos harima fa'amecha l'mashuos. Eko zom v'harag mitzri. Began no'ul ba'kodesh vayifen. Ko v'cho. Chosam edus kodesh. Ve'nata chel kamachal chodesh. Kol hera oyev ba'kodesh. Eko tov kishulach go'ol avodecha. Ko tomar. L'shalach amavdecha. Ko tomar l'vnei Yisrael. Yesh lachani aleichem. We're ready to go. Go'ol avdecha. Kishulach, he was sent to redeem the Jewish people. Yesh lachani aleichem. And what happened? Ve'inata yashvu bogdim beveis biudecha shoagut so rebecha bekerev moadecha eko. Krisos chadoshos birisos b'cho amar Hashem kechatzos halayla ani yotzei b'toch Mitzrayim. We're ready to go. We're leaving. We're gone. We're done. We're out. B'tzeitimi Mitzrayim b'mofsei osos ve'nato lu'aku b'naleim le'esos samosos. Eko mishma Moshe Allah. Ko amar lebeit Yaakov v'saged lebnei Yisrael l'inevas bayit hama'ula ve'natani yatzu b'nei avlo yivoda kimevi lamala. Eko shishim otiot hakadumot kosavorchu. Kosavorchu birchas kohanim has 60 otiot, 60 letters. Kosavorchu until yes, well say Yisrael Shem Pav Yasem Lecha Shalom, 60 letters, and the parallel here is the 60 letters L'Shishim Giborim Domot, to the 60 Giborim, to the 60 Giborim. Look on page 42. It's a Medrash in Shir HaShirim, bottom right on page 42. Hinemi tatosha l'shlomo. It's a pasuk in Shir HaShirim. Shishim giborim saviv la migiborei Yisrael. Rabbi b'shem Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Yosei patar kraya b'birchat kohanim. Interpreted the 60 giborim in the context of birchat kohanim. Skip 2 lines. Shishim giborim saviv la elu shishim otiot shebebirchat kohanim. So birchat kohanim is a ko, is an incredible ko, is an amazing ko. Kosavorchas b'nei Yisrael yivarecha Hashem yishmerecha. Doesn't get better than that. And speaking about Kosavorchu, we have now the Shishim Giborim of Shlomo, which we already see in the Melech, the Midrash in Shir HaShirim applies one to the other. So here I want to read Rabbi Soloveitchik again. This was the speech that he gave in Congregation Kehillat Jeshurun and KJ on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Many, many years ago. It's published in a volume that was put together after the passing of Rabbi Joseph Luxstein, who had been the rabbi there for many, many years. And there's a transcript of this talk that Rabbi Soloveitchik gave in that Beit Knesset that was published in that volume that I want to pick up a piece that is relevant for me here. Rabbi Soloveitchik was very self-aware and spoke a lot about the human condition, about challenges, about his own personal challenges, about the human condition challenges. He had his finger on the pulse of humanity, and he was able to express it in very profound and moving ways. He's talking here about solitude and despondence and dejection of the human being. Let us explain. Top left, page 42. He says again, man. He doesn't mean man. He means a human being. Man experiences his homelessness as a small being in the human reality called vulnerability. Man is, as just stated, exposed to all the vicissitudes of an environment that at best is unconcerned and indifferent. At best is unconcerned and indifferent. This feeling of being vulnerable, I think it's a feeling that we identify with now. Of being exposed is the feeling of homelessness. Man is an exposed being. He's exposed to disease and is exposed to death. Of course, the beast is also exposed. The beast of the field is also vulnerable. But the beast is not homeless. Even a stray dog is not a homeless dog because a beast knows nothing and doesn't anticipate anything. So you don't feel homelessness if you don't know anything. But a human being is aware of himself and his environment and anticipates events. And since a human being has awareness of time and looks forward to the future, so a human being then becomes conscious of their vulnerability. We speak quite often of our desire to achieve security, but total security is unattainable, since the very awareness of man is fraught with a feeling of insecurity. Now we come to this passage in the Kina. How then can we speak of a home for man if the home fails to provide him with security? We read, Hinei mitaso shel Shlomo shishim giborim saviv la migiborei Yisrael kulam achuzei cherev milumdei milchama ish charbo al yirecho mipachad balelo. What kind of a story does this verse relate? We say it in Kriyat Shema Lamita. It pictures the hall with the litter or bed of Solomon guarded by 80 mighty men, of the mighty men of Israel. Shishim giborim saviv la mi giborei Yisrael. Ish charbo al yirecho handled the sword and are expert in war. And yet every man has this sword upon his thigh because of the dread of the night. It's not just that the gun is over here, but the gun is right over here. We're holding on. I remember. These are such precious insights. We saw before when Rabbi Soloveitchik was a little boy, he asked his Malamed a question about why does God cry? And here's again, he's a little boy. I remember how as a little boy I was studying with Rabbi Shir Hashirim. A couple hours ago he was studying Eicha. He's learning Shir Hashirim with his Rebbe, and when we came across this passage, I asked him, what is the dread of the night? What is mipachad balelos? I think that's amazing. Little kid has no idea. He's not afraid of anything. Right. When I was his age, I had pachad balelos. I don't remember, it's a long time ago. Little kids, right? Little kids, they're 4 years old, they're crying, they come into your bed, they're worried, they're nervous, they don't even know what's bothering them. Right? We've been around that a couple of times. You want to, you hug your kid, don't worry, it's going to be okay. So little Beryl had no idea what mipachad balelos was. Rebbe, what's mipachad balelos? He did not answer me. But the question nevertheless kept bothering my mind. I came home and I asked my mother, what is mipachad balelos? You notice he didn't ask his father. He asked his mother. What is the dread of the night? My mother didn't answer me. She told me, read Shema and go to sleep. When she tucked me in, I forgot the dread of the night. I forgot even the question of what is the dread of the night. So I was thinking about this, and the Rav felt that his mother didn't answer him. I feel that his mother did answer him. Look at the Midrash, the next Midrash, right where I stopped on the bottom right. Ish charbo al yirecho mipachad baleilot. 4 or 5 lines from the bottom. It's a Beferish Medrash. Shafilu adam ro'eh b'chalomo cherev michatachad birecho ma ya'aseh. Yelech lebeit hakneset v'yikra kriyat shema v'yitpalel tfilato v'yishma birchat kohanim v'yaneh achareim amen ve'ein davar ra maziko. You see, she knew the Medrash, his mother. His mother was a smart lady. She knew the Medrash. She says to her, what's mipachad baleilos? She says, it's a beferish Medrash. The Medrash says, when you have mipachad baleilos, what do? You go to shul and you say Kriya Shema. So little Beryl is the little boy, so he's not going to shul. So he goes to sleep and he says Kriya Shema. I think he got it wrong. He says, my mother didn't answer me. He thinks she just blew him off and says, go say Kriya Shema. Beryl, leave me alone, say Kriya Shema, go to sleep. And then he forgets. But that's exactly what she told him. She told him, say Kriya Shema. When you say Kriya Shema, you're good to go. Because we have a haftacha, we have a midrash that says, mipachad baleilot, you say Kriya Shema. And if you say Kriya Shema, ein davar ra maziko, it goes away. Shishim giborim, the tushtel here, between this is what I want to read into this passage. In ko siach shishim otiot hakdumot, ko tevorchu, l'shishim giborim domot. Now I want to read you a medrash about Birchat Kohanim. It's a midrash in Lech Lecha. It's like a favorfen a medrash. That's absolutely not where it belongs. Where is Birchat Kohanim? In Parshat Naso. So long before Parshat Naso, the midrash addresses itself to this question and says something that I think is very profound. Top right, page 42. Mehechan zochu Yisrael lebirchas Kohanim. Why was Yisrael zocha? What did we do to get such a bracha? Yavarecha Hashem v'yishmerecha, yara Hashem panav elecha v'yichun. What's unbelievable? What do we do? Mehechan zochu Yisrael lebirchas Kohanim. Rabbi Yehuda, Reb Nechemia, v'Rabbana. Three-way answer. You say this word somewhere at a bar mitzvah or something. This take it to the bank. This is a good one. It's worth price of admission to the learning today. To walk away, you'll put it on your refrigerator. I used to say you put it on your refrigerator because the reason why I had a refrigerator is because I could put stuff on front of the refrigerator. But then they started making refrigerators that are not magnetized. So I try to figure out, what do I need a refrigerator? If I can't put my grandchildren's picture on the refrigerator, who needs a refrigerator? So you stick it on the side of your computer. Now it's a whole new world. So you'll cut this out, you'll put it on the computer on the side, you'll tape it in. Me'echan zochi Yisrael lebirchas Kohanim, Rabbi Yehuda Amar me Avraham, ko yihiyeh zaracha. Ko savorchu es b'nei Yisrael. It says ko yeh zaracha by Avraham. So memela was zoche for ko savorchu es b'nei Yisrael. Reb Nechemia Amar me Yitzchok, shenemar v'ani v'anar neilcha ad ko. L'ficha chamer hamakom ko savorchu. Rabbanan Amri mi Yaakov, shenemar ko somar lebeis Yaakov uchenegdo ko savorchu es b'nei Yisrael. So the question that I want to pose is, what? It's just like this automatic, magical, it says ko here, it says ko there. There's some technical parallel between this word and that word. So I want to suggest something that I think is more meaningful, at least to me. Those of us who are blessed to have children, that's a bracha. Those of us who are blessed to help other people's children, who have children. You want to know what you need to do to be zoche, to have birchas Kohanim? Ko yeh zaracha. But Reb Nechemia teaches us it's not just enough to have zaracha. It's not just enough to produce children. That's only the beginning of the story. From the Chemiyomer miyitzchak shenemar v'ani v'hana arnelcha. It's the parent and the child walking in lockstep. It's the parent conveying values to the child. It's not just producing a child. It's shaping a child. It's influencing a child. It's acting in a way that the child should follow. You don't just tell the kid what to do, but you walk together with the kid. You take the kid by the hand, you walk to shul. You take the kid, you go to parent-child learning. We don't call it anymore father-son learning. We call it parent-child learning because we take our daughters to learn. And we take them to learn. We don't send them off to learn. We go, ani v'anar. You want your kid to turn into something, you invest. And how do you invest? By modeling. You want Birchas Kohanim, you want Kosavorchu, you want V'varecha Hashem v'yishmerecha. So you, ani v'anar. You take your kid, and you take your kid to the soccer game, and you take your kid to the Mishnah party, and you take your kid to the siddur play. You take your kid. You don't send your kid, you go with your kid. You link lockstep, ani v'anar. That's the way you want to behave in order to get Birchas Kohanim. And then the last answer. V'Rabbanan Amar Yaakov Kosamer Lebeis Yaakov. You know what? We invest in our children, and we invest in other people's children, not for them alone, and not for us alone. We invest for the Jewish people. Ko Tamar Lebeit Yaakov V'Saged Lebnei Yisrael. We invest to be able to add another brick in the wall of building up a Jewish people that has meaning, and that has significance, and that has nitzchias, and that has a future. You want to be zoche for Birchas Kohanim, you do yours not just for your family, you do yours for your family, for the Jewish people. And it extends beyond, and extends beyond, and it extends beyond. Me'echan zochu Yisrael Birchas Kohanim. It's not just gefamfed, it says the word ko here, it says the word ko there. But each one of them represents something that's deep and important and significant. And that's exactly what we're asking in this kina. Eiko siach shishim otiot hakdumo. What happened to that? What happened? What happened to this ko, to that ko? What happened to ko savorcha? What happened to Yivarechecha Hashem v'yishmerecha? Yo'er Hashem panav elecha v'yichuneka yisa Hashem panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. I mean, what do we want? We want shalom. We want shalom. It's like normal. I mentioned earlier before the break. The Korban Tamid. We want Zkenim Uzkenot to sit on the park bench and to share stories about the nachas from their children. That's what we want. That's all we want. V'yasem lecha shalom. And the Balakina says here, Eiko Shish, what happened to it? V'heinatat kuridumot bisvach eitz kardumot Eiko potz lakovu beracham kedoshecha v'shuv v'chot tedaber shuv el balak v'chot tedaber. Wow, it was amazing. God, we're getting blessings. Humar lekedoshecha V'heinatat tzaru al ir kodshecha shilchu ba'esh mikdashecha Eiko kichas leviim shleimecha ko ta'ateh lahem leviim l'taharam. That was the good time. Lebeit olamecha V'heinata ra'ashu v'yirishu shamecha la'aretz chilulu mishkan shemecha Eiko shivat shofros eretz ko Yericho. The blowing up Yericho, the walls are falling. Ko taseh sheshet yamim la'pilchom ala aretz v'heinata she'arim tav'u ba'aretz. Sarfu chomo adei el ba'aretz Eiko teshuat hasamai otzar B'cho amar asher ladorot natzar ve'nata tubchu frachai b'chatzor ad masai Elohim yecharef tzor. The next kina is This is actually one of the more, or maybe the most historical keynotes that describe what happened during Churban Bayis Sheni. It's completely based on Mamare Chazal, tells the story. As we've seen, the keynote until now are not storytelling keynote, but they're mostly grappling with God keynote. Echa, how could it be? What happened to Ko? What happened to Po? Here we tell the story. Number 17, Zachor Asher Asad Tsar Befinim. We're still with Kalir. He's holding our hands for a long time today. Whenever he lived, I don't know when he lived, the Tzlach, our Heilige Tzlach, who we started with, was very upset with the fact that it says 900 years in one of the statements of the Rabbi Elazar Kalir at the beginning of Chazor Sashatz. How could it be? 900 years can't be. It's a Tosfos. So he says something really interesting. I invite you to keep thinking about it. You know what? It was an interpolation. You think this text was written by who we think it was written by? Now, some guy later, some person slipped in. He slipped in something later on. So go know when you read it. You can't be medayik and, going to bring a proof from the text. You see, that maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was written later. I think it's very bold. It's very modern to say something like that. Rabbi Landau, 18th century. And we're still with Rabbi Kalir whenever he lived. Let's say he was one of the Tanoim. Let's say in my Kino's book here, it says by Kalir, parenthesis, 7th century question mark. And does anybody have any date in any one of your keynote books? Who knows? Nobody knows. Zachar asher asad tzar befinim. Shalav charbo b'lefnai v'lifnim. He's talking about Titus, who came with his knife and with his sword, and he came into lefnai u'lefnim. This is laid out in gory detail in the Gemara Maseches Gittin. Nachalatenu b'yeit kitimei lechem aponim v'gider parochet b'al shtei panim. Yitomim giel b'magen mo'adam v'yimadeit kav b'marei adam dam memenu dolach v'hishkir chitzav midam ki yatsa min habayit v'charbo melei adam alagoto chavot gaver v'noto el yodo lemulo ligbor mitzrayim b'chol ha'om asher b'mavar v'ani b'sochi vuyo orutz elov b'tzavor. Now he quotes a medrash. Avosenu zara ki echnisu bachura v'achla eish v'zeh tzoa zona hechnis v'lo nichva ba'esh. It's a medrash in Achrei Mot. The contrast is crazy. Nadav and Avihu bring an eish zara, whatever that is. I don't know what that means. They do something wrong. It's interesting that Chazal, for some reason, are not happy with simply accepting face value eish zara. And eish zara means that there's a certain tekes that goes on in the Mishkan, and they came in offline, and they brought an eish zara, and because they brought an eish zara, that was not part of the arrangement, so it was so bad for some reason that they got burned, they got killed. Chazal give all kinds of reasons, all kinds of explanations of why Nadav and Avihu were killed. Nothing to do with an eish zara. There's a Gemara in Sanhedrin that says the problem with Nadav and Avihu was as follows, that the Jewish people were walking out, Moshe and Aaron were walking, and then behind them the children, and then behind them the Nesiim, the Sheinei Eden, and behind them the Jewish people, and they're walking. And says the Gemara, Amar le Nadav la'Avihu, Matai yamutu shnei zkenim halalu, va'ani va'atan nanhig et hador. I don't know, Nun Vav Sanhedrin, I don't remember. I know it's at the bottom of an Amid Aleph, 3 lines there, big lines. Amar le Nadav la'avihu, listen to this. Matai yamutu shnei zakenim halalu, va'ani va'ata nanhig et hador. Oh, that's how you talk? That's it, finished. So they're walking behind Moshe and Aaron, and Nadav turns to Avihu and says, when are these two Altichkis going to pop off already? When are they going to die? So, you know, we're waiting. You know, I'm thinking Prince Charles. I'm thinking Prince Nebuch. Could you imagine? Like he's like an old man, and he's trying to figure out, like, when is he going to move to be Ola Ligadula? So Beferish Gemara, Nadav says to Avihu, when are these guys going to die already? So it's that terrible thing. Terrible thing. It's nothing to do with Eish Zara. I'm giving you an example of all kinds of explanations, but I want to leave you with the thought. For a long time, I didn't understand this. And then I remember the Gemara Masachet Sota. The Gemara says in Masachet Sota, the Gemara is talking about the events leading up to the Avdut Mitzrayim. So the Gemara says that Paro called a meeting, and he had 3 advisors come to the meeting. What should I do with the Jewish people? So the Gemara says, Bil'am sheya'atz neherag, Iyov sheshatak nidon b'yisurin, Yitro shebarach zacha mibanav, to be wonderful people. So my father many years ago says to me, I don't understand. I understand Bilam Sheya'atz, terrible. I understand Yitro shebarach, I'm out of here, I don't want to be a part of this, so he gets zechuyot. But what was Eov? Eov sheshatak nidon b'yisurin. He was only quiet. He was quiet. Ad kedei kach nidon b'yisurin. Nidon b'yisurin, and the ultimate yisurin, the yisurim of Eov, because he was quiet. He didn't say anything. So he told me there's a midrash that I found that said that Eov is wondering, why did this happen to me if after all I was only shatak? And you'll figure out the chronology here. Until he saw this story of Nadav and Avihu following Aaron and Moshe. So now we're talking about Paro's days with the beginning of Shmot. Eov lived forever. Write a biography of Eov. I don't know how you're going to place it. So Eov is living then, and he doesn't understand Nidon b'Yisurin, because after all, I was only Shatak, until he saw this story. What's this story? Think about it for a moment. Nadav and Avihu are walking behind Moshe and Aaron. Mataya mutu shnei zakenim halalu v'ani v'ata nanid et hazu. Who said that? Amar le Nadav la'Avihu. What did Avihu do? Who was killed? Both of them were killed. Why were both killed? Nadav should have been killed. I'm a chutzif. That's how you talk about your father? That's how you talk about your uncle? That's how you talk about Moshe and Shnei Zakenim Alolu, the 2 Altichkis? You're killing them off already? Amar le Nadav la'Avihu. I get it. What did Avihu do? Says Eov, now I understand. You know what Avihu did? Nothing. Magia lacha onesh kazeh, when you do nothing. You know what Avihu should have done? Should have told Nadav, listen, brother, go home, go into the bathroom, take soap, stick it in your mouth, wash your mouth out with soap. What kind of mechutza for you? How can you talk like this? He should have made a macha. He didn't make a macha. Amalei Nadav and Avihu megate weiter. Oh, says Eov. Now I understand. Now I understand what happens when you're shotek. When you're shotek, you pay a price for being shotek. It's also a lesson for us. When injustice is being perpetrated, you can't just shotek. We saw this earlier in that unbelievable Gemara, Masechah Shabbos, about Avram and Yitzchak and Yaakov, and they're, they're okay, Banecha Chatu, okay. But Yitzchak says no. Yitzchak goes to bat. He goes to the mat for the Jewish people. If Paro has a gzeira and he wants to do something bad for the Jewish people, so you can't be shotek. That's the sin of Nadav and Avihu, at least Lefi Yena Gemara, according to that Gemara. Here, the contrast is very powerful. The Midrash says in Acharei Mot that Nadav and Avihu, the Pasuk Chumash, that they brought in an Eish Zarah and they got burned. And they were tzaddikim gemurim. They were very special holy people. They were Benan Shel Kedoshim. They were children of Aaron. They were nephews of Moshe Rabbeinu. And they committed an infraction, which we don't understand. Achla Eish. And this one, the Gemara says, he does all kinds of disgusting things, mamish in the Kodesh Kodashim, and garnished. Why is that? It's not right. It's not fair. It's not appropriate. He gets away scot-free. How could that be? Avotenu zara ki hechnisu bachurav. Bachurav means his special young men. Nadav and Avihu achla eish. But v'zeh tzoah zona hechnis v'lo nichva ba'eish. Avadim chitu besuko labas eish v'almeh beveis eish mimorom sholach eish v'nafshenu tovanu ba'otzi klei shareis v'samam ba'ani shayit bam lahashreis horenu yimakish kim shareis v'lo matzah tishim u'shlosha klei shareis. There were 93 klei shareis in the Beit HaMikdash. It's a Mishnah in Masechet Tamid, 93 klei sharet, and here they're gone. Nashim kisharu kivaritz bekarka abayis no love echaritz sarim lu paso bevo paritz beves kodesh hakodoshim tzachanoso ishritz bachurimi bachutz tzogu mechuzakim v'saru kiyuzak b'shishim ribo mazikim zkenim nevasu kihir shuhu mishchakim asos ritzono v'hu asur bazikim. Shavas sotein Nebuchadnezzar vayavo Admon Edom Titus Rome vayisabev Choma vayaves Hamon naflo evral nine pitzel lach luz v'armon ad kinutash midok armon al Pesach harabayis hechel lavo biad arba'a rashei tafsarav lacharivo. So the Medrash says that Titus had 4 generals, and he sent out 1 general each to attack a different kotel, a different wall surrounding Arabayit. And 3 of them were successful. But outside Ma'aravi lezecher hisridbo. V'tzag achar katleinu v'lo rav rivo. What's the pasuk say? Hine ze omed achar koslenu mashkiach min achalonos meitzitz min acharakim, says the Medrash on that pasuk in Shir HaShirim. Hine ze omed achar kotlenu ze kotel ha'ma'aravi shemei olam lo zaza hashchina me'al kotel ha'ma'aravi. It's a Medrash in Shir HaShirim. Outside ma'aravi lezecher hisridbo me'olam lo shchina Zaza Shchina Me'al Kotel HaMa'aravi. So we go to the Kotel a lot, and whenever I go, I remind myself of this Medrash, and I'm like trying to find it, I'm trying to feel it. I think I mentioned before, I don't remember, that I came in 1967, right after the 6-Day War, and I went with my father to visit Rabbi Levine. Rabbi Levine was a great man. I would imagine you've heard his name. And he lived in, what's the neighborhood near the Nachlaot? Thank you. He lived in Nachlaot. And we come in, and there's 1 room. He's got a 1-room apartment. You come in and right over here, there's a little table that's like half the size of this table. And then, it left such a lasting impression on me. And then behind him, there's a bed, and there were 2 slippers sticking out from the bed. There was a bed with a cover. And then over here, there was a sink. There was a sink, and there was a big Netilas Yadayim thing in the sink. And then in the back, there was a vilon. And I'm assuming that's where his bathroom was, in the back in the vilon. I don't know. I was an American kid. I was 16 years old. I had a house, I had an apartment, I had my own room. I don't know. I had a kitchen, I had stuff. And I walk in, the Rabbi Levine took his mamish, tiny space. And he got up and he had to get more chairs because I came with my father. There was only 1 chair. So he had to pull another chair, and he pulls another chair, and we sit down, and he starts to cry. This is 4 weeks after the end of the war. When we came to Israel, it was 10 days after the 6-day war was finished. We couldn't get to the Kotel because there was rubble all over in front of the Kotel. I don't know if any of you were around then, but the Jordanians, the Arabs, had houses, between this wall and this table was what was open. There was like a passageway. Then the rest had houses. And at the end of the war, the Israelis blew up all the houses, and what was left was blown up houses. We couldn't get, you had to walk over wires and bars and bricks and pipes. It was amazing. The euphoria, I think I mentioned, Taka, earlier, the euphoria of Leil Tisha B'Av. And we come in and he's crying, Rabbi Levine, and he's quoting this medrash. We have a kotel now. And the midrash says in Shir HaShirim, Hinei ze omed achar katlenu. And this is the kotel ma'aravi me'olam lo zaza shchina. And he's so overwhelmed with the fact that now we actually have access. He just started to cry. He didn't say anything. He started to cry. And I'm as a kid. I was 16. And I'm watching this holy Jew cry, mamish cry. And it left a lasting impression on me. Rabbi Soloveitchik used to cry one time on Tisha B'Av when he read the Asara Harugei Malchus. When he read Arzei Alvano Nadirei HaTorah, he mamish used to bawl. He used to cry. I don't cry. I'm sorry that I don't cry. I don't know, I wish I cried. I had to guess I don't feel it. I don't feel what Rabbi Levine felt. I don't feel what Rabbi Soloveitchik felt. For me, it's, I guess, more intellectual. I tried for it to be emotional, but I don't reach, I'm not crying. Now, in general, we don't cry so much. It's not cool to cry. Chaim Soloveitchik, Professor Chaim Soloveitchik, in his famous Rupture and Reconstruction, has a whole ending about how he remembers when he was growing up in Boston, how the old Jews used to cry in shul, not observant, but they used to cry in shul on Yom Kippur. It was like a thing. Today, there are Jews who cry, but I haven't encountered them. Right, in your average shul, maybe here it's better. I haven't been in a shul where people are crying on Yom Kippur, but mamish sobbing, crying. I try to shed a tear, and I feel that I had a good davening if I feel a tear. But that speaks to the level of emotion that I think is important for us to have. Rabbi Levine, when I get to this passage, Vitzag achar katleno, I remember this holy Jew. There are holy Jews walking around. There are holy Jews walking around who don't look like holy Jews, but they're holy Jews. Super holy Jews, ready to give their lives for the Jewish people. So we should hug them and to walk in their shadows. And draw chizuk from them. We saw some of you saw the recordings earlier, the videos. It's the holy Jews who bespeak a level of optimism and faith in spite of mamash, what happened. It's amazing. I'm jealous. Let's go on. Hata katzafta vehirshisa lefanot yeladim asher ein bahem kol ma'um misham lahafnot. Lama rogshu goyim v'lo shato el hamincha pinot v'shulchum le'eretz utz b'shalosh sfinot. We saw this before, the medrash about the 3 boats. And I told you that they all were being brought to inappropriate behavior in Rome, and they didn't want to engage in it, but the only way out was to commit suicide. And they throw themselves over each one of the boatloads, and then the midrash ends, V'HaKadosh Baruch Hu sovechet, v'omeret, Hashem says, Alela ani bochia. Hashivenu shivu kavo b'nivchei, bring us back like those who were thrown into the sea. V'shitfu atzmam yachad linpol bayam. They all decided that they were going to throw themselves into the water. Shir v'tishbachot shoreru ka'al yam ke'olecha haragnu b'mitzulot yam. Ki to'amod ba'u ad nafshan kol zot ba'atnu v'lo shechachnucha chilu l'mamshan tikva sam nasnu l'meishiv mi bashan ubaskol nishma'a ura lama Tisha. Number 19, im tochalna. Im tochalna. Im tochalna. When I think of all the terrible things that happened to me in this context here, particularly in the wake of the Churban Beit HaMikdash, all of the horrific tortures and killings and tragedy, alalai li, woe is to me. Im tochalna nashim piriam olalei tipuchim alalai li, still by Rabbi Lazar HaKalir. Im tevashelna nashim rachmaniyot yaldehem hamidudim tfachim alalai li. Im togazna pa'at rosham v'tikosharna l'susim porchim alalai li. They tied the people to the tail of the horses. They tied the people to the tail of the horses. And then the horses run off. There is a midrash in Eicha, which I see I did not include, that says the following. Midrash Eicha Perek Aleph, Siman Mem Zayin. Ma'aseh b'Miriam bat Baitus, shekitcha Yehoshua ben Gamla, uminahu hamelech lihiyot kohen gadol. So she was engaged to Yehoshua ben Gamla, and he was appointed the kohen gadol. V'nichnesa pa'am achat lir'ot, and she once came in to visit her chassan. Ve'amran, she said, Elech ve'ere oto, kishehu koreh biyom ha'kippurim bebeit hamikdash. You know, the Gemara, the Mishnah says in Yuma, the whole tekes of the Kohen Gadol and the Beit HaMikdash on Yom Kippur, one of the things that he does is he reads from the Torah on Yom Kippur in the Beit HaMikdash, and he's now the Kohen Gadol, so she wants to shep a little nachas from the chassan. She wants to see. So what do? Now, Miriam Bat Baitus is known also as Marta Bat Baitus, who in Yena Gemara in Gittin is like Atirei Yerushalayim. She's like mamish, highly, highly wealthy. So she gets engaged and she wants to see her chassan in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur. So in order to get there, what did they do? She's not just going to walk on the street. After all, she's not wearing shoes. It's Yom Kippur. So what is she going to have to separate from her dainty little toenails to the floor, to the cold stone? So the Midrash says, "Vahutziu la taptios mi petach beita ad petach beit hamikdash." They take out the carpets. Imagine from her house. I don't know where it was. They roll carpets from her door to the Beit HaMikdash, so she never chas v'shalom shouldn't have to get cold for walking on the stone. That's how wealthy she was. V'afal pikein nityachafu ragleha. She still wasn't comfortable. Ukeshemet Yehoshua ba'ala, so she marries him, and then when he dies, paskula chachamim satayim yayin b'chol yom. She was allotted an enormous amount of food. She was allotted an enormous amount of food because she was so wealthy, so much ad kedei kach, because of her privileged status. Now look at the bottom, the last 4 lines. Oh no, you don't have it, I'm sorry. Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Tzadok, Rebbe Nechama, it's a lashon of shvua. What happened to her? Im lo ri'itia shekashru sa'aroteha bizanvei susehem shel arviyim. They tied, this was her saf at the time of the Churban. This is Tikosharno Lisusim Porchim in our Kina. This is the footnote to this passage. Marta bat Baisus, Miriam bat Baitus, Kashru Sa'arotel. They tied her hair to the tail of the horses, Susehem Shel Arvim, Vahayu Meritzim La Mi Yerushalayim Va'ad Lud. And the horse starts running, and they drag her from Yerushalayim to Lud. One year, Rabbi Soloveitchik got to this passage, and I already told you that he felt very strongly that when we read about what's going on in the Kinos, we should think about the Shoah. And I already mentioned that when we read about what's going on in the Kinos, and we've come across this already a few times, we should read about 2024. And he told a story. Rabbi Soloveitchik told a story that reminded him in this kina. We find other examples of this in the kina beginning in Tochalna Nashim Piriam. This is our kina. Kalir refers there to the story that the Medrash tells us about Marta bat Baitus. She was tied to the tail of a horse and was killed when the horse began to run. They used to bind women to the tail of a horse and drive the horse at maximum speed. This also happened during the Holocaust. And I would say in some form, it happened now. In some form, this happened right now. It happened during the Holocaust in Poland and Lithuania. Incidents occurred then that are identical with the acts described here. They did not happen only 1900 years ago. They happen now in our time. This happened to a first cousin of mine by the name of Yeshaya. His mother was a daughter of Reb Chaim Brisker. Reb Chaim Brisker only had one daughter. Reb Chaim's son-in-law was Reb Hirsch Glickson, an Adam Gadol, a great man. His son, Yeshaya, was a little younger than I. I knew him very well. He was not only a tzaddik, but a Gaon Olam. When the Nazis conquered Warsaw, they found him and his wife during the first week after their wedding. They tied his wife down to one car. They tied him down to another car. And they drove off at the speed of 70 miles an hour. And of course, and at that point, the Rav stopped talking. That was then. Tikosharno l'susim porchim Marta bat Baisus. And equivalent stories, equivalent tortures happened not very long ago that we think about and that we remember and that we invoke on this day of Tisha B'Av. We're going to say a separate kinah, but we don't have to wait till the separate kinah. It jumps up at us in many different places throughout the classical, traditional kinah. Im tidbak l'shon yonek l'chech b'tzim on tzchichim ala layli im tehom no zola omad zobo yunavashel et banenu tzorchim ala layli im tivo adno zola zo tani v'neich v'hu chavuim minutach nitachim ala layli Im tazmin b'sar avot labanim b'ma'arot v'shichem ala layli. Im techuyavna abanot al chekim otam nitpachim ala layli. Im titosna ruchos olalim b'rechovot kiryat fuchim ala layli. Im tiakerna b'shikol rechem v'tzimuk shadayim v'eim al banim shachim ala layli. Im tikoshalna shmona meos maginim ba'arav aluchim ala layli. Im tuluhatna rucham v'minei meluchim v'nodot nefuchim ala layli. Im timoatna me'elef meo mimeo asaro ad echad lamapachim ala layli. Im tinosna l'mosach echal shmonim elef kohanim prachim ala layli. Im tisarafna sham kol otam anafashot kikotzim ksuchim ala layli. Im te'arafna al damna ki shmonim elef kohanim mishochim ala layli. Im tipachna nefashos medukarim mereach tenuvot sichim ala layli. Im titzovarno aleven achas tisha kabin mochei elodim unachim. These horrible, horrible torture, tragedies ala layli. It's not unlike what we saw. Im tukano shlosh meot yonkim al socha achat mituchim ala layli. Im teroena rakot va'anugot kivulot. Kivulot means tied up. Rakot, anugot, kivulot. They were tied up. Al yad rava tabachim ala layli. Im tishachavna bein shvatayim benot malachim mishubachim ala layli. Im titalafna abtulot va'abachurim mitzimon tzchichim ala layli. V'ruach HaKodesh l'mulam marim hayal kol shchenai haraim mashehuk ra'am modiim ve'et asher asu lo modiim im tochalna nashim period mashmiyim im yehoreg b'mikdash Adonai kohen v'navi lo mashmiyim. It's a reference to Zechariah who was killed in the Beit HaMikdash's blood. It's a Gemara and Gittin, his blood. There's a whole kina later on for Zechariah's blood kept on bubbling until finally Hashem said enough. L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka number 21. L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka number 21. I realize on page 48, I did have the medrash about Marta bat Baitos. Okay. Let's continue now, 123. This is a very important kina, because at the end of the day, it's l'cha Hashem hatzdaka. At the end of the day, we give up. At the end of the day, what are we going to do? We have to accept l'cha Hashem hatzdaka. And we've seen references to this already earlier in various sections, but here it's a whole kina. At the end of the day, as we're ready now to leave the keynote about the Churban Beit HaMikdash, about Tei Mikdash, we stop and we say, we can say Echa from today till tomorrow. We could challenge from today till tomorrow. We can complain from today till tomorrow. We have a matir to do it on Tisha B'Av, very nice. Tziduk Hadin. On the top of page 48 on the, we'll come to that in a second. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka ba'otos asher ifleis ha'meyaz v'yad ha'atan, number 21, L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'vchina asher nitzrafnu v'osanu ti'avta. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'goy mikerev goy lakachta b'masot. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'dofi asher nimtzavanu k'maasei ha'masot. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'olchu Elohim lifdot lo la'am. Again, the contrast. L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka, wow, it was amazing. You did such incredibly great things. But v'lanu b'oshes haponim, because we messed up. We totally messed up. We totally misbehaved. We totally didn't serve you the way we should have. So you are right and we are wrong. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'dofi asher nimtzavanu k'maasei ha'masos. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'holchu Elohim lifdos lo la'am. God redeemed us to take us as His people, Yitzias Mitzrayim. And what did we do? V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'vayamru al yam b'yam suf. Goy be'elohav b'fasham. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'zecher v'atem eidai. V'ani Elohim, it's a reference to Matan Torah. But what did we do? V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'charfenu b'sin. What did we say? Kuma say lanu Elohim, we worship the Egel. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'tam shehitam tonu b'kitzah pichid b'dvash, the mun. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'yom ikravnu lefonov. So let vashemen udvash l'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'chil kol manu be'er v'amud onon. V'lanu b'oshes haponim, we kept on complaining. B'lechem haklo kel avotenu ba'aleim b'rognon. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'midbar lo chasarnu davar. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'na'atzos lavan v'chatzerot v'dizahav k'midubar. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'sichon v'og v'chol malchei Chanaan. You saved us. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'ochen asher mo'al b'cherem b'limitzo mo'an. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'fol asher pa'alta b'arba samoshiyim. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'tzelem micha. Kivo anachnu poshim. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'kimas shilo v'nov v'givon ubeit olamim. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'resha shenimtza banu shecharvu ubam anu nichlamim. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'shnei churbano shecharvu b'vitzeinu v'anu kayamim. L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka, because He destroyed the Beit HaMikdash. L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka b'shnei churbano shecharvu b'vitzeinu, was our bad. But you did us, v'anu kayamim, we're still around. V'lanu b'oshes haponim b'shuveinu elecha b'chol leiv. Shetashuv eleinu b'rachamim. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'tisha me'el shana. Here it is again. We talked about 900 years. This is also by Kalir. 900 years. What would the Tzlach say? The Tzlach would say he didn't write this. It was a later interpolation because it's not 900 years. V'lono boshes aponim kisava ish chamudos v'shiva te Elohai oznacha v'shamo. Yeah, for 900 years we're waiting. Yeah, it's still in the air. It's still up in the air. It's still not resolved. 900 years, it's still not resolved. And we want your tzedakah. We want it to land one way or another. We want you to tell us. And v'lanu boshas aponim. Let's go to Arzei Alvano, number 23. So now we're moving into medieval kinos. And moving into, this one is about the Asara Arugei Malchus. So we read about the Asara Arugei Malchus twice. When else do we read about the Asara Arugei Malchus? In Yom Kippur and the Chazarat HaShatz of Musaf. And there are two other sources in Midrashic literature for the story of Asara Arugei Malchus. We have basically four sources. Two from the Tefillah, one today on Tisha B'Av Arzei Alvanon, the other one is on the top of page 48. Ela eskara, v'nafshi alai esh pacha, ki v'la'unu zaydim, ku'uga b'li afucha. That's the one that we read on Yom Kippur. So first of all, it's a problem because there were no Asara Harugei Malchut. Because if you keep a finger on this text and you count the names, there are no 10 names. If you keep a finger and you count the names in the Yom Kippur Chazarat HaShatz, there are no 10 names. And the names that they are different. There's some overlap, but there's some different. There are two other Midrashic texts. By the time the dust settles, there are 15 names. There are 15 names of rabbis, and the story never happened the way it's presented here. There was a 16th century Spanish author by the name of Gedalia ibn Yahya who wrote a book called Shalshelet HaKabbalah. There were a spate of historical works that were written in the wake of the Spanish expulsion to try to explain what happened. They were traumatized. Sephardi Jews were traumatized by the Spanish expulsion. In the Sephardi keynote, there's a lot about the Spanish expulsion. We don't have anything in our keynote about the Spanish expulsion. But it's all over the place in the Sephardi keynote about this. But they don't have anything about the Crusades. They don't have anything about Shalis Rufa Ba'esh, the burning of wagon loads in Paris. So it's amazing, I think it's time that maybe, somebody bigger than me should be Mishalev. We're living in Medinat Israel, why should the Ashkenazim say theirs and the Sephardi say theirs? We're all one people. So we should all mourn for our collective tragedies. So Gedalia ben Yahya, what'd you say? Yeah, for everything. That's way beyond my pay grade. I don't understand, but there are two chief rabbis, now there are no chief rabbis. We're now Beli chief rabbis. Now there are no chief rabbis. But in the days when we used to have chief rabbis, I still can't figure out. I don't want to start where I don't belong. Okay. We're one people, Maspikfar. So you're right, we should, okay. Nusach Achid. So Gedalia ben Yahya, who wrote Shalshelet HaKabbalah, said that Badu HaPaitanim HaSipur Hazeh Milibam. The story, the way it's for 10 rabbis, Nebuch, lined up one after another, and the Romans killed them, never happened. He said they made it up. They made it up to sound like it happened in order to arouse our sadness, to arouse our upset. to arouse our sense of avelut. So we're talking here about the Hadrianic persecutions in the 2nd century. And there were a lot of rabbis, a lot of great rabbis who were killed. In the Gemara and rabbinic literature, there are only 4. We have 4 stories about 4 rabbis. One of them, the most famous one, of course, is Rabbi Akiva. There are only 4. The rest, I don't know, it's somewhere. And it didn't really happen the way it happened. Rabbi Soloveitchik said, why is it that we say Arzei Levanon on Tisha B'Av and we say Eila Ezkara at the top of page 48 on Yom Kippur? Because the recital of the Asara Rugei Malchut has 2 separate functions, 2 different functions. Today on Tisha B'Av, the reason why we mention it is because it's Avelut. And I mentioned earlier in the context of Tzom Gedalia, Gedolah mitat tzadikim kechurban beit Elokeinu. So when we remember Churban Beit Elokeinu, we remember Mitat Tzadikim, and that's why these are the greatest of the great, these mamish, unbelievable rabbis whose teachings we continue to live on Ad Hayom Hazeh. So that's why we read it today. Why did we read it on Yom Kippur? For a totally different reason. Because Chazal tell us that Misas Tzadikim is mechaper, that the death of the righteous serves as an atonement. And on Yom Kippur, when we are seeking media of atonement, we try to get whatever we can get. We need whatever kapara we can get, especially in the absence of a Beit HaMikdash, where we don't have the real kapara, we don't have korbanot. So we read about mitat tzadikim that acts as a kapara for us. So each one of them, each reading has a separate purpose. And today's purpose is Gedolah mitat tzadikim kichurban beit Elokeinu. That's what today is all about. So we parallel that to the mitah of tzadikim. Arzei Alvano Nadirei Torah number 23. Baalei Treisen b'Mishnah v'Gemara Gibore Koach Amaleha b'Tahara Damam Nishbach v'Nosha Sagavura Hinam Kedoshei Harugei Malchus Asara V'Alei Lani Bochia V'Eini Nigra Zos b'Zachri Azak b'Mara Chemdat Yisrael Kalei HaKodesh Nezer V'Atara Tahorei Lev Kedoshim Eitu b'Mitah Chamura Yadu Goral Mirishon Lacherev Berura Kinfol Goral Al Rabban Shimon Poshat Zavaro Bacha Kenigzera Gezera Rabban Shimon Chazar Asar Lahargo Benefesh Nitzura Mizera Aharon Sha'alba Vakasho Livkos Al Ben Agivira Natal Rosho Nisano Alar Kubosov Minora Hatahora Sam Einav Aleinav Upiv Al Piv Biahava Gimura Anav Amar Pehamid Gaber Batorah Pitom Niknesolav Mitom Mushunava Chamura Tziva Lahavshites Rosho Besar Haschira Kiyem Be'oro Amru Lenavshech Shchivenav Ora Rasha Poshede Sigelim Kom Tfilim Mitzvahs Bora Tza'ak Tza'akov and Izda Za'a Olam Ve'eretz Hispora Rameacharav Eviu es Rabbi Akiva Oker Harim B'Tochananzu Bizu Bisfara. That's how great he was. And Nebuch, what happened to him? V'Sarku es B'Saro B'Masreg Barzel Lehishtabra Yatzasan Ishmato Be'echad Ubat Kol Amara Ashrecha Rabbi Akiva Guvcha Tahor B'Chominei Tahara Ben Bava Rabbi Yehuda Acharav Heviu B'Shivron Lev Azhara Ne'erag Ben Shivim Shana B'Yidei Arura Yoshev B'Tanit Haya Naki V'Chasid B'Malachto L'Mahara Rabbi Chananya Ben Tradian Acharav Makil Kehilot B'Tzion Shara. This is one of them that's in the Gemara. Masachet Avodah Zarah tells the story. Yoshev Doresh V'Sefer Torah Imo V'kifuhu b'chavile zemora et ha'or hitzitu b'hem v'krachu b'sefer Torah. Svogen shel tzemer, to make it the torture even more. Hinichu ali bo shelo yamut mehira. Chassid Rabbi Sheva v'asofer haraguhu am amora zrakuhu V'ishlichu laklavim. Ay, 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 v'loi hakbar b'kavura. This is not an ancient story. Yatzesabas kol olav shelo iniach klum mitoras Moshe l'shamra v'achra Rabbi chutzpis b'yom evra ofa poreach nisraf b'haval piv givim medura tzadik Rabbi Lozer ben Shemua b'achrono ne'erag b'mat keira yom erev Shabbos man kiddush v'yikadesh v'yikra charev shalfu alav v'lo inichu b'chayim legamra Yatzes anishmaso bibara Elohim yotzer v'tzor tzura asher bara Elokim la'asos at the end of Kiddush, at the end of Vayechulu. And now we generalize. Kohena v'chohena hosifu b'nei avla la'anos b'ge'ara b'skilos reifa hereg v'chenek miyuchal l'shara noteret mimeno yochlu arayot sepzura chazea tnufa v'shok hatruma torfu aryeh v'akfira yetiv adonai v'lo yosefod liyasra ameitz birkayim koshlos chelek Yaakov v'Moshe beis Torah L'tzedek yimloch melech yomar shalmu yemei evlech le'oro nisa v'nelech. The next keynote is the first of the keynote about the Crusades. The first of the keynote about the Crusades. This kina cries about the impact, the devastating impact of the Crusades. How the centers of Torah were destroyed, and how parents, I'm going to use a strong word, murdered their children so as not to fall into the hands of the enemy. The stories of the First Crusade are very harrowing. And we know about it from the Crusade Chronicles. I think I may have mentioned it before. There were 3 or 4 Crusade Chronicles written telling the story of what happened, or the way authors wanted the people to remember what happened. And they died al Kiddush Hashem. Normally we understand Kiddush Hashem is you give up your life. You're passive, and you give up your life, except for the big 3. It's Yavor v'al Yehoreg. The others is Yehoreg v'al Yavor. But what happened here was much more sharp than that. Not only did they allow themselves to be killed, but they killed one another and they committed suicide. Behavior that under other circumstances are just utterly unacceptable. But yet these Jews and this event is held up as a paradigm of Kiddush Hashem. And they gave up their children. Just read a line about halfway through. V'ha'avot asher hayu rachmanim nehefchu la'achzar kaya'enim v'hefisu alavot v'albanim. Not only were many people killed, but they actually were so afraid. They were so afraid that their children would fall into the hands of the Christians and be raised as Christians, that they felt it was better for them to take their lives. And this is what happened during that time. Let's go to the next one. The next one is about the son and the daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. Number 25, beginning Ve'et Navi Chatati Hishmima. The son and the daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. So I mentioned to you earlier, there's a whole kina that tells this story, the story about these brother and sister who were Mosa Nefesh when they were faced with this terrible possibility. Let's read this kina. Let's remind ourselves that there are individuals also who paid an extremely heavy price during this time. Turn to page 66. In the kina that we just read, the first kina about the Crusades, parents are ready to give up their children, and they feel lost, that they were not zochet to raise their children in a way that they wanted. If you go back to number 24, Hacharishu mimeni va'adaber, I'm going to read from almost halfway down. Ve'ish et achiv chizku be'ezra, l'dabek bi'yirat ha'hora, b'li la'avod zara. Each one is giving the other one chizuk. They were given a choice in the time of the Crusades, either to convert to Christianity or to be killed. So they could have converted to Christianity. And the Crusade Chronicles tell us that a number of them, in fact, did convert to Christianity. But that was not what they wanted. V'ishet achiv chizku be'ezra l'dabek bi'yirat ha'hora b'li la'avod zara. V'lo chosu gever u'gvira al panim tzvira tifara. Aval azru gvura yitera. They girded themselves with strength. La'alom rosh v'likrot shedra. Ve'elemo dibru ba'amira. And they turned to their children. And they said to them, Lo zochinu legadelchem letorah, nakrivchem ka'ola v'haktara. V'niskeh someday, imachem la'ora, hatzfuna me'en kol va'aluma. So when I was preparing this year and I saw this about Lo zachinu legadelchem letorah, I was reminded of a very powerful midrash that is actually incredibly haunting. So we're now on page 66. Now we're on page 66. Pasuk says in Parshas Pinchas, Vayidaber Moshe El Hashem lemor yifkod Hashem Elokei ruchot lechol basar ish al ha'eda. Asher yetzei lifnehem, asher yavo lifnehem. Moshe Rabbeinu turns to God and says, you know what, it's time to appoint a successor. V'lo tiyeh adat Hashem katzon asher ein lahem roeh. V'yomer Hashem el Moshe, kach lecha et Yehoshua ben Nun ish asher ruach bo v'samachta et yadcha alav. And he's going to be the one. You want a successor? You're the one who initiated the request for a successor. So I'm going to tell you who your successor will be. It will be Yehoshua. Says Rashi, Yifkod Hashem, bottom of 66. Kivin sheshama Moshe she'amar lo hamakom tei nachlatz lavchad lebenotav. Amar higia sha'a she'et ba tzrachai. What's the smichas haparshios? We just finished here with Kain benot lavchad dovrot in Pasuk Vav, Pasuk Zayin, and now we're in Pasuk Ted Vav. We finished with Benot Slavchad. Moshe Rabbeinu realizes that Slavchad is now taken care of, that his children are going to inherit him. So now he says, and now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. When Moshe Rabbeinu comes to God and says, I would like a successor, he has a list of people in mind, namely there are two of them. There's one of them. He wants his kids to be the successors, just like Slavchad's kids were his successors. Kivin sheshama Moshe she'amar lo hamakom tein achlatz lavchad lebenotav. Amar higia sha'a she'et bat tzrachai. What's tzrachai? She'yershu banai et gedulati. Now it's my turn. Amar lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu, lo chen alta b'machshava lefanai. I'm sorry, but that's not what I had in mind. Kedai hu Yehoshua litol schar shimusho, shelo mash mitoch ha'ohel. V'zeh she'amar Shlomo, notzar te'ena, yochal pirya. If you plant, you reap. So I read this Rashi, and I'm very sad for Moshe Rabbeinu. I'm heartbroken for Moshe Rabbeinu because he had it all set up. He came into this conversation with the absolute expectation that it's going to happen to him what happened to Tzlofchad. And Hashem says, no, it's not going to be your children. It's going to be Yehoshua. Why is it going to be Yehoshua? Kedai hu Yehoshua li tol schar shimusho shelo mash mitoch ha'ohel. Assumption being that your children were not in the ohel, or your children flitted in and out of the ohel. So they're not, they weren't mishamesh, so therefore it's not going to be them. And poor Moshe Rabbeinu is like devastated. I'm empathetic with Moshe Rabbeinu. The Torah goes on, he doesn't bat an eyelash, but he's crushed. Listen to the Medrash on the next page. The Midrash on page 67. Contrast what happened now in Parshas Pinchas to Parshas Chukas at the top of page 67, when Aaron does have his children succeed him. We're now in Parshas Pinchas. 2 weeks ago in Parshas Chukas, Vayisumi Kadesh, top of 67, Vayavo b'nei Yisrael kol ha'edah hor ha'hor, Vayomer Hashem el Moshe ve'el Aaron, Yosef Aaron el amav, ki lo yavo el haaretz, kach et Aaron ve'et Elazar b'no, v'ha'al otam hor ha'hor, v'havshet et Aharon et begadav, ve'ilbashtam et Elazar b'no, ve'Aharon yeyasefu metu sham, v'ya'as Moshe kasher tziva Hashem. Moshe presides over the transition of the leadership of the Aaron's family from father to son. Vayavshet Moshe et Aaron et begadav, vayalbesh otam et Elazar b'no. This, I am suggesting, is also going through his mind. It's now 2 weeks later. We're now in Parshas Pinchas. That was in Parshas Chukas. I just saw that Aaron moved to Eliezer, to Elazar. I want to move to my kids. And now that Slavchad is taken care of, I'm going to make my move and make my request. What does Hashem say? Lo with a big fat aleph, it's not happening. It's not happening. Listen to the lashon of the Medrash. I think about this with parents and children. I have a relationship with many, many, many rabbis, and I drill this midrash into them. Listen to the midrash. You want your children to succeed you? So they don't have to be rabbis, but you want them to be Erlich Yidin? Listen to this. Yifkod Hashem, bottom of 67, third line. Mara alavakesh hadavar hazeh achar seder nachalot. Ella, this is in Rashi. Kivin sheyarshu benot slavchad avihen, amar Moshe, harei hasha'a she'edba batzrachi, im habanot yorshot, badinhu sheyarshu banai et kavodi. So he walks in. God, it's time to make the move. I want my children to take over. Amar lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Neitzer te'ena yochal pirya. If you plant, you reap. Listen to this. This is not in Rashi. Banecha yashvu lahem velo asku batorah. Yehoshua, by contrast, harbe shertecha, v'harbe chalak lecha kavod. V'hu haya mashkemu ma'ariv beveit hava'ad shelcha. Hu haya misader et hasafsalim. V'hu pores et hamachtzelaot, the curtains. Ho'il v'hu shertecha b'chol kocho kedaihu sheyishamesh et Yisrael. What is the Medrash add that Rashi doesn't add? It's I don't know, chills. Banecha yashvu lahem v'lo asku b'Torah. Moshe Rabbeinu's children. Moshe Rabbeinu, his family name was Rabbeinu because he taught everybody Torah, Moshe Rabbeinu. But I don't know, his kids got lost in the shuffle. Could you imagine? Banecha yashvu lahem, they were hanging out. V'lo asku b'Torah. So I tell rabbis, why you're so worried about everybody else's kid? What about your own kid? My wife, she's a tzadekis. We're good to go with her. She'll raise the kids. She'll tuck them in, and she'll take them to the Chumash play, and I'm busy saving the Jewish people. I'm busy doing. I got a whole congregation. I got a whole community. I got to take care of people. It's a big mistake. Of course, you have to take care of people. But you need to take care of your family. It's a big limud. In the keynote, we talk about that Nebuch, they didn't have a chance to raise their children. Lo zachinu legadelchem leTorah. But Baruch Hashem, we're in a position where we do have a zechut to raise our children leTorah. If we have children and if we're around, we could do something. So we have to pay attention. It's a big musar here to pay attention to family, to pour into family. I'm holding already in the next generation, pouring into grandchildren. Your job isn't over. You don't pack out. You keep pouring. And Moshe Rabbeinu's example here is shocking. Banecha yashvu lahem v'lo asku b'Torah. One thing in the case of the Kino and Nebuch, I don't have a chance. But if we have a chance, then we should engage ourselves very deeply in the trying to help and to raise children. Okay, let's now go to, we were starting to do the kina for the children. Number 25, Ed Navi Chatati Ishmima. So I already told you the story. The Gemara in Maseches Gittin plays it out. Actually, look on page 68. Turn to page 68. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav. Now it's underlined, the last underline. God bless you. The last underline. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav. Maseh bibno ubibito shel Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha. Shenishbu l'shnei adonim. Nun ches amud aleph Maseches Gittin. The story of these two children, the son and the daughter of Rabbi Yishmael, who were captured by two separate masters. Liyamim, says the Gemara, nizdavgu shnehem b'makom echad. These two owners, they happened to meet at a slave convention. They came to the same place, and they start to shmooze. Ze omer, yesh li evet she'en ko yofyo b'chol ha'olam. V'ze omer, yesh li shivcha she'en b'chol ha'olam kulo ki yofya. Each one is bragging about the incredible slave that they have. So they hatch a plan. Amru, bo'u v'nasiyem ze lazeh, u'nechalek bivladot. We'll make an arrangement. Hichnisum lecheder, they bring him into one room. Ze yashav bekeren zavid ze, v'zu yashva bekeren zavid ze. They're not getting close to one another. Each one is crawling into a separate corner. Ze omer, ani kohen, ben kohanim gedolim esa shivcha. V'zot omeret, ani kohenet bat kohanim gedolim anaseh le'eved. Ubachu kol halayla. Kivin she'ala amud hashachar, Hikiru ze et ze. The light came into the room. They recognized one another. V'naflu, listen to this, ze al ze v'ga'u b'v'chiya ad sheyatz'a nishmatan. V'alehen konen Yirmiyah, al eila ani bochia, eini yordamai. What's the alela ani bochia for this story? And this story that's presented here pretty clearly is now put into poetic form in this kina that we're about to recite. Number 25, V'es navi chatasi yishmima v'demasi alechi azrima. We put it into a kina form. V'yom zenihi v'nihiya arima. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Eva le v'nichum chadal chadol. Mikol ke'ev tziri nivdal dodol. Albeinu bat Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. Zichram Yekod Bilavavi Asima. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Eit nishbu, follow the story. V'naflu l'shnei adonim. V'hem shchenim ze l'umat zechonim. V'yisapru ze laze inyanim. Ze amar mishivyat tzionim. Shaviti shivcha levushat shanim. Kalvana beziv. V'klaster panim ubetoar. Kiktzia v'yamima, who are Kiktzia and Yamima, the daughters of Eov, unbelievably beautiful. V'ahima miyamim yamima. V'ehu sipr lo b'cheflayim. V'ani ba mishvi Yerushalayim. Shaviti eved yifei einayim kashemesh b'tokfo eitz harayim. He's gorgeous, like the strong, like the sun in the middle of the day. V'sar eitz mana hishlima. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Just two kids. That's what this is. A whole kina for 2 kids. Ki eskimu al zot shneim yachad la'erev zivgum b'cheder echad v'ha'adonim mibachutz libam ke'echad. Outside they're all hatching and planning, but v'heim inside the room v'heim bochim kamar nefesh v'afachad ad boker b'chiyasam lo hidmima v'ahima miyamim yamima ze yispod b'chil levav yimse nin Aaron ech shifcha yehi nosei v'hi gam hi tiyalel b'tigras shosez. If she lost her senses, bat yochevet ech le'evet tinasei oy gizot gozar omer voseh l'zot yivku ash ksil v'chima. The constellation, we mentioned them last night, the constellations, the heavens are crying. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Or boker ze et ze kihikiru hay ach v'hay achot higbiru v'nitchabku yachad v'nitchabaru ad yatsa'a nishmatam b'nishima v'ahima miyamim yamima l'zot yikonen yirmiya b'she'iya gzera zot ani tamid bochia bilvavi yekad yekodu chavia albenu bat misped rav arima v'ahima miyamim yamima rid b'sichi v'ahima v'kol nehi arima. Miyiten Roshimayim, number 27. Miyiten Roshimayim, number 27. We're back to the Crusades, this time incredibly historical. I mean, I would even say shockingly historical. Kinos generally are not historical. Kinos deal with theological issues. I mentioned it earlier. But here we have mamish, a historical. Kino tells us exactly what happened to the communities whose names I already mentioned more than once. The Speyer Worms in Mainz, the Rhine Valley, northwest Germany in the spring of 1096. In November of 1095, Pope Urban II called for a crusade to liberate the holy city of Jerusalem from the Muslims in southern France. And slowly the crusaders started to gather steam. And they figured, what do I have to go schlep 3 years? It took them 3 years until 1099, till they conquered Jerusalem from the Muslims. What do I have to schlep 3 years to go kill infidels if by me in the backyard I have mamish emesa infidels, namely Jews who are responsible for the crucifixion? So what could be worse than deicide than killing God? So we should kill them first. So they take a little detour and they go into Germany and they go to the Rhine Valley and they destroy Speyer Worms in Mainz, south to north, Speyer Worms in Mainz. And this is what's described here. Mi'iten Roshimayim ve'eni mikor nozloi ve'efker kol yemosai ve'leiloi al chalalei tapai v'olaloi. This is written somewhere within 50 years after the Crusades, in the middle of the 12th century. Et chalalei tapai v'olalai v'yishishe koholoi v'atem enuoi v'avoi v'alaloi uvechu becherav v'herev al Beit Yisrael v'alam Adonai ki naflu bechorev v'damo atidma eni ve'el choli sedei bochim v'avakai mi morei levov hanavuchim al betulot hayafot v'yiladim arakim b'sifreihem nichrachim uletevach nimshachim ad muetzem mipinim sapirim v'nefachim kemot hit chutzot nidoshim v'nishlachim Suru Tame Karu Lamo Mila Karev. And once again, the refrain, Abeis Yisrael v'alam Adonai, ki naflu bechorev. V'teirad eini dima ve'elila ve'onuda, v'levchi v'lach gorsak ekra la'aspida, mipaz yikara mizav chamuda, kevuda penima kavod kol kalei chemda, ri'isia kara'uha, shechola, the Galmuda, the Torah was ripped up. HaTorah v'Hamikra v'Hamishna v'Haggadah enu v'konenu zos lahagida. A Sorah, where is Torah? Torah Shebechsav. V'Talmud, where is Torah Shebal Peh v'Halomda, and those who teach it? Halo hamakom ein yoshev charev. Al Beis Yisrael v'Alam Adonai ki naflu b'charev. So this is the introduction. There's a Yiddish expression, Ederich van gon reden, will ich sagen a paar Wörter, which means before I start to speak, I'd like to say a few words. So we finished a few words, and now he's about to speak. Now he's going to focus on these three cities. V'afapay yizlu mayim dem ala hagira, v'akonein mar al harugei ashpira. Basheni, the second month. What's the second month? Iyar. Bishmone bo, the 8th of Iyar. B'yom margoa hukra, it happened on Shabbos, on the day of rest. So he's telling you exactly, on Spire, we're going south to north. They were coming from south of this area. So they first hit Spire. They hit Spire on the 8th day of Iyar, which happened to be a Shabbat. Margo ay lirigo ay nechlafu lahavira nehergu b'churei chemed v'yishishei hadara nesfu yachad nafsham eshlinu b'moral yichud shema miyuchad yichadu b'gvura gibore koach osei dvaro l'mahara v'chohanai v'olamai nigvo kulham asora. They killed 10 people. They killed 10 people. The crusade, the chronicles say there was an 11th. They also killed another person. They killed 11 people in Spire. Al Beis Yisrael v'Alam Adonai ki naflu b'charev. And then you go from Spire to Worms. So it's less than an hour today by transportation, by bus, by car. You go from Spire to Worms. Less than an hour you're in Worms, north. And that's where they went next. Ubamar Yagoni v'Atzbiya le'alach bira kilot hakodesh harigatam hayom bezachra kahal vermaiza. Worms. B'chuna b'chura gaonei eretz unukiei tara was an incredible place. Pa'amayim kitchu shem hamiyuchad b'mora. There were 2 pogroms. There were 2 massacres in Worms. Be'esrim u'shlosha b'chodesh ziv l'tara. Chodesh ziv is chodesh iyar. Ubachodesh hashlishi b'kriyat Hallel l'shorara. When do we read Hallel in Chodesh Sivan, in the Chodesh hashlishi? When do we read Hallel? So we read Hallel on Shavuot. So there are some who interpret this as a reference to Shavuot, but it's wrong, because the Crusade Chronicles tell us it was on Rosh Chodesh. The first time we read Hallel on the month is Rosh Chodesh. This is absolutely a reference to the first of the month. So in Worms, there were 2 massacres, on the 23rd of Iyar and on Rosh Chodesh Sivan. Ishlimu nafshem bi'avak shura, hima aleim b'vchiya le'lachashra, kalule cheter al rosham liatra, beis Yisrael v'alam adonai ki naflu b'charev. Now we come to, next is Mainz, Magenza. Spira, Vermaiza, Magenza, south to north. From Worms to Mainz is again less than an hour, about an hour by transportation today. Valadire kahal Magenza hahadura minisharim kalu me'arayot lehit gabra. Ishlimu nafsham al yichud shem anora v'aleim zakat shever ezak v'nefesh mora al shnei mikdoshai yisodam kehayom ur ara. V'al chorvot ma'at mikdoshai midrashei Torah beis Yisrael ve'alam adonai ki naflu b'charev. So when did they destroy, when did they inflict massacres in Magenza? B'chodesh hashlishi b'shlishi. Nosaf l'de'avonu meira, on the 3rd day of Sivan. Achodesh asher ne'epach li'agon v'tzara b'yom matan dat sibarti lehit ashra u'b'yom netinata k'mokein az chazra. This is the beginning of Sivan. What happens in the Jewish calendar at the beginning of Sivan? We have the holiday of Shavuot. This is the time of Matan Dat. This is Netinata. What happened? It got flipped. It was the opposite. On the day that it was given, K'mokein az chazra, went back. It was taken back. God destroyed all the Crusaders, destroyed all these places, and the Torah went away. Alta la lamarom lemekom midora im tekav v'nar tekav v'hadorsha v'chokra. It went with the mental, the Sefer Torah, the mental of the Sefer Torah, and those who teach and analyze the Sefer Torah and the Torah were taken up. Lomdeha v'shoneh bishon kemo v'ora al beis Yisrael v'alam Adonai ki naflu b'chorev. And at this point, the Balakina asks a very powerful question. He says, I just told you when these events happened. When were these three very important cities destroyed during the time of the First Crusade? I just told you the exact dates, namely the 8th of Iyar, the 23rd of Iyar, the 1st of Sivan, and the 3rd of Sivan. Wait a minute. Why am I mentioning it today? Why am I talking about it today? It didn't happen today. It didn't happen on Tisha B'Av. Why am I mentioning it today? Simuna alavavchem ispeid mar lekoshra. Because you need to know, and we've seen this before, kishkula harigatam lehitabelu lehitafra kisreifat beit Elokeinu ha'olam ba'abira. I mentioned a few times today already that shkula mitat tzadikim kechurban beit Elokeinu. So the destruction of these Voili Yidden, these wonderful learned Jews in these communities, is tantamount to the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash. We know very little about Speyer Worms in Mainz pre-Crusades. We know that Rabbeinu Gershom founded a yeshiva in Worms in, around 1050, don't know exactly, somewhere in the middle of the 11th century. We know that Rashi came to study in Worms 1060. He stayed about 10 years in Worms and in Mainz, and then he went back to France. And then the Crusades come, and then we have a rebuilding of the community in Worms primarily, but the center of gravity of Torah learning now shifts from Germany to France. When Rashi was growing up, he was born probably in 1041. When he was born and he became 20 years old and he wanted to go to yeshiva, there were no yeshivot in France. So in order to go to yeshiva, he had to get on the train and he had to go to Germany. He had to go to Worms and to Mainz. He hangs out for 10 years. He's learning Torah in Worms and Mainz. He's taking notes because he knows he's got to go back. He can't stay here forever. He's got to go back to France. So he takes notes, and he goes back, and the notes turn into Perish Rashi on Tanakh and on Shas. And then the yeshivot in Germany are destroyed. Speyer Worms and Mainz, they're destroyed by the Crusaders. The pendulum shifts, and the next generation, the little bit children, but actually sons-in-law of Rashi. Rashi had daughters. And their children are the Balei HaTosafot. The Balei HaTosafot, central area for the Balei HaTosafot is in France and not in Germany. But meanwhile, it's all lost. It's lost in Germany, it's lost. And the Balakina says that the loss of these great Jews are tantamount or equivalent to the destruction of the temple. So if they're equivalent to the destruction of the temple, why am I saying it on the day of the destruction of the temple? Why am I mentioning it today on Tisha B'Av? I should have a separate day. I should have a separate day to remember that destruction. They're equal destructions. So I have this destruction for Tisha B'Av, for the Churban Beit Elokeinu. I should have this day to commemorate the other destruction. So you'll quibble with me. So which day should it be? Should it be the 8th of Iyar? Should it be the 23rd of Iyar? Should it be the 1st of Sivan? Should it be the 3rd of Sivan? It's Chanetz again. We'll figure it out. But why am I mentioning it today? So he says, V'chiein lahosef moed shever v'tavera, because we don't add any days of mourning. Ve'ein lahakdim zulati la'achra, and when it bumps up against a time when we can't fast, like, for example, if Shavasar B'Tammuz falls in Shabbat, and you know if Shavasar B'Tammuz falls on Shabbat, then Tisha B'Av is going to fall on Shabbat. What do? Ein lahakdim, we're not makdim, like we do for Tanit Esther. Ein lahakdim zulati la'achra. We're always pushing it off. So we fast on Sunday. But we don't add any days of mourning. Tachat kein hayom livyati a'orara. Therefore, today I'm going to raise my voice, my dirge is going to be aroused. Ve'espedov e'lila ve'efke benefesh mara v'anchati kavda miboker v'yadorev al beis Yisrael ve'alam Adonai kinaflu b'chorev. He posits here a very fundamental principle. The principle is you don't add days of mourning. In Judaism, we don't do this. So there's a terrible destruction in the time of the Crusades. So we remember it today. Rabbi Soloveitchik, whenever he got to this, it was on this that he pinned his unalterable opposition to Yom HaShoah. And it came from his uncle, from Rav Velvel Brisker. Look at the right, page 69. Turn the page over to page 69 on the right side. This comes from Rav Moshe Sternbuch's She'elotu Tshuvot V'Hanhagot. And the question is, the book was published in 1989, I don't know when the question was posed. Im la'asot yom evel l'ribei rivavot shenehergu b'shoah. So I started this a number of hours ago, but how do we commemorate the Shoah? And we talked about keynote that were instituted for the Shoah, and we talked about the opposition to keynote that were instituted in the Shoah. He wants to know, should we have a Yom Evel? In other words, a Yom HaShoah. It's not a Ta'anit, it's a Yom Evel. Should we have a Yom Evel? Hineni makdim kan uvda. He said, before I answer this question, I want to tell you a story. And this is the story that's relevant to me now. Kishehigia shmuot sheribei rivavot achenu nishchatim v'nitbachim. It was only in November of 1942 that the Yishuv here in Eretz Yisrael got the news fully and totally as to what was going on in Europe. There had been rumors, there had been some understandings, a little bit in the newspapers. How much did the free world really know until when, at which point did they really begin to know what was going on in Europe with the Nazis? And in Israel, in the Yishuv, the news came in November of 1941, when there were 50 people who escaped from Poland and came here and started telling the story. Everything you've heard is true and some. And at that point, there was a lot of effort to try to be mitpalel here for what was going on for Achenu B'nai Yisrael. And there was a discussion, maybe there should be a fast day. There was a discussion, it's actually an amazing proposal, that everybody was living in Israel should sit Shiva for a week. Sit Shiva for an entire week. Everybody should sit Shiva for an entire week. The whole Yishuv should be sitting Shiva for what's going on. This was in December of 1941. It's an amazing proposal because you understand, like, what's Shiva all about? Rahmana litzlan. Shiva is all about, you're sitting Shiva, but you're not just sitting Shiva. What are you doing? People are coming, they're pouring into the house. Let me tell you about your son. Let me tell you about what kind of hero he was. Let me tell you how many lives he saved. Let me tell you about your father, the chasadim that he did. We come to be menachem. You understand very well that if everybody is sitting Shiva, nobody's in the streets, nobody's coming to be menachem anybody else. The intensity of the experience is profound because you're all alone in your house. There is no respite. Being menachem someone is transcendentally out of this world important. Any of us who have experienced sitting Shiva for a loved one understands how transformative that is. It doesn't bring back the loved one, but it's menachem us. No nechama here. That was one of the proposals, December of 1941. So at that time, Rosh Sternberg tells us the story when the news came, and I'm giving you a date. I'm putting a date, November 1941. Ba el Maran Zatzal. Maran Zatzal is the Brisker Rav. Harav Herzog Zal. So you know who got the Zatzal and who got the Zal. I mean, that's just a side comment. At least Rav Herzog got a Zal, which I give Rabbi Sternberg credit for. And he got a Harav, you're right. Ba el Maran Zatzal Harav Herzog Zal. Ubikesh lekayem al ze Yom Eivel. He wanted to have a Yom Eivel. Did Rabbi Herzog. Rabbi Herzog understood. He's now the chief rabbi of Eretz Yisrael. He became the chief rabbi in 1939. There was a lot of jockeying between Rav Kook's death in 1935 and Rabbi Herzog becoming the next Ashkenazi chief rabbi. Took a couple of years. There was the same thing after Rav Herzog died. He died in 1959. He was the longest ever running chief rabbi in Israeli history. He was for 20 years chief rabbi. That'll never happen again. There are term limits. He died in 1959. The next Ashkenazi chief rabbi was, after Rav Herzog, was Rav Isser Yehuda Unterman, who became chief rabbi in 1963. So it's a chitin of Tisha of Bank. You think it's so easy to choose a chief rabbi. It's not so easy. Chief rabbis, it's not so easy. Me'anyana diyoma. So actually Rabbi Soloveitchik was then sort of in the running next time around in 1960, after Rav Herzog died. At the end, Rav Herzog became the chief rabbi of Israel. I mentioned before that he came in second in the voting for the chief rabbinate of Tel Aviv in 1935, when Rabbi Soloveitchik came here for the only time ever. And I told you maybe I'll tell you why he never came back, but that'll have to wait. Rav Herzog came in with 10 votes, but he lost the battle, but he won the war because shortly thereafter he became the chief rabbi of Eretz Yisrael, Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Eretz Yisrael. He served for 20 years. He died in 1959. They're starting to look for a chief rabbi, and there was a lot of hawk that maybe Rabbi Soloveitchik will come back, and maybe he'll become, this time, not the chief rabbi of Tel Aviv, but the chief rabbi of, now we're talking Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Medinat Yisrael. And it didn't happen. And Rav Unterman became the chief rabbi. So in November of 1941, Nachzer Le'inyanenu, Bo el Moron Zatzal, Harav Herzog Zalu Bikesh Lekayem al Ze Yom Eivel. He understood, Rabbi Herzog, that this wasn't going to get any traction unless he had the support of the Haredi community. We saw that earlier with Rav Kasher, when Rav Kasher called in Rabbi Rosen and said, we have to write kinos, but we need the shtiblach, and we need the yeshivas, and we need the chassidim, we need the kloizen, we need an army here to get behind this. So he went to the Brisker Rav, did Rav Herzog, to get support. And what happened? He ran into a smashing brick wall. Umaran Zatzal hitnaged, ve'amar she'asur lahosef al yemei ha'evel. He's not even asking for a fast day. He wants a Yom Eivel. We should go to the kotel and we should say tefillot. We should have a Yom Eivel. And Maran hitnaged asur v'sha'al oto hanal. So Rav Herzog says, Efo ze katuv. Okay, it's not Das Torah. chapter and verse. Tell me what your source is, and listen to this. V'az amar hagriz, Hagon Rabbi Yitzchak Ze'ev Zatzal, Hakina she'anu amrim b'tisha b'av al harugei malchut, v'rmaiza v'eshpaira, she'nirtzachu b'yimei iyar v'sivan, Mikonein Sham, there the author of the Kina says, and he quotes, Simon alavavcha misbeid mar l'kasher, we just read it a moment ago, Kishkula rigatam le'tabelu le'tafra kisreifat beita lokenu ha'olam ba'habira, v'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'taveira, parenthesis, ein mosifin la'asot yom evel v'hesped al hagezerot, end parenthesis, that's the Brisker Rav's pshat in those words. Ve'en la'akdim zulati la'achra tachatiem hayom livyati ha'orara. Ve'espeda ve'elila ve'efke benefesh mora v'anchoti kavda miboker v'ad erev, unquote. Harei Meforash, says Rabbi Soloveitchik, Rabbi Yitzchak Ze'ev, Reb Velvel Soloveitchik, Da'af she'savlu v'nehergu b'mitot achzoriot kihilot kidoshot. Many Jewish communities were killed in terrible ways during the time of the Crusades. Me'achrim ha'evel ad Tisha B'Av, she'asur la'asot od yom evel. Parenthesis. Umoran Zatzal amar lo kol ha'piyut ba'al peh, kedarko ba'kodesh ha'aya omer kinotu slichot ba'al peh b'zichrono ha'nifla. That's a real zichrono ha'nifla, to say kinot by heart. You say it once a year and you remember it by heart. So he rattled it off when Rabbi Herzog came to see him at the end of November of 1941. He rattled off the kina that he had said the previous Tisha B'Av. V'lo matzah shum makor le'esor elo divrei ha'paitan, aval maspik lo bazeh lehitnaged b'takifut liyom evel nosaf. This same kina was quoted by Rav Moshe Feinstein. I brought it to you, but we're not going to read it. He was asked, why don't we do anything for the Shoah in our community? We don't do anything for the Shoah. After all, our community was hit pretty hard in the Shoah, the traditional community, and nothing's going on. It's now in the 1983, 1984. And he says, I'll tell you why. You know why nothing's going on? Because it says in the kinos, and I underlined it for you, Hinei b'kinot, shekol Yisrael omrim b'tisha b'av meforash, shema shelo tiknu yom miyuchad l'ta'anitu l'b'chiyal gzerat masa'ot hatzlav. And he quotes the same kina. And so we're not going to do anything. Rabbi Soloveitchik, when he got here, he didn't quote his uncle, but he said that he's opposed to Yom HaShoah. There should be a Yom HaShoah, but today is the Yom HaShoah. Ein lahosif moed shever v'tavera. And that we should do it today. And that's why the Balakina says, that's why I put this whole construction, this whole kina together to read today, even though I just told you 5 minutes ago, that it didn't happen today, happened a couple of months ago. But this is the day that we set aside to commemorate all Jewish tragedy. So whether we have a Yom HaShoah or we don't, or whether we have some day that will commemorate what happened and is ongoing from October 7th, today's a day to think about it and to remember it and to pause and to note references to it throughout. I gave you a number of examples in Eicha, in the first parak, and throughout the keynote as we recite them throughout the day. Al Beis Yisrael v'alam Adonai ki naflu becharev. Alela ni bochia v'libi nohem nehimos. Ve'ekra l'mekonenos ve'ela chachamos. Eli ve'ilya kulan homos. Hayesh machov l'machovi l'damot. Yichutz teshakel cherev u'mechadorim emot. Chalolai chalalei cherev mutalim arumim v'arumot. Ivlatam kisucha l'chayat eretz v'liv v'heimot. Yonekim ish seva alamim v'alamot. Al Beis Yisrael v'alam Adonai ki neflu b'chorev. So we started with a poetic introduction, and now we have a poetic epilogue. In the middle is the historical description of the events that happen place by place, day by day, month by month. Mitateim bamo monayu marbim kalimo, de Elohemo amru tzur chasoyu bo admod, yavo v'yoshia v'yachazir nishamod, chasin yomi kamocha nosei alumod, techshev etitza pag v'lo tachgor chemod, ve'emor elai maligayim Elohim hu yoriv al beis, Yisrael ve'alam adonai kinaflu bechorev, eni yordamayim kineh pach le'evel mishorer, V'ugavi lekol bochim milahafeg ulekarer mi yanud li ve'ein machazik lehitorer chema bi yotza'a v'sahar mitgorer acholani amomani hatzar hatzorer shibar atzmosai zorer umiforer silochol abirai atabur v'hashorer ritiau mazor ein lezorer makosianu shobein masil lezorer Okay, amarti shumeni amorer b'vchi dematia l'chayai l'tzorev. Alam Yisrael v'alam Adonai kineflu bechorev. The next kina picks up on the Azba Haloch Yirmiyahu number 28, picks up on the next part of the Ptichtav Echa Rabbah number 24, where Yirmiyahu goes to visit the various avot and the imahot and asks them to intercede on behalf of their children during the time of the Churban Habayit. And each one tries to intercede, but unsuccessfully. And the one who's successful, it's in the Midrash, and there's a little mention here at the end, is Rachel. And the Midrash develops how Rachel says, I was under the bed when Yaakov married Leah, and I know that Yaakov gave me simanim, so that Lavan shouldn't trick us, but I had Rachmanis on my sister, and I whispered the simanim. Incredible heroism. Unbelievable selflessness. So you should listen to me. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, and it's in the pasuk in Yirmiyah, Mini kolech mi bechi ve'einayach midima ki yesh sachar lefu'ulatech v'shavu banim ligvulam. Look at the end of this kina, the way it's mentioned. Kol b'chi Leah. We finish with the avot, and now we come to the imahot. 4 lines from the end of this kina, number 28. Oz bahaloch Yirmiyahu, kol b'chi Leah metofefet al levaveha, Rachel achota mevakal baneha, zilpa maka paneha bilha mekonenet b'shtei yodeha. And here, there is no special mention made of Rachel and the fact that Rachel's argument carries the day. Here, all 4 are mentioned in one breath. Kol b'chi Leah, Rachel achota mevaka, Zilpa, Bilha. And Hashem says, Shuvu tmimim lemenuchaschem. Go back to rest. Tmimim is all of the avot and the imahot. Malei amalei kol mishalotechem. I'm someday going to fulfill your wishes. In the meantime, Shulachti Bavela lema'anchem. I sent myself into Bavel because of them, that God himself went into Galus. This is the rabbinic principle, Shchinta bigaluta, hineni mishovev galut b'nechem. But in the Midrash, it's really gripping. The whole story about Rachel stands up. And she's the one who wins, and she's the one who wins the day, and she's the one in her zchut. Kodesh Baruch Hu says, Mini kolech mi bechi, we're going to come home. Eish tukad bikirbi, number 33. I want to draw your attention to this. This was mentioned on the video before by Jen Early. The contrast between B'tzeiti mi Mitzrayim and B'tzeiti mi Yerushalayim. And her whole discussion on the recording was the contrast between them and what was so marshim to me is that it's both. We hold on to both. A woman who lost a son speaks with great pain, but with great faith, with great optimism. And we have to be misameach. We have to sing. It's b'tzeiti mi Mitzrayim is not totally negated and effaced by b'tzeiti mi Yerushalayim. And we live with both. We live with the simcha. Brings me back to Rav Zilberstein and Rabbi Teichtal. You live with the pain and you live with the b'tzeiti mi Mitzrayim, with the simcha. Yom Achpi, number 36. Is written by Yehuda Halevi, and it's about the Churban of the Beit HaMikdash, and he describes events that happened during that time. And he talks about, we saw it already earlier, he talks about the blood of Zechariah that was seething in the Beit HaMikdash until it was calmed down. The power of the blood. The power of the blood. I want to read to you from a talk that Rabbi Soloveitchik gave one of the years he spoke at a Mizrahi convention on page 69. This is very powerful and very meaningful and resonates very deeply. Has to do with blood. Has to do with blood of soldiers. Rav Doron and Shelley Perez, son Daniel, his body is still in Gaza, but they had a funeral for him with a big aron on Har Herzl. And Rav Doron in his Hesped said, all that's in this aron is blood. They found some blood. Originally, they didn't know it was enough blood that he was killed, and then they decided they found enough blood, and they put the blood in the aron. The whole big aron is for blood, and someday, as it says on the front page of our sheet, it says, in memory of Captain Daniel Perez, who fought heroically on the fateful day of Simchat Torah, may his halal return to Kever Yisrael. Rabbi Soloveitchik says the following. He said the following in the 60s in some hotel in the Catskill Mountains somewhere in New York State. Ritzoni lahosif mashehu. This is a translation into Hebrew. He said it in English. Im tisha'aluni ech ani ki Yehudi Talmudi mabit al degel medinat Yisrael ve'im yesh lo bichlal erech hilchati. If you haven't encountered this text, it's worth it that you sat till now to encounter this text. How do I, if you were to ask me, how do I, and listen to the way he describes himself, I'm a Talmudic Jew. How do I, as a Talmudic Jew, how do I assess, how do I look at the flag of the state of Israel? Does it have any halachic character? Yeah, I know it's a flag, but does it have an erech hilchati? As for a Talmudic Jew, in order for it to have anything, it's got to have an erech hilchati. Eneh lachem pashut. Eneni gores bichlal. Read for me the next word. Mi kesem, maksem, mi kesem. The what? The magic, mi kesem, the magic, mi kesem shel degel, usmalim semel, semalim techasiyim kimoto, tekes. I'm not into ritual, I'm not into, the tekes of the flag, what do you call it, the magic. I don't know what that means, the magic of the flag. Okay. the charm of the flag. Thank you. I'm not into charm. You look at the flag, you get all warm and fuzzy. When I walk on First Avenue and I walk in front of the Menouville House called the United Nations, and I see the Israeli flag, I get warm and fuzzy. Rabbi Soloveitchik doesn't get warm and fuzzy from the Israeli flag. It needs to have an erech hilchati. I'm not into this tekes. Hayahadut sholelet pulchan atzmim gashmiyim. You know, with the flag, you raise the flag, you lower the flag, half-mast, full-mast. It's not for me. Biram al-na nit'alem midin b'shulchan aruch. Ki harog sheneherag bidei akum, kovrin oto bibigadav, kedei sheyir'eh et damo v'yikom. It's a beferish halacha in the Shulchan Aruch that if someone is killed because they're the Jew, and they're bloody, their clothes are bloody, so you don't sanitize it. What do we normally do? Nebuch, we have a tahara. And what is a tahara? A tahara, you clean the body. And then you put on the tachrichim. And you put it in the oro. You want to face the Rabbanu Shalom. No, you want to be just so. You don't want to be messy. Adarabba, if someone is killed because they're a Jew and their clothes are bloody, you don't do a tahara. No tahara. You bury them in their bloody clothes. Shneimar v'niketi damam lo niketi. B'milim acherot, in other words. Bigdei Yehudi mekablim kedusha mesuyemet kishehem muchtamim b'dam kadosh. Muchtamim means stained. A ketem, when they're stained with holy blood, the beged becomes holy. The shirt and the pants become holy. And they're not taken off and they're not cleaned up. And the body is not cleaned. It's buried as is. V'advarim kal v'chomer ben beno shel kal v'chomer ledegel hakachol lavan shetabul b'damam shel alfei tzeirim Yehudim shenaflu b'milchemet hashichur. This is before the 6-Day War. Maybe it was after Mivtza Sinai. The flag of the state of Israel is dipped in the blood of thousands of young Jews who fell in the War of Independence, Bahaganatam al haaretz v'hayishuv. Parenthesis, datiyim v'lo datiyim. Ki ha'oyev yamach shemo lo haya mavdil. Right, they didn't say, excuse me, let me check your tzitzis first. Let me see, are we wearing a kippah? That didn't matter. Datiyim v'lo datiyim. Yesh bo nitzotz shel kedusha. Hanovea mi misirut nefesh v'hakrava atzmit. Kulanu mitzuvim lechabed et hadegel uliityaches elav b'derech eretz. That's amazing. So it has an erech hilchati. It's actually holy. It's holy because it's dipped in Jewish blood. Jews who gave their lives, b'haganat haaretz. I must tell you, when I see an Israeli flag, I don't see two colors. When I see an Israeli flag, I see three colors. I see blue, I see white, and I see red. I see the red in the Israeli flag. Ever since I read this, it has transformed me. The power of the blood. And that's what, in this Kina and others, the power of the blood of Dam Zachariah and the power of the blood of Daniel Perez Hashem Yinkom Damo, the power of the blood of so many Chayalim who gave their blood. Al Haganat Haaretz. So we don't have to go very far to sense what hovers over us right here in the text. Number 38 is Tzion Halo Tishali. where Yehuda Halevi reflects on the power of what Zion used to be. And Rabbi Soloveitchik said every year that you're not going to know, you don't know the intensity of the loss until you know what it once was. You can't compute absence unless you first know what presence is. Right? If you don't know what Jewish life was like, I don't know, in interwar Poland, you have no clue what happened during the Shoah. If you don't know what Zion looked like in the good old days, you have no idea what the absence of a Jewish place in Zion means. That's what this Kina, Zion halo tishali l'shlom asirayach, describing, at least at the beginning, describing what happened. Then we come to a whole bunch of Zions. Then we come to 43, Tisha alis rufa be'esh. And at the top of page 70, I gave you the map exactly in Paris where the 24 wagon loads of holy books were burnt. It's on the, you have the arrow on the top right of page 70 in the Hotel de Ville. It's right in the plaza in front of what is today the City Hall of Paris. Big, huge, huge plaza. And we know that's exactly the place where they were burnt. And Shalis Rufa Ba'esh is written by Rabbi Meir of Rothenburg, who was a young man. He writes this decades later, when he was a young man and witnessed this. And then we come to the keynote that I want to read for the Shoah and the Kina by Rabbi Rimon. Can I ask somebody to come here and divide up this pile so that we could say the Kina of Rav Rimon together? While you're distributing it, let's look at the page 71, the final page. We'll say a Kina by the Baba Rebbe for the Shoah, and then we're going to say the Kina for Chavot Barzel. Zichruna v'konenu kol Yisrael, kolchem yishama barama, ki ishmida Germania et amenu bimei za'am hamilchama, b'mitot mishunot achzariot berav u'batzama, al tishkechu b'chol hadorot adei tizku liraot b'nechama, tzakatam u'b'chiyotehem tzfufim u'segurim bakaronim, Katzon la tevach yuvolu la sreifa bakiv shonim. Kol shavam yizacher tamid lifnei shochein ma'onim. B'koram shema Yisrael masru nafsham la'adonei ha'adonim. Rashi yeshivot v'talmidehem v'hamonei amcha shama. He'evidum bi'inuyim kashim v'haragum biyad rama. The meyeladim rakim tzoakim elecha min ha'adama. Nekom nikmataf v'nashim lo techaye kol neshama. Al sreifat alfei midrashot u'batei chanesiyot. Revavot sifrei Torah v'lomdeha nekonen b'shi'iyot. Shulchu ba'esh mikdashei el hitzitu ve'einenu tzofiyot. Yishalem ha'maviris ha'be'era yadin bagoyim olei gviyos. Zaku shamayim va'adama alafei ayaros miftzurei Torah artzot Europa ukehiloteha nochalei umekayimei misora tzadikim zekenim chasidim dveikei emunah tahora miyom galinu me'artzenu lo haya chazeh kilayon nora Rachem al she'eriseinu habetna mishamayim L'machanot hakadoshim pi eser kiyotzei Mitzrayim komein beit kodshenu v'nachamenu b'chiflayim romemenu v'avienu l'tzion v'Yerushalayim. Does everybody have a Kina al me'oraot Chavot Barzel? Simchat Torah Shmini Atzeret Nehepach Mecholenu Lituga Koderet. B'yom Zeh Nifritzu Hagederot Yishuvei Ha'otef Afakim Usederot. Echa Artzenu Hayta Lemirmas Vatimalei Haaretz Chamas Meritzuat Aza Mekor Haresha Mishoresh Chamas Yatsa Pesha. Echa B'mekom Sheva Hakafot Nasu al Nafsham Me'emat Chatifot Oyev Achzor Matzitz Reifot Rotzeach Mashkil Mashpil Belila Harpot. Echa B'mkom Tfilat HaGeshem Yorad Dodi La'arugot HaBosem Shoshanim Nitbachim Chilul Hashem Lemeratzchem Al Titein Yad Vashem. Echa B'shnat 76 Timrot Ashan Dam Va'esh Yehudi B'machbo Necharad Velochesh Tachat Oneg Shabbat Kodesh. Echa B'nei Tzion HaYekarim Naflu B'yedei Anasim Arurim Merutei Lechi Netunim L'makim Achim Chatufim B'yedei Chamasim. Bayom Bo Shimcha Hitchalel Lochamim Ne'efku Et Shimcha Legadel Habeit U're'ei Mika Amcha Yisrael Chaskenu V'amtzenu Uva L'Tzion Goel. Kivarzel Lachamu Amitzot V'amitzim Ahuvim Adinei Nefesh Miyad Tsar Meginim B'gvuratam Ra'inu Tishuat Olamim Nizkefa Komatenu Dor Geulim. Bayom Bo Nitma'a Nachalatenu Chutra Lepirsum Givurat Amenu Nafsham B'chapam Nosrim Giborenu Avinu Malkeinu Nikom Nikmat Achenu Al Shimcha Gadol Nikra Shemenu Zocheru Maskir Berit Avotenu Mitzafonu Midarom Omdim Lachalotenu Uverizcha Omedet Lanu Be'artzenu Aritzei Paras Yazmu Alilot Matachim Sholchu Lenosei Tefilot Sfunim Yashvu Ve'einehem B'yachalot Et Nisecha Ra'u Nora Tehilot Kanfei Ruach Kanfei Nisharim Ra'o Ra'inu B'ra'ayot HaChayalim Horim V'yeladim Et Yikirehem Mikabrim Oy Chaskem V'amtzeim Adat Abirim Galei Sin'ah Shotfim Olamecha Shotfim Tzoririm Al Makdishei Shemecha Rotfim Et Shluchecha Nosei Digalecha B'yava Yehi Na'aleinu Dilugecha Hashev Chatufim Karadaror Lashavuyim Nita Akurim Ba'ahavat Nitzachim Shakem Pitzuim Romem Nidkaim Nahela Datcha B'chesed U'Verachamim Modim Anachnu Lecha Al Medinatenu Al Geulatenu V'Al Pedut Nafshenu Mu'uchadim Tolichenu Komemiot B'Artzenu Achesh Ben David Mashiach Tzidkenu. We conclude with Elitzion. I have number 47. I'm not sure what number it is. Elitzion v'yoreha Kmo isha v'tzireha V'chibsu lach aguratzak Al bal neureha Alei armon asher nutash Yashmatzon adoreha Bial biat mechor fe'el B'toch migdash chadoreha Alei galut mishor te'el Ne'im shir zimareha V'al damam asher shupach K'mo meimei ye'oreha Alei hegyon mecholeha Asher damam biyareha V'al vad asher shamem Uvitul sanhedreha, ale zivchei temideha, fidyonei bechoreha, Val chilul kalei heichal, O mizbach ketoreha, ale tapei melacheha, B'nei David gevireha, V'al yafyam asher choshach, B'etz aruch etareha, Ale chavod asher gola, B'et chorban devireha, V'alochetz asher lochatz, V'sam sakim chagoreha, Ale machatz v'rov makot, Sher huku nizireha, V'alni putz ale sela, Ola leha ni'areha ale simchat. Besach kamal shivareha, V'alinui v'nei chorin, Nidiveha tehoreha ale fesha asher avta, Slo derech ashureha, V'al tzivot kehaleha, Shizufeha shechoreha ale kolot mechorfeha. Yeit rabu figoreha, Yal rikshat migadfeha, B'toch mishkan chatzereha, Ale shimcha, Asher chulal befi kamei mitzareha, Yal tachan yeshavu lach, Kshovu shma amareha, Eli tzion v'yareha. Chibsula chagurasak, Bal neureha. We have to finish Shachris. We're up to Ashrei. I don't know who was the Shaliach Tzibur, but whoever was, continue. If not, somebody please finish Shachris. We're up to Ashrei.